Yeah. Can you take a still on that thing?
No. Well, I can take off in an edit afterwards, but no, I can't do it.
It's just they're doing a minute's silence now, so we're looking to get that on the...
I can film it on screen.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it locked off my wide shot.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just leave the toilet before we start.
Family, friends and playing colleagues. There will now be a minute's silence in memory of Maksud. Thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for this 50-over match between Glamorgan and Wales National County. It is described as a National Counties Showcase Day with all the second-tier counties, formerly known as the minor counties, playing the first-class counties. And about half of those games are actually taking place because of logistical issues around the country. The news here is that Glamorgan have won the toss and decided to bat first. And the Glamorgan side, Hamish Rutherford making his debut, the New Zealand opener. Nick Selman, Joe Cook, Billy Root, Kiran Carlson, Callum Taylor, Tom Cullen, Andrew Salter, Roman Walker, Rory Smith and Michael Hogan. As for the Wales side, they line up Tom Bevan of St Fagans, Stephen Reingold of Neath, Connor Brown of Lansdowne, Oscar Colk, also of Lansdowne, Greg Holmes of Cardiff, Sam Pearce, the captain from Bridgend, Cameron Herring from Pontedilais, Andrew Gorvin from St Fagans, Tegid Phillips from Cardiff, Richard Edwards from Port Talbot, Lukas Carey on the Glamorgan staff, of course, but with the Pontedilais club, and Thomas Jones of Bridgend. That is a 12-man side, and Thomas Jones won't bat, but they will have the freedom to use any of the bowlers that they require, and it'll be Lukas Carey to open up. Very good morning to Edward Bevan.
Very good morning to you, Nick. Yes, another glorious morning here, and a little bit of a shame there aren't some supporters here to have a look. at some promising youngsters, and have a look at the Glamorgan side, which I didn't think about you, that this is a pretty strong Royal London side for Glamorgan in this competition. The likes of Hamish Rutherford, the New Zealand Test player, and others. Good to see Nick Selman back. He's been good the last 2 years in one-day cricket. And here is Lukas Carey then running away from us for the first ball of this game, and it's played gently away to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. As Nick says, they won the toss, and temperatures already in the high 20s. They had no hesitation in batting first, although as the afternoon goes on, it's going to get just a little bit hotter.
Yes, I think it makes sense in these fixtures, and that you'd expect the senior county side to come out on top. So it does make more sense if they bat first.
Carey again then. In past the umpire, bowls, and it's a full toss, driven away for 4, backward of square on the offside. Gentle full toss from Carey. Rutherford makes the most of it, and you'll remember Hamish Rutherford when we were up in Worcestershire last game of the T20 season, when he scored a magnificent 100 against Glamorgan.
Yeah, absolutely. That was almost a winning knock. Glamorgan eventually got home, with some late hitting from Dan Douthwaite, who is not here today, and we expect an announcement later today that he is signed to play in the 100.
In comes Carey, bowls on line of off stump, and glided away with an open face down towards third man, and they go through for a single. Looks an easy pace pitch so far. And this brings Nick Selman up, who's been out of action for about a couple of 3 weeks, must be, when he contracted COVID-19, and meant, of course, that Michael Neeson and Marnus Labuschagne had to quarantine, and they were missed. This after Glamorgan had threatened to finish higher up, but didn't in the county championship. Selman's first ball is hits him on the pad. Fine leg is up in the semicircle, so they're going to come back for a second. Good running by Selman. And an useful start by the openers here.
Yes, they're getting some runs on the board early on. Lukas Carey, of course, will be very keen to prove a point from the Glamorgan point of view, having only played in one senior game this season and failed to take a wicket in that championship match.
He's in again and bowls to Selman. Selman is hitting the pad. It's a fairly useful shout, that, because Selman was rooted to this spot. Probably fortunate he's taking leg stick guard there, because wicketkeeper and bowler were very, very enthusiastic. It was worth a shout, certainly.
Absolutely. Just to set the scene, the Wales players in red fronted shirts, the backs and the trousers are black. Glamorgan in yellow and blue.
Here is Carey to finish the over. Down the leg side again. He's drifting down there. That might just run away for 4 down to fine leg. No, it's a good diving spot, a stop, because the man on the square leg boundary had to move some 20 yards to his right. Comfortable opening over then for Glamorgan. They're 9 without loss after that. Rutherford is 5 and Selman is 2.
Yeah, so the Glamorgan side in their one-day cup strip, which is a yellow fronted shirt, the rest dark blue. Hamish Rutherford out there without a number as yet. You'd hope they'll get him one during the course of the next couple of months, because he's here for quite a long time actually. And spoke to him the other day, asked him about was he worried about filling in for Marnus Labuschagne. He said, no, well, you know, as a batsman, if you score runs, then you're doing your job.
Absolutely.
It's not a question of trying to replicate anyone else's style or achievements, but to just do as well as he can himself and try and help in a few Glamorgan victories.
Not everyone's a Marnus Labuschagne, are they?
Well, there's no point in trying to copy him. He's such a, would it be fair to say, eccentric individual? Glamorgan 9 for naught after 1 over, as it'll be Richard Edwards to bowl. Port Talbot, and this first ball is glanced on the leg side. Sharp shout of no from Nick Selman at the non-striker's end. So
Interesting to see that interview we did on the BBC Wales website. He's already thinking of the Ashes
Yes.
and how he's going to play, who will be the bowlers, and he stays awake and thinks about them.
intense man, isn't he? Very intense. Here comes Richard Edwards in and bowls and
Bowled.
beats the edge of Rutherford's bat. Well, I'm sure he'll enjoy that one.
Yeah, good delivery, didn't he? Kept its line all the way and went through to the wicket keeper, and it's a very defensive field. My friend, the third man is there, 3 on the offside, saving 1, and then there's a mid-off rather deep on the semicircle line, and just a solitary slip.
In comes Edwards again to bowl to Rutherford, and he's driving up to mid-off. Has he beaten mid-off? Not quite. Fielder there gets a hand to it, and it runs up towards long on, and they go through for just the single. Glamorgan 10 without loss. Rutherford has 6. Selman has 4.
Used wicket here, as you would expect for this sort of game. It's not first class, as we know, and it'll probably play pretty well. Most of them have. Few in the start of the season are a bit too paced, but basically they've been pretty good wickets for the, I think it's fair to say, disastrous 2020 competition for Glamorgan.
Well, finishing bottom of the table, you can't really defend it. Edwards is in to bowl, and up on his toes is Selman, playing it out on the leg side, on the offside rather, and there's no run. Glorious conditions here at Sophia Gardens.
Warning, I couldn't believe that last night. Did you see it?
What's that? Heat warning.
A heat warning. I've never seen that for Wales. South Wales and the Midlands, there is a heat warning. And if anything is to go by, I was down on the beach yesterday. If it's like yesterday, it really is going to be a scorcher again.
Edwards is in and bowls, and Selman pushes that one away on the leg side and wants second run, and they will be back for 2 down towards square leg. The ball just squirting through that. There's the powerfully built figure of Richard Edwards, who's 26 years old.
Nice action. Haven't seen him before, but nice run up. Very nice high action.
Played just one first class match for the Cardiff University's setup, most of which this team played for. Edwards is in to bowl, and Selman drives to mid-on, and there's no run. Richard Edwards went to Ysgolgyfyn Ystalyfera.
Oh, so all my family went. Could be a Welsh speaker.
Could be. 12 without loss at the end of 2 overs. It's 48 overs therefore remaining, as we get used to the rhythms and the paces of one-day cricket again, as Glamorgan prepared to take on Warwickshire here on Thursday at Sophia Gardens, and thankfully the crowd will be back in for that one.
Lukas Carey is going to continue, and he's going to be bowling at Hamish Rutherford, who is not out 5, not out 6 rather, and he comes, bowls the first ball. Nice looking shot, but it's very well fielded there at cover, and they just umble through for a single. He moves on to 7, and Glamorgan will move on to 13 without loss, this in the 3rd over. And my apologies for the telephone going. One day Nick is going to scold me for all that. But there we are. Thinks it's the loudest ring he's ever heard. Straight delivery from Carey, which is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm told we're only on the Glamorgan stream and not on the BBC one at the moment. So there's been a misdirection somewhere. And we'll try and get that working again as soon as possible.
Carey bowls. Selman is forward to a good length ball pushed down the pitch. Carey finding his line now and his length after a rather wayward first over.
If you could carry on through the next over as well, Edward, I'll try and sort out what's going on in the world of streaming.
Beautiful, beautiful day. Trees very still on the south side as Carey bowls. A nice looking shot there, but very well fielded to cover. And unfortunately, from this distance, although Nick's saying the numbers are on their backs, it's very difficult because then I can see number 2 is at mid-off, and the rest, I'm afraid, you cannot pick them up. It'd be far better if they were in white, don't you think? Anyhow, 13 without loss as in comes Lukas Carey and bowls to Selman. Selman is beaten outside the off stump. He played outside that when that moved inside. Good delivery, best run he's bowled. And he was completely nonplussed by that. Carey in past the umpire, bowls, and that's a better looking shot. Straight up to mid-off though, there's no run. Much better second over for Lukas Carey. 13 without loss then. Wales having won the toss and elected to bat. Rutherford is on 13. The partnership is 13. Rutherford is on 7 and Selman is on 4. As Richard Edwards will continue from that far side. Two batsmen confer, probably have a chat about the pitch and what the bowler is doing, because Rutherford will face his first ball now from Edwards, who comes in over the wicket from the river end and bowls to him, and he leaves outside the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper, who is standing back. Sam to Rutherford then. Selman is on 4, and it will be Edwards to continue, and Nick is going to continue.
Thank you very much indeed. Edwards is in to bowl outside off stump, and
just a thought for the language of heaven. If Richard Edwards and Tegid Phillips take 4 apiece today,
you can interview
I
them,
can
Edwards.
do a little interview. And unfortunately, there's nobody in the Glamorgan setup that we can talk to. Not since Owen Morgan left at the end of last season. I have a suspicion that Andrew Salter knows a bit of Welsh, but he won't admit it.
Next delivery is driven nicely by Rutherford out on the offside, and there's no run. So apologies for anyone who is just joining us. Apparently they were getting a news discussion instead of our dulcet tones on the BBC Sport website, but we've remedied that situation, and we're watching Richard Edwards bowl to Hamish Rutherford, who cuts hard, but it's well saved down in the gully, and there is no run. 13 without loss. Rutherford 7, Selman 4. We're in the 4th over.
That's 4 runs written all over it, but a very good stop there in the gully.
So yes, it's debut for Hamish Rutherford, New Zealander. Plenty of international experience as he turns that one on the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 13 for naught. It remains as the ball is whizzed round the Wales side.
Yeah, 5 dot balls from Richard Edwards to an international test opener, so that's a feather in his cap. He wanted to try and make it a maiden. You'll often get your field, of course, in first-class cricket, where there are 4 saving ones so early on, just the one slip.
Edwards into bowl, and that's driven by Rutherford powerfully. Good half stop there at gully, keeps them down to just the single. The ball was racing away, But 4 became 1. 14 for naught then after 4 overs. And welcome along to anyone who is just joining us on the BBC stream. Apologies for a few crossed wires in Cardiff earlier on.
Yes, just to remind you that Glamorgan won the toss here under the captaincy of Kiran Carlson, elected to bat Rutherford, Hamish Rutherford, and Nick Selman, back after around a month's absence due to COVID-19, are opening the batting. And it will be Rutherford to face the bowling of Lukas Carey. Carey into his 3rd over, rather a wayward first one, a much better second one. And his figures at the moment 0 for 8. Still the slip remains as Carey comes in past the umpire now and bowls to Rutherford, who drives beautifully for 4 runs. Well, Nick, if this is what we're going to see of Hamish Rutherford, I should rather look forward to it.
Yes, absolutely. He's looking elegant at the moment, isn't he? Tucking into the odd wayward delivery, but you would expect that he might face some rather more demanding bowling in possibly from the other county sides, because Lukas Carey, I'm afraid, is looking a little out of sorts at the moment, despite a good performance for Glamorgan seconds the other week.
Carey again bowls full length delivery, driven up to mid-off. This time there's no run. Yes, a typical offside left-hander's shot, that. There's something about a left-hander's cover drive, and thinks of David Gower in the old days, Alan Border. And as far as we're concerned here, Alan Jones, who Ted Exeter, the former England captain, described as having the best cover drive in county cricket back in the 60s and 70s. In comes Carey, bowls to Rutherford, who has the ball just back of a length, jabbed down in front of him, and there's no run. 18 for no wicket, Glamorgan, having won the toss. And those of you who had the pleasure, as I did, of watching Alan Jones in his prime, really wonders why he didn't play many games for England. 36,000 runs, a lot of them coming on uncovered pitches. Remarkable player. Carey is in, bowls to the left-handed Rutherford, who drives, didn't really time it with conviction, goes up to mid-on, there's no run. Glamorgan start their Royal London campaign against Warwickshire here on Thursday. So Warwickshire, they'll have some players away in the other competition. That's how Glamorgan, as in comes Carey round the wicket. Rutherford dabs that down in front of him, doesn't get a run, and the score remains at 18. Rutherford's on 12. Selman, a slow start for him, he's on 4. Plenty of encouragement out there for the bowlers. Carey turns at the end of his run, comes in past umpire Warren and bowls, and it's a poor shot from Rutherford. Having extolled his virtues at the start of the over with that cover driven 4, he then tries a cross-batted drive with the ball that wasn't really up there, and he misses it, goes through to the keeper. 18 without loss.
Yeah, so relatively untroubled Glamorgan in these early stages here on BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb. Rutherford now 12, Selman 4. And, well, the tactics in 50 over cricket tend to change from year to year slightly, but it's a relatively sedate start for Glamorgan, I guess, since these batsmen are both feeling their way back into action. Rutherford playing for the first time since March, and Selman absent for a few weeks. Here's Edwards steaming in to bowl, and Selman on the back foot plays it out on the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan lineup: Rutherford, Selman, Joe Cook, Billy Root, Kiran Carlson, the captain, Callum Taylor, Tom Cullen, Andrew Salter, Rory Smith, Roman Walker, Michael Hogan. So the two missing out from the 13-man squad Wheel and McIlroy. As Edwards bowls and Selman plays it out on the leg side off something of an inside edge, and there's no run.
Just trying to work out how many of the Glamorgan second team are involved in this, but I can't at the moment.
There's a lot of crossover, I think it's fair to say, Edward, between this Wales side, Glamorgan first 11, even in the case of Sam Pearce, and Lukas Carey. As Edwards is in to bowl, and Selman hurried a little bit on that, plays it out on the offside. And there's no run. 18 without loss. There's some drilling work going on beneath us, and some refurbishment of the stands. So if it does get too much, we'll try and reposition the effects microphone.
Well, this for 6 hours would be fun, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Why do they have to work in such hot weather?
Well, it's looking a little bit in need of a bit of love down below, isn't it? As Selman plays gently out on the offside, and there's no run. This the pitch, I think, that was used for the last T20 match.
Yep.
On Friday night.
This white ball, as we well know, will stop swinging probably in the next over or so, and I think you should see on it's basically a slow pitch, a cavalcade of runs, I would have thought, from Glamorgan later on.
In comes Edwards to bowl to Selman, still just the one slip, and Selman drives slightly uppishly up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Now, whether that was a slower ball or whether it was the slowness of the pitch, we can't tell from here, but it certainly deceived Selman, who ended up driving with just the left hand, the top hand coming off the bat, the other one coming off the bat. So it is a real missed time. Still keeping the slip in. 18 without loss then.
As Edwards is in to bowl to Selman, who drives down the ground. That's his best shot so far, as it's racing up to the boundary at the River Taff end. We've had 6 overs gone, and therefore we will get a sanitisation break as Glamorgan move on to 22 without loss. Selman's best shot so far, he has 8, and Rutherford has 12.
Michael Hogan gives us a way of walking in front of us, dressed in a red vest, a black vest. This is a sporting vest, and his Glamorgan cap and a pair of flip-flops.
He looks as though he's ready for the beach.
He does, and having a swig of water, and you'll think, yeah, I'm all right, yeah, till 3 o'clock. So it's good to see him, and I do think that he should have played in the 2020. And I spoke to him at the start. Are you going to play 20? Well, I'd like to, he said. And some of the bowling we did see, it did ask for his control and variety and experience. But that's gone now. They'll have to try and get a successful competition going in this one. It'll be Carey to continue this end. He has bowled 3 overs, as has Edwards. So the 7th over to start after the sanitisation break. And it'll be Hamish Rutherford having a good look at this to have experience of these conditions. He's on 12 to Selman's 8. The drilling starts, as does Carey's over, as he comes in and bowls, and that's a poor shot again. It was wide outside the off stump. A rather ambitious shot for a ball that was a good length ball, not for cutting. It wasn't far up enough, but Selman goes down and has a word with him and says, yeah, something about the pitch. I don't think he's telling the international player how to play, but a little bit of advice. At 22 without loss, Carey again round the wicket to the left-handed Rutherford and bowls to him now, and he clips it away for a single. He'll have to hurry, and woo, that was a little close for comfort, but Selman eventually got there. Score advances by 1. Rutherford moves on to 13-23 without loss. "25 minutes of play gone." And this new scoreboard, which is very helpful to us. Lukas Carey bowling to Nick Selman, who plays that away on the onside. Familiar shot of his, turning the wrists over, trying to work it away, but there's a man placed there. They obviously know Selman's strength, these lads. They've all played against each other together, club matches against and together, so very familiar. The two sides are with each other. Carries over the wicket to Selman. Fourth ball of the over, comes in and bowls. Good length ball. Carey comes. Selman comes forward, pushes it away, and the two flags away to our left on the pavilion, hardly moving, just a small flutter. Both at half mast in memory, very, very sadly, of the cricketer from South Wales who died in action, as it was, on Saturday on the cricket field. As the next ball is played nicely by Selman. Is that going to race away? It's a long chase, and the fielder gets there, and it has gone for 4. It's just touched the rope. So that was a beautiful shot by Selman. Just leant on it and raced away for 4. Takes a score of 27 without loss. Selman moves into double figures. He's on 12. How was your temperature this morning, Nick?
36.4, I believe.
Well, I was up a bit. I was 37.1, which was explained to the nice lady at the gate, that because the car is hot and you've driven.
Yes.
Don't panic. I'm not panicking. Here's the next ball. That's a good one. And he could be caught. He is. That bounced from just short of a length. It came really rose on Selman, and he was caught at cover. Man running in. So Carey gets his first wicket with the last but one ball of the fourth over. Glamorgan 27 for 1 as Selman departs for 12.
Well, I suppose the consolation of that loss of that wicket from the Glamorgan point of view will be at least it's a Glamorgan staff member who dismissed Nick Selman as the ball just lobbed up, possibly off the gloves, and was caught in a cover point sort of position. So it's 27 for 1 after 7 overs, and we wait to see the batting order that Glamorgan
Carlson probably would adopt.
Or Joe Cook, since he's normally an opener.
I think this is the little man coming in.
Looks like Kiran Carlson, so it looks as though he'll lead from somewhere near the front anyway. And the catcher was Tom Bevan, the young man from St Fagans Club, Glamorgan Academy product. Right, we've got a list of the numbers now, which will help us to some extent. Thank you very much indeed to Matt Thompson of the Wales organisation for supplying those. And some of the Wales side apparently will wear different numbers batting from fielding.
Nice. Why?
That's too far to ask, so I'll run through these numbers for you in a minute.
Oh yeah, I rely on you, Nick, as always too.
So short and long sleeve apparently, I'm told. So they've got different numbers.
There's a numberless batsman in now. It is Carlson.
There we are.
Oh, thank you everybody for being so kind to us.
We'll get there eventually. Richard Edwards, he's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 8. Pretty tidy so far from the tall right armour from Port Talbot, as that one's run down by Rutherford, down towards third man, fielded by Carey, and there is no run.
Carey gave a little jump on the elbows and his hands went up, fist when you got Salmon out. It's always good to get your teammate out, and especially if you haven't had a particularly good season, any scalp, especially a first-class player's scalp, will do.
It's possibly a good thing for spectators that you're not here today, because anyone at the Cathedral Road end would be driven bonkers by this, as Edwards is in to bowl to Carlson, who rather jumpily fends at that, and it's through to keeper Herring, and there's no run.
Come on, chaps, it's too hot for you to work.
Cameron Herring played one official game for Glamorgan. It was against Pakistan A in Newport.
Down at the Bont, didn't he now?
He is with Pontedilais now, yes. Played quite a lot of first-class cricket, 11 matches for Gloucestershire and 40-20 games for them as well. As Carlson is behind that one, defending it out on the offside, and it's back to bowler Edwards, and there's no run. So I can tell you that at slip is Steve Reingold, the opening bat with the Neath Club.
South African.
Born in Cape Town, yes, one of your favourite cities.
Yes.
Another Cardiff Unis product. And did well for against Glamorgan in the friendly game back in March. As Edwards is in, and Carlson getting a bit of bounce there was Edwards, and he played it down nicely into the gully. So Reingold in that friendly against Glamorgan contributed 68 and took 4 for 37 as well. He says his hero is cricketing hero is Jacques Callis.
A surprise.
Who had one season for Glamorgan in the late 90s, said he'd return, but we're still waiting for that second season. As Edwards bowls and Carlson is forward, defending up to mid-off, no run. Happy to give himself a little time to see himself in is Kiran Carlson.
Unlike his 2020 performances the last couple of weeks, where he's opened and really tried to attack from the first ball, but hasn't really succeeded. But nevertheless, he's an excellent season rather in the championship, or the Bob Willis Trophy as it's called.
There's Edwards bowls, and that's played away on the leg side. There's fielded at mid-wickets. Carlson will have to scamper home, and that was a little bit of a dodgy single, I think. Kiran Carlson, possibly influenced by having played out 5 dot balls, took a run on a misfield to mid-wicket, and if the man there had gathered it a bit more cleanly, then they might have been in trouble. So Carey will bowl again from this Cathedral Road end.
1 for 17, Carey, after his 4 overs. I suspect he might have 1 or 2 in this heat, and 6 overs. They want to try and keep him for the middle, or a couple of overs in the middle. Remember, it's 10 overs that they're allowed to bowl. They'll have to juggle his bowlers around.
Conversation with Sam Pearce, who's at mid-off wearing 2 there.
Yeah, so I'm playing for Glamorgan the last couple of weeks in the T20s.
It's strange, isn't it, that he and Callum Taylor have essentially both swapped sides from
that's right. They're trying to balance, I suppose. Slip of the gully in now for the new batsman Carlson, as Carey comes in and bowls to him and is played away on the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Well, I suppose Taylor is likely to be a regular member of the Glamorgan side during the 50-over competition, at least at the start of it.
And Glamorgan have a new headmaster in charge today, taking over the coaching duties. David Harrison, with Matthew Maynard away in the 100 competition. Here's Carey in, bowls to Carlson. Carlson pulls away, he's to be caught at mid-wicket. He is. Wickets in successive overs for Lukas Carey. He's proving or making a point here as Carlson departs for 1. Glamorgan tottering at 29 for 1.
2.
For 2 rather, and Well, that was a short ball. He just chipped it rather than hit it hard. Well, I think even you and I might have caught that. It just lobbed to him at short mid-wicket, and that was the end of Carlson, the captain.
Catcher Tegid Phillips, who was a Glamorgan Academy member and was also in the travelling squad for one of the T20 games. There's a lot of crossover between these two sides, as we will probably keep pointing out during the course of the day. So apologies for anyone who was unable to join us right at the start of this match. We did correct the issue as soon as we could.
And Glamorgan need a bit of stabilisation here, and as Billy Root strides to the middle, because it was 29 for no wicket, no thoughts of a wicket going, and now 2 in successive overs from Carey. We'll feel pretty happy with life now. And we'll try, Nick, and bid for a place in the Royal London competition, one would have thought, if he takes another 1 or 2.
Yes, it's certainly a powerful case, isn't it, getting your first teamers out?
Yeah.
Selman and Carlson back in the pavilion at 29 for 2, as Billy Root will be the number 4 batsman.
Left-handed, of course, Billy Root. 2 lefties there now.
Yes, that'll make life slightly easier for the bowlers and fielders, as Lukas Carey and the red and black of Wales sorting his field out, just sending his third man a bit squarer.
Yeah, slipping a gully as well now. Attacking, are they? Welsh side. Here's Carey in. He's coming round the wicket to Root, his first ball, and Root leaves outside the off stump as he goes through the wicket-keeper Herring. Plenty of clapping going on there, and support for Carey. So he has now got 3 men saving that single and a third man, and then 3 men saving 1 on the onside and a fine leg on the boundary. There is a gap between extra cover and mid-off, as in comes Carey and bowls to Root. Root goes back, forces it away. They go through a quick single. They'll have to hurry. Taking a few dicey singles here this morning. I think if the fielders hit, a couple of them would be trembling in their boots. 30 for 2 then, and Billy Root is off the mark.
Emir Evans confirms that Thomas Jones is a fluent Welsh speaker. Emir says he played against his dad in the old West Wales Conference.
Thomas Jones?
Yes.
Who does he play for?
He is with Bridgend at the moment, but he was born in Aberystwyth.
So if he gets 50, I'd be lying in the Welsh.
No, he's the non-batter among the 12, apparently.
Oh, take 6, catch it. There's Carey. He's into Rutherford, and Rutherford is down and pushing defensively on a good length ball. Carey much better now than when he had that wayward first over. He's not quick as Lukas Carey, but he has a good control when he's bowling well, and been out of favour for much of this season. 30 for 2. Glamorgan having elected to bat. And this is the last ball of the 9th over. Carey runs away from us and bowls short on the leg side, not called, it just went over the shoulder. End of the over, and having taken that wicket, Carey just holds his hand up as if to say to the captain, okay then, if you want me to have a rest I will, because he's bowled the half of his allotted overs. Please would you go and have a cup of tea, Mr. Man working with your drill.
Yes, doing our best to try and give you some atmosphere of what's going out in the middle, but when the drilling is going on, I think it's best to that obviously overrides the shouts from the middle. So 30 for 2, the batsman out. Selman for 12 and Carlson for 1. Hamish Rutherford is there, 14 not out, joined by Billy Root, who takes strike. As Richard Edwards will go into his 5th over.
Yeah, 0 for 10, that's good, isn't it?
Tidy start, generating a bit of bounce, and that is driven gently by Root to cover, and there's no run. It's nice you can hear occasionally when the drill's not on the shouts of the fielders echoing around sunny Sophia Gardens, watched only by the members of the ground staff who are in the shade today. They've obviously had enough of
I don't blame them,
sunbathing during this
heat wave.
That's a very short ball. That shall be no ball on height. And talked about him getting bounced. That was far too much, and Cameron Herring leapt and only got a hand to it. So no ball, and they've also run through for a single as well. There's a bit of a
no ball for height, so
a
it's
no-win situation for the keeper, wasn't it?
Yeah, no free hit.
And Rutherford has the advantage of taking it after calling Root through for that single. The ball eventually finishing up about 10 metres behind the keeper. As he's gently defended it on the offside.
I don't think it was a free hit.
There we are.
No, because it's a foot. It wasn't a foot fault, as they say in tennis.
The laws on no balls are slightly baffling, even when
you wait till this 100 gets underway.
Yes, well, I won't.
We won't be involved.
We won't be commentating on it, but
no.
There will be commentary on the BBC website and on 5 Live Sports Extra, plus TV highlights and so on for those that are interested. Edwards is in and bowls, and Root drives nicely through the offside. They'll run away for 4 up towards the pavilion side of the ground.
Literally run away, my word.
Timed nicely. You mentioned David Harrison there. He is in charge, but he's not actually here because of a COVID ping. So
Does he have it?
So he has been pinged as a contact.
So that's
so he's missing the first 3 games in terms of attending them, although he will maintain overall control as far as possible.
So who do you reckon's coaching?
It's Steve Watkin and Adrian Shaw, the second 11 coaches, are taking on-ground control. Edwards is in and bowls, and he's bowled him. Rutherford has got for 18, and Edwards strikes. And this isn't according to the Glamorgan script. They're in serious trouble at 37 for 3.
Certainly are, Nick, and I didn't particularly like the way that ball went. It kept very low and hit the base of the stump, which makes you wonder, this is perhaps an up and down pitch and might deteriorate, because one can only sympathise there with the batsman. And Glamorgan better be careful here, because they're in the 10th over. They're struggling at 37 for 3 against some good accurate bowling, and they'll need to try and get a minimum of 200. Oh yes, that kept wickedly low, but it'll be the same for both sides.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been what he was expecting off Richard Edwards, because as we've been saying, he's been extracting quite a lot of bounce and bowling just back of a length, and that one on a fuller length, but did get through Rutherford's guard. So he's gone for 18, and a lot on this middle order now of Root, Joe Cook, Callum Taylor, Tom Cullen. There is batting capability down the line, but the trouble is those batsmen further down have come in such a messy situation in the T20 blast that none of them down the line has got any runs. I mean, you remember Wheel and Douthwaite rescued Glamorgan to some extent at Middlesex, but Wheel isn't selected today, and Douthwaite, we understand, is about to be announced as a 100 player for the Manchester Originals.
And another player taken away from Glamorgan for the Royal London.
Yeah, the -5, which won't be as many as some counties have lost.
It's -12.
Whew.
So how can you devalue such a competition as the Royal London? It baffles me, but a lot of things baffle me. I was just going to say, Nick, you described that Edwards is bowling balls that have been rising, and it shows the inconsistency of bounce. Now, when poor rather had would more or less scuttle through. Now then, Callum Taylor.
Yep.
Wouldn't have expected to have seen him batting as early as this.
Taylor's in at 5 and Edwards is in to bowl to him in the 10th over, and he's caught first ball, fending at one outside off stump. That one did get a bit of pace and bounce, and celebrations all round from the Wales side, lots of hand slapping, and that just a little fend by Taylor. And another man who's short of practice and isn't going to get it today has provided an easy catch for Cameron Herring, chest height.
Now, see a little story coming here today, Nick. We thought we'd have a leisurely day of sort of 280, 300 plays, 200 or so. My word, 37 for 4. And we've had one ball short of 10 overs. So 4 wickets in the power play is a testament to the excellent bowling by these opening bowlers. I like the look of Richard Edwards, you know. I mentioned his nice run-up. He's bowling accurately. And he is getting a bit of help from the pitch. And he's on a hat-trick. When he woke up this morning, I don't think he'd have thought that. Where's Michael Hogan? He's wandering in front of us. He'd better rush back, I think. So it's, I don't know. Not good.
Not good from the Glamorgan point of view. The Wales lads will be absolutely delighted. They, of course, are doing well in this competition. They beat Herefordshire by 39 runs at Port Talbot on Sunday afternoon to reach the semi-finals of the National Counties 50 Overs Trophy for the first time in around about 25 years. They will play Berkshire on Sunday the 8th of August at home, and really they'll whatever happens here, they'll be delighted to have this sort of performance under their belts. Lucas Carey's wickets, by the way, his first for the Wales team since 2016 was the last time he featured for them. So a bit of a comeback from Lukas Carey. Played for them as a teenager.
Yes, stripling he must have been then, look.
Tom Cullen
Now then,
is in at 6. Joe Cook slid down the order then.
he wants to play an innings. Remember we saw him a couple of years ago at Derby where he won the game for Glamorgan, Tom Cullen. He's no mean batsman. And we have got 2 slips now.
Well, the Wales side, the semi-pros are beating the pros at the moment. 37 for 4 as Edwards steams in to bowl to Tom Cullen, who plays defensively out on the offside. And
Well bowled, young man.
no run. 37 for 4, Glamorgan after the end of 10 overs. They've lost Selman for 12, Carlson for 1, Rutherford for 18, and latterly Callum Taylor, first ball, caught Herring bowled Edwards without scoring. Root is 1, Cullen is on 0. The bat in to come: Joe Cook, Salter, Smith, Walker and Michael Hogan.
Well, I suspect, as I mentioned at the time, that Lukas Carey might have been taken off and given a rest with half his allotted overs gone, but he's probably said to the captain, you'll have to get this ball off me at 37 for 4, because he's going to continue. 2 for 18, Edwards 2 for 16, and he is going to be bowling Carey at root. He is coming round the wicket and Root is on 1. He bowls to him, and that's kept low after it passed the bat again. Yeah, I think this is not particularly, although who am I to talk about pitches?
It's towards the middle of the
not a
square.
great, yeah, not a great pitch for batting. 37 for 4. Pops emphasises it also may tell us it's not good batting. Taylor's shot was not particularly good. Fencing at his first ball outside off stump as Carey races in past the umpire and bowls again, and it's a dangerous shot, short out of the leg stump. When you try to help, it's on its way. You can see so many people getting strangled down the leg side, and Cullen is going to have a word with Root about what we don't know. probably, as they're looking down at the pitch, it's the 22-yard strip. In comes Carey, bowls down the leg side. That'll be called a wide, and is the first wide we've seen, I think, which advances the score by a single. Got the bat in order there. Nick, who's to follow now from 5 to Jack?
Well, we've got Joe Cook, who's probably coming in
At
next at 7, which is somewhat surprising since he's a championship opener. Then you get into the all-rounders, Salter and Smith, Roman Walker and Michael Hogan.
Length ball, and it's driven out to cover. There's no run. Accurate spell by both of these bowlers. How old did you say Richard Edwards? 28?
He's 26.
26.
Yeah, he's won the...
Well, is he on any academy? I really like the look of him.
No, he played one first-class game for Cardiff
Yeah, you were saying.
universities, but no, he's been useful.
Yeah, it's Carey. Bowls the left-handed route to tries to open the face and play down to third man. But the man at Gully runs in, runs back. He must be feeling on top of the world now.
Yeah, this is a youngish Wales side. Most of them are early 20s. Tegid Phillips is the youngest at 19. Greg Holmes and Cameron Herring are the oldest at 27.
This next ball again opens the face to his route, plays down to third man and gets a single. Takes Glamorgan up to 39 for 4, creeping up.
Chris Drew asked, can the Wales players come into the Glamorgan one-day squad? Yeah, well, presumably they can register extra players. So there'll be
register who you like.
A need around the country with the counties missing so many players to the 100 and 1 or 2 injuries, and presumably they'll have to either go to either academies or the neighbouring neighbouring national counties.
Carey over the wicket to the new batsman, and this time Tom Cullen puts it in front of him. Excellent over again by Carey. That's the end of his 6th over, and he's taken 2 for 20, 39 for 4, and we've had 11 overs. Next on the 11 overs has been, I nearly said the students, because we're so used to seeing these names playing for NCCA.
Yeah.
But it's for Wales.
Yes, to be honest, I mean, this is part of what this game is all about, isn't it? They call it a National Counties Showcase, so you would have thought that in those games that are played around the UK, that, like here, there will be players from the so-called second-tier sides making their case for advancement in the first-class counties. So
I'm really looking forward to this competition and see if any youngsters emerge. Well, we shall see.
Edwards is in and bowls, and that's clipped away by Root down towards fine leg for a single.
Rebuilding time.
Yeah, I must say that really Glamorgan are the only first-class side to be in this sort of trouble. Somerset and Sussex have both lost a couple of early wickets against their national county opponents, but most of the first-class sides are profiting and batting first, apart from Yorkshire against Northumberland, where Northumberland made a flying start at 75 for naught in 13.
Damn good players in the minor counties.
As Cullen plays that ball down onto the offside, and
you see, Nick, there are so many players who graduate so well at university that they think, right, I'm going in the city, I'm going to make a career. I don't want to play first-class career. They play club cricket, and you find that they're very, very good players. And one of the papers was saying this is an opportunity for those good players to just, if they're picked up by a county, make their mark. I well remember a game similar to this.
As Edwards is in to bowl to Cullen, who's pushing forward slightly tentatively at that, rolls out to the offside, fielded at point, and there's no run.
Some years ago, we were up at one of the colleges in Oxford, beautiful ground, I forget which one, where Glamorgan were playing the minor counties. and a batsman who was on the Nottinghamshire staff, Paul Todd,
Oh, yeah.
got 100. And Glamorgan signed him
Yeah.
for immediately. He didn't do particularly well, but he showed in that game. And you had a Glamorgan side of Maynard, James, Morris, Ontong, and so.
Edwards is in to bowl to Cullen, who plays defensively on the offside. No run, 40 for 4.
The general case is, of course, when Glamorgan, first-class counties would always beat the minor counties, except for the odd exception.
Yeah,
Always get the odd.
I can remember Glamorgan losing on a couple of occasions to the combined minor counties side at Bournemouth and at Wormsley, I believe.
I think you and I were at both
I think
games.
we did both of those together, yeah.
Yeah, we were down at Dean Park.
As Edwards steams in from the River Taff end and bowls, and Cullen defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. Did Glamorgan ever lose to any of the individual minor counties? I can't remember.
I can't remember offhand, so many years, but there was a game at Swansea they might have lost.
Yeah, Lincolnshire.
Lincolnshire beat them at
possibly.
Swansea,
Yeah.
and you get the odd game, and this could be another one.
Edwards is in to bowl, and Cullen is driving up to mid-off.
Do you know, Nick, I have not seen this lad bowl a half volley, anything short, anything wide, and this really has been an example of how to take the new ball, not give any runs away. Let's have a look at his figures. He's bowled 6 overs, and his figures are 2 for 17, which is an excellent spell against an international batsman and a couple of other good batsmen.
Yeah,
I think we're going to have a change.
got one through to bowl Hamish Rutherford, though it did keep a bit low after several other deliveries had risen. And this is Andrew Gorvin wearing 17. He's St Fagans captain. Did well on Sunday, where he got 36 not out and took 3 wickets against Herefordshire in that National Counties quarter-final. Another former Cardiff MCCU player. Is born in Winchester, has played for Hampshire second 11. As Gorvin is in and bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by Billy Root, and there's no run. Edward has finished dealing with the loudest mobile phone in Wales.
Well, it was the BBC, and I think somebody's taken notice of this score. As Gorvin is around the wicket, bowls, nicely played by Root, nicely fielded, a short extra. It was our sister station, Radio Cymru, would certainly want something because they've seen the score.
All right.
But it's good in a funny sort of way, it's, to have something like this. You don't want this to be 75 for no wicket after 7. Well pitched up ball which deceives Root as he tries to drive.
Yeah, Andrew Gorvin's, I don't think, known as a bowler of great pace, but a sort of deceptive medium pacer who's certainly been in the wickets recently, and he too did well against Glamorgan in that friendly, taking 3 wickets back in March.
Sure. What's his history? Because you've got all the pen pictures and
24 years old, born in Winchester.
Oh,
Came to Cardiff to study, and has obviously stayed around. Has played for Hampshire seconds.
thought they wouldn't let him past the net. Yeah, past my Winchester, didn't we? A couple of days ago, down at Jay's Bowl, not far away. Over the wicket he comes now. That's clipped away by Cullen, looking to get off the mark, but it goes to short square leg, and I've got to say that they've got their field spot on here.
But really, if you look at the other sides, senior sides playing national county sides, Lancashire 78 for 1 against Cumbria, Gloucestershire 60 for 1 against Wiltshire.
Defensive response from the batsman, good length ball, end of the over.
Northampton Glamorgan face on Sunday, a flying 105 for 1 again, off 15 overs against Bedfordshire, their neighbours. So yes, this will be embarrassing if Glamorgan do lose this one.
No, I might leave you because I'm going to offer to make you a cup of coffee.
I'm still on my last one, Edward, but that's very kind. But you
May I
get lubricated, as it's thirsty work here on commentary. So Edward will be back in a minute or two once he'd boiled the kettle. 41 for 4, Glamorgan. Apologies for the drilling work underneath us. Not under our control. Many things not under our control. As Billy Root will be on strike. If you are just joining us late, 2 wickets each for Lukas, Carey and Richard Edwards left Glamorgan in trouble. 37 for 4, and now 41 for 4. As that's driven away on the offside. This is Thomas Jones, the other first change bowler, wearing 20 in the black and red, and he is sort of the 12th player for Wales. They've come to an arrangement that Wales can have any 11 from 12 on the field at any given time. The field's dropped back a little bit, with a sweeper on the leg side and on the offside as Jones is in to bowl, and Cullen clips it away down towards square leg, and they won't risk a second run there as the throw comes in from Gorvin. 43 for 4. And Glamorgan given a bit of a wake-up call as they approach this 50 over competition. Jones in, bowls, and playing off on the offside is Billy Root, down to Gully, fielded by Tom Bevan. Took the reasonably easy catch that started off the Glamorgan struggles, slumped from 27 for no wickets to 37 for 4, so 4 wickets going down for just 10 runs between the 7th and the 10th over. Jones bowls and Root comes forward, playing to mid-off, and there's no run as Reingold comes in to intercept it. Of course, they have to remember that they've got to play the situation. A lot of overs available, and you've got to bat them out, even if it means a bit of consolidation. Root drives up towards mid-off, goes through for a quick single, has to run round the bowler, but he does get there safely as the throw misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. It eventually finished up rolling down towards fine leg, but was backed up by Tegid Phillips there to ensure there were no overthrows. Thomas Jones then, from this River Taff end, is in towards us and bowls to Cullen, who's squared up slightly by that one, playing out into the gully, where it's fielded by Bevan, and there's no run. End of the over. 44 for 4, Glamorgan. Cullen is 1, Root is 6, batsman out. Selman 12, Carlson 1, Rutherford 18, Callum Taylor without scoring. 2 wickets apiece to Lukas, Carey and Richard Edwards for Wales.
It's been a struggle for Glamorgan for the what have we had opening hour of this game. 4 seamers the bowl pretty well, exceptionally well, Carey and Edwards, and it'll be Corvin to continue. He's bowling from the commentary point end, bowls, and this is played away onto the onside by Root, and there's no run. Used to batting in a bit of a crisis. I've often seen scorecards in the second team. Tom Cullen seems to rescue Glamorgan. He's got a good temperament.
Yeah, competitive, feisty character, isn't he?
Yes. Scattered field now. No slips and gullies. As in comes Corey. He's round the wicket. Cut away backward of square. And is that going to beat the field? No, it's just stopped in. Excellent bit of fielding there. Backed up by the man at fine leg. Excellent work. 46 for 4. His route moves into double figures.
Yeah, the Wales side making their most of their moment in the spotlight, even if we don't have a crowd here. I'm sure there are many friends and family of theirs watching online.
Well pitched up ball there from Corbin. He seems to, at this moment of delivery, to be bowling an off spinner. And it probably isn't, because he's just running too far and he's too quick. But as his wrist comes up, he seems from here to be turning it. So I'll just keep an eye on him again as he comes round the wicket and bowls. Yes, he's
Cutters?
I just took it back to our dear old friend Don Shepherd, but he's a bit quicker than Don used to be. And if he is bowling at that pace and he's accurate, he's a useful acquisition for one-day cricket.
Yeah, there's a few black armbands around, if you were wondering about those on the stream. That's after the death of a Sully player, Maksud Anwar, at the weekend.
Very sad. Next ball is bowled to Cullen. Might have got a pad or a bat on that. They go through for a single. I think the umpire is about to signal a leg by a wide.
I must have come off the keeper's pad. Yes, I thought it was off the batsman's pad. Must have come off the keeper.
There's Glamorgan moving on to 47 for 4. Real struggle here at the moment. They've got to try and rebuild and get somewhere in the region of 100 for 4. It's going to be a long haul. Corbin in, bowls to Root. Root drives up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Carey. There is no run. Still the sun beats down here at Sophia Gardens. I was quite amazed when the weather forecast light said there's a weather warning for South Wales for heat. In comes Corbin. Immaculate length and well played by Root up to mid-off. Another good over. And Wales, who lost the toss and had to field, have made a serious impact in the first hour and 5 minutes of play. 49 for 4 Glamorgan, the man out Selman. Caught Bevan, bowled Carey for 12. Carlson, as the next to go, caught Phillips, bowled Carey for 1. Then Rutherford got a ball that kept low. He was bowled by Edwards for 18. Callum Taylor, first ball, caught Herring, the wicket-keeper, bowled Edwards for no score.
Yeah, Ray Blight on Twitter says, pity the track is a bit too pacey. I suppose it's been only 1 or 2 have gone through low, but it's unfortunate for Rutherford that he got one of them, as Jones bowls from the River Taff end and Cullen defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Ray Blight says Richard Edwards looks at least as good as some who have played for Glamorgan this season.
Well, that was I was trying to get through my commentary, I think.
He's agreeing with you. That's
absolutely.
Right. Player Pompey says, why is Lukas Carey not playing for Glamorgan? As Jones bowls and Cullen is forward defending on the offside, and there's no run. Well, I suppose given that he has played for Wales in the past, it makes sense for him to get a sort of serious match practice in this format as well, because Glamorgan only field 11, the Wales are fielding 12, to be honest. Jones is in to bowl to Cullen, who drives to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Root has to make his ground quickly at the non-striker's end. But it makes sense that Lukas Carey can, do his thing and show what sort of form he's in. He did have a decent game for the seconds the other week, where he claimed 3 wickets in each innings in a championship match, but by and large I don't think he's been in too productive form for the seconds this season. Might have done enough to get a chance in this competition, as Cullen tries to leg glance. Ball rolls down to fine leg, it's collected by Herring, and the umpire decides that there was a little bit of bat involved in there. 49 for 4. Neil Thornycroft says he thinks that Paul Todd was slightly different in that he gave up county championship to be with his ill wife at the time. So Edward mentioned Paul Todd signing after starring against Glamorgan in similar fixture as Root defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. If you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWebb2017, Ed Bevan Cricket, our Twitter handles. 50 for 4. Do apologise for the nuisance sounds from down below as they're working on refurbishing the stand underneath us. Root drives nicely. He's timed that one. He's beaten mid-off, and that one will race away for 4 up towards the River Taff end of the ground. And luckily for the fielder up there, the ball rolls back off the hover cover as Root laid into that one, and there's no point in Richard Edwards chasing that one.
Yeah, well-timed shot, wasn't it? Going back to what the gentleman brought in about Richard Edwards, there have been some bowling. You and Nick, you and I have been just about every game of, well, you certainly have for T20, and I will not go through some of the bowling figures and averages, but when you think that Wheel played quite a number of games and just took 2 or 3 wickets.
Yes, and he made one real impression with the bat against Middlesex, James Whale.
Anyway, here's Gorwin, starts in the over, gun barrel straight, and that's driven up to mid-off.
Yes, he's going to have to be pretty accurate, isn't he, Andrew Gorwin, bowling at military medium, but looks as though he's doing a bit with it, as you said.
Still, he's starting his 3rd over, and it is 0 for 6, and he comes close to the stumps, and that's 4 runs down towards fine leg. I didn't know whether that was pad or bat. It was pad again, that drifting down the leg side. And 4 welcome runs for Glamorgan as they sort of semi-recover with a little stand of 70 now between Cullen and Root, and my, do they need this little partnership.
Well, yes, we not going to get a one-sided game, that's for sure.
It's around half volley length, but Cullen just taking no chances, drive gently up to Carey, feeling it mid-off. Sorry, I reiterate again, the noise coming for alterations to somewhere underneath us, as in comes the next ball. Gets very close to the stumps, did Corwin. Perhaps that was telling us why he could drifted down the leg side earlier on the over, but since then there's been no runs. And we're now in the 17th over, 2 balls left, and well, the run rate is under 3.5. Testimony to the accuracy of these bowlers. Corwin in the bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside to cover, no run. Make them feel proud of their efforts, these 4 bowlers so far. We're going to get Tegid Phillips' spin, no doubt, off spin.
Yeah, he's been in decent form. He's the leading wicket taker in the league this season.
Corwin in, bowls again, it's a straight delivery, and again Cullen pushes it up to mid-on. End of the over. Sanitisation, please, says the umpire. 58 for 4, then Root is on 13 and Cullen is on 2.
17 overs gone, so presumably they did a sanitisation at the last wicket in the 10th. I seem to remember a young Tegid Phillips spending an evening up here in the commentary box, wondering what we were doing.
Well, I know he speaks Welsh because I spoke Welsh. There
we are then.
Be very selfish because I just wanted Welsh interviewees sometimes this season, please.
Yeah, since the release of Owen Morgan from the staff, there isn't a Welsh speaker on the first team staff, so Tegid Phillips is possibly the next potential candidate in line, but well, he said he's been on the fringe of the first team squad, used really as a spare fielder up in Essex, I think it was. It's good experience for a young man, isn't it? to get a taste of the first team environment, although on that particular night I'm not sure whether he wanted to be part of that environment. Given Glamorgan all had 100, he'd probably say to his friends afterwards, nothing to do with me.
No, I was just taking the water out.
Yes. So, yes, a leisurely sanitisation break because of the heat. Elsewhere, as I say, only about half these games going ahead. Gloucestershire 74-1 against Wiltshire. Lancashire 94-1 against Cumberland. Northants 123-1 after 18 against Bedfordshire. Somerset have lost a few early wickets. They're 68-3 and 18 against Cornwall. Sussex 79-2 against Oxfordshire. And Northumberland, the only national county batting first, and 99-1 in the 18th, with Ali Appleby, their opener, getting 60 against Yorkshire. We're captained today by Dom Bess. Of course, we'll have to get used to these various lineups over the next month or so, with the first-class counties losing a lot of players to the 100, and the 100 franchise sides. The umpires have taken a long leisurely break, by the way. The franchise sides, of course, are taken from all over. It's not just within a region, because the 5 Glamorgan players that are playing in the 100, once Dan Douthwaite is confirmed for Manchester, they'll all be playing for different sides. So David Lloyd representing Welsh Fire, and I hope he's able to do so, because his right hand was strapped up. He'd split his webbing, apparently, that hand injury down at Southampton, Edward. We're speculating about
webbing, was it?
Yes, he had the strapping round his thumb. Here comes Thomas Jones then to bowl, and Billy Root pushes on the offside for a quick single, and
good response.
Cullen is scampering through, and the fielder there, Stephen Reingold, was wondering why he didn't pick it up cleanly.
There's a game going on today. It's the counties, side picked from the counties, select 11 against India.
Yeah.
And India 50 for 2.
Lyndon James, the wickets.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire. And Jack Carlson is there. Little off spin from Sussex.
As Cullen stretches forward, defends, back to the bowler. Jones can't get a hand to it, but it's mopped up at mid-off. Yes, that's a 3-day game with basically the players from the various counties who are not involved in these, and that's at Chesterless Street.
I'll just go through that side for those who are interested in the county scene. Hasib Hamid and Jack Libby, the Notts openers. Rob Yates of Warwickshire.
As next delivery from Jones is driven by Cullen to mid-on, no run, 59 for 4.
Washington Sundar. Never heard?
We'll have to
Washington Sundar.
Ask a well-known search engine about him.
Will Rhodes of Warwickshire is captain. Lyndon James, I said, from Notts, promising player. James Rew, R-E-W. Liam Patterson-White, I think, is Warwickshire. Jack Carson, we know about, very promising off-spinner. Craig Miles, ex-Gloucester.
As Cullen flicks that away on the leg side, and to be just a single here, 60 for 4 Glamorgan. The reason that you don't know Washington Sundar is that he is actually an Indian player rather than
making up a
counties one. So presumably the tourists the tourists wanted an extra player to get a bit of match practice. So he's played 4 Test matches as Mr. Sundar.
Craig Miles, as I said, he's now with Gloucester.
What? Left Gloucester, isn't
he? He's now with Warwickshire, rather.
Yes.
Was Gloucester. And finally, Avish Khan, who is new to me.
As in comes Jones and bowls, and forward comes Root, defending on the offside. He presumably is another member of the touring party, rather than a counties player.
So that game is...
Yeah, he's won the tourists, so basically two of the counties are playing for two of the tourists are playing for the counties. Oh, it's like a Sunday afternoon match, isn't it?
Benefit match.
As Jones bowls and Root drives, hits it hard down into the covers, well intercepted by Reingold's moving to his left. And there's no run. One of those games where the visitors turn up with 9 and the home side have got a couple of bodies knocking around. Well, fancy a game? Yes, and make up the numbers or whatever.
Interestingly enough, it's not on the scores, which...
What's that?
This first-class scores, I can't see them.
Oh, it's on the BBC site.
Yeah.
India 50 for 2.
Yeah, I picked that up, but...
Andrew Gorvin to continue this useful spell, 3 overs for 6. It's a maiden last time out.
Yep. Here he is, comes in and bowls to Cullen, who drives, and it's well fielded. I must say they have fielded very well. I nearly said the students, but so
the ex-students.
Yeah.
Probably 8 or 9 of them. Cardiff MCCU.
Out in the big world. England-Pakistan later on today at Old Trafford. Here's the next ball. Clipped nicely off his toes by Cullen down towards fine leg. They'll be content with the single as Glamorgan move on to 61 for 4. Now then, I'm on...
Need to get that microphone up a little bit, I think, Edward, so the nation can hear you properly.
They won't care, really. We haven't got the men. They're probably gone for their lunch now, their sandwiches and a cup of tea. Drilling. Gorvin's round the wicket to left-handed route and bowls to him, who glides it nicely away up towards deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. No shots played in anger at the moment. They have to rebuild.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, 2 wickets early on for Lukas, Carey, and then the Port Talbot seamer Richard Edwards weighed in with a couple as well. So Glamorgan were on the back foot, losing 4 wickets for 10 at one point.
In comes Corwin over the wicket, close to the stumps, and mistimed by Cullen, who, although the ball was pitched just marginally outside the leg stump, nipped back, no appeal, because it was very well outside that leg stump.
And Cullen, of course, has played just the one game for Glamorgan this season.
He does get that down to fine leg for a single. He moved gently on to 5. He's been in there for some time. Root has also been there for some time. He's on 15, and Glamorgan have moved on to 63 for 4. Lost the 4th wicket at 37. 26 runs added.
It's just a tea break for the drillers rather than their lunch break. It's a shame because it's a lovely sound effects atmosphere, isn't it, when they're not drilling? We can hear the
birds singing.
The players and the birds.
Corbin round the wicket to Root. Root clips, goes on one leg and clips it away. You'll think of a second. No, they won't. Here comes the return to Herring, a very, very tidy wicketkeeper, Cameron Herring. And Tom Cullen wants new gloves. He's only scored 4 or 5, but what's he on? 5, but
yes.
He with the heat out there. In a funny sort of way, Nick, having spent most of yesterday out in the sun, I'm rather glad to be in here today with the air conditioning, just to be a little cooler. Never thought I'd say that in this summer.
Yes, we've got a few problems in our house, and that the window painting that we had done last year has jammed up most of the windows in our house, so we're frantically buying fans and trying to...
Have you got fans? I remember a time when fans...
we had one and bought a couple more this week. Here's Thomas Jones is into bowl to Root, who's forward, playing it out on the offside. No run as competitive Rheingold dashes in from cover. And speaking of cover, I would have thought that Rheingold may be quite high on the list of potential reinforcements for Glamorgan if they do need them during this campaign. Is he not
South African, or is he?
Well, he is South African, but could play as an overseas technically if needed to, couldn't you? As Jones bowls and Root drives out into the offside, will take a single, 65 for 4. Root is on to 17, not out.
Yeah, I thought there would have been a rush on fans.
Yes, probably is in a lot of shops. But Yes, I was, by the way, if I can just point the way to an article on the BBC Sport website. If you look in the Glamorgan section of cricket, you'll see a chat with Marnus Labuschagne as Jones bowls, and it's lobbed up towards mid-wicket. Reingold dives forward, I think just got it on the half volley, but that was close to a 5th Glamorgan wicket falling, as Cullen didn't have that under control. I think we might have to put that down as a technical chance.
Yeah. Played a little bit early, did Tom Cullen then, and I think he might have just gone in and out.
Just got his hands to it, maybe, before it hit the floor, as Cullen defends the next ball on the leg side a little bit more safely. Let's have another replay look on the stream. If the ball, no, it didn't quite carry. No, strike off that suggestion of a chance, and possible negative mark against Reingold. He did well to have a go for it, to be honest. So it wasn't a chance. 65 for 4. Thomas Jones into Tom Cullen, up in the black hole, nicely clipped away through mid-wicket, and that's going to beat the charge of the fielder Andrew Gorvin round the mid-wicket boundary, races away for 4. Cullen's first boundary. He moves on to 9 not out with that nicely timed shot up towards the pavilion side of the ground.
Yeah, I mentioned when he came in, he's often been in rescue acts for either the first or the second team, and he's doing his best to do it again today.
Yeah, he had a decent average when he had a spell deputising for Chris Cook a couple of years ago. As Cullen drives to mid-on and there's no run. Edward mentioned a half-century to win a match at Derbyshire, so he's certainly got the fighting spirit and the first-class experience as Tom Cullen, 29 years old, but it's a bit of an unenviable task, isn't it, being the reserve wicket-keeper at a county where the captain is your wicket-keeper as well, although he has played in a number of games alongside Chris Cook. 20 overs gone then, and Glamorgan are 69 for 4, having recovered slightly from 37 for 4. They lost 4 wickets for 10 in one nightmare little spell.
And Gorvin is to continue. He's bowling his 5th over. What I do remember of that game, Nick, I'm sure you will, when Glamorgan beat Derbyshire, they lost a couple of quick wickets at the county ground. I'll just break off. It was 2 years ago. Gorvin bowls, and it's cut away by route for a single. Was some fella whose name escapes me, bowling quick. I don't know what happened to him, but he ended up bowling down the leg side with 2 fine legs, 5 yards from each other, and another one 15 yards across. And he kept swatting him for 4.
Yes, it was unusual tactics. Unusual tactics.
Gorvin back over the wicket now to the right-handed Cullen, bowls, and he plays it gently up to mid-off. That was around half volley-ish pace, but Cullen doesn't want to play or attempt anything extravagant. He just pushed at it. 70 for 4 then. 4 more overs and we'll be at the halfway stage. Gorvin in, bowl short, tucked away, but only to short mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, Glamorgan in new strips for this game, the bright yellow, to distinguish from the T20 kit, which is mainly dark navy.
Gorvin plays identical shot out to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. Good accurate bowling. So look at Gorvin. He's bowled 4 overs and 4 balls. 0 for 11. Can't ask for better than that. Nor Jones. 0 for 15 of his 4. And the other 2 seamers, Edwards and Carey, have taken 2 wickets apiece. What more can you ask for from your 4 frontline seamers? Reingold can bowl, and Tegid Phillips, of course, but it's Gorvin down the leg side this time. Just wave it down there. And clipped away for a single down to fine leg towards the river side of the ground, where there's not a breath of fresh air to let the trees go a bit. And so temperatures high 20s at the moment. Very pleasant in here.
Yeah, the aircon's working nicely, isn't it?
Gorvin, round the wicket. Bowls to Root is beaten outside the off stump. Good take by Herring standing up. End of the over, so that was another excellent over. Gorvin 5 overs, 0 for 12. And they can be proud of their bowling today, can Wales? Against what is a fairly strong top 5. Rutherford, international player. Selman, first team player for many years. Carlson, first team. Root, first team. Callum Taylor has played a lot of first team cricket, and well, it'll be up to Root and the others, you may feel now.
Yeah, I suspect with some counties we're going to have to do quite a lot of homework on their wider squad players. 71 for 4 as Thomas Jones is in at bowls, and Cullen squared up, plays that one off a thick edge down to gully, and there's no run. Thomas Jones, the 20-year-old from the Bridgend Club, born in Aberystwyth.
College boy down here, or?
Yeah, I think he's kind of MCCU. I believe so.
That has been a wonderful college for cricket when you think Rory Burns was there.
Jack
Many
Leach.
others, so many others.
Two from Essex. Jones bowls and Cullen is forward, defending back down the pitch, and there's no run. There's the spin of Tegid Phillips to come, and the spin of Sam Pearce, the leg spinner, who's been in T20 action for Glamorgan, and one or two others who can. Rheingold's an off spinner as well. He's taken wickets against Glamorgan in a friendly, and a little bit of seam available elsewhere if needed, but it doesn't look like it's going to be, as Cullen places that one nicely on the leg side wide of mid-wicket and will jog through for a single. 72 for 4, 22nd over. You have to remind yourself, and the players do as well, that 50 overs is a long time, isn't it? That,
of course it is.
even if you, as Glamorgan were today, with 4 down early on, there is plenty of time if you get a partnership together to get together a respectable 50 over score.
Absolutely.
As Thomas Jones in bowls, and Root slaps that one through the offside as a chase round the boundary. They're back for the second run, though. Cullen is safely enough back as the throw comes in from the deep cover boundary.
Just to develop that theme, Nick, of course you get 300 balls. 300 balls to face, and even if you go at a run a ball and you can keep your wickets intact, you go 300 runs, which is not a bad score.
In comes Jones to bowl to Root, who's pushing defensively out on the offside. Rheingold fields, and there's no run. Billy Root has got something white sticking out the back of his trousers. It looks like it's one of the mats that they use for polishing the ball, that he's
Probably a towel.
Yeah, but batsmen don't need him. He's forgotten that he's not fielding, maybe. Anyway, he's facing up to Thomas Jones. Cameron Herring goes down quite late. In comes the ball, and driven by Root to mid-on. There's no run. The fielder there threatening to throw down the wicket just in case Billy Root had Tom Cullen strayed out of his ground, but he hadn't. 74 for 4 after 22 of the 50 overs. Cullen has 11, Root has 20. The batting to come: Joe Cook, Salter, Smith, Walker and Michael Hogan, the man who's scored more runs than number 11 than anyone you know, according to his Twitter biography.
Yeah, and never been out LBW. Corvin's going to bowl, and he will be bowling his... What is he bowling? His 6th over. Been working on a plan, and my word, it is working. Root is top scorer at the moment on 20. Corvin in bowls, driven nicely by Cullen up towards deep extra cover. They go through for a single. Remember, Glamorgan will all be here on Thursday for the visit of Warwickshire. That'll be a tough ask, I think, against Warwickshire, who, although they've got some players in the 100, there's some very good young players there. Rob Yates, a particularly good player. Oh, that's a great take by Herring then. It was a short ball. He tried to open the face and play down to third man, and it rose on him and beat Root, and it was taken sort of shoulder height outside the off stump by Herring.
PE teacher these days, apparently.
Herring?
Yes.
He started very, very young, didn't he, at Gloucester?
Yeah, he was a teenager when he got into the first team there.
Don't know what the story was there. Next ball is driven, not exactly where he wanted it, but it squirts away down to extra cover from Root. He moves on to 21, 76 for 4. Yeah, they signed Roderick, didn't they?
Yes, Gareth Roderick. Yeah, I think he deputised from Roderick for a while when he was injured, but I suspect it might have been on batting rather than keeping capability that he didn't quite stay in the side, that in the first class level he was, down the order.
Garvin in, bowls, driven up to mid-on. They go for a quick single, mid-on is deep, and they get there quite easily. So it was 37 for 4, it's now 77, so an useful partnership. This of 40-13 to Cullen. Root on 21, and my word, didn't Glamorgan need that. Round the wicket he comes now. Garvin bowls, Root cuts away on the offside and beats the man at cover, and it goes away for a single.
Yeah, so just looking at the over rate, I mean, in this heat, and obviously with sanitisation breaks, it's a fairly leisurely over rate, isn't it? 23 overs in an hour and 36 minutes.
And the seamers have been on them, the 4 seamers. Here's one of them, Garvin, bowls, driven nicely again. But there's a man sweeping in front of the pavilion, and it's just the single. That's the end of another over. And Glamorgan are 79 for 4. Root is on 22, and Cullen is on 14. Both batsmen taking their time now to rebuild this innings after the early surprises. Wickets falling at 27, 29, 37, 37. So 4 wickets falling in the space of 10 runs. And we're going to see a bit of spin, a bit of twirl at that fair end. And I can tell you it's at number 2 or number 5. Can't see the back.
Whereas Sam Pearce is coming on according to the scoreboard with his leg spin, who a couple of days ago was bowling for Glamorgan, and now he's bowling against them.
Opening the bowling.
Yes, but all the Glamorgan bowlers suffered down in Southampton as Hampshire rushed home to victory in 13 overs, chasing 185 to win. Quite an incredible scoring rate thanks to the hitting of Darcy Short, 69 off 30 up front.
Joe Everly might have beaten him if he'd gone on to get 50,
Yeah, he's 43 off 13, Joe Everly. Ridiculous.
Carnage,
Ridiculous figures. Here is Sam Pearce then from the River Taff end to bowl to Cullen, who plays on the leg side. And there's no run. It's Bevan now in that short position on the leg side. Pearce long on, long off back. Cullen down the pitch and drives all along the ground up to long on for the single. Nice little battle of wits there as Cullen gave him the charge, and Pearce accordingly dropped it a little bit shorter.
Nice to see the use of feet coming down the pitch. Don't see a lot of that these days. Now then, reverse sweep.
Oh yes, Billy Root. Billy Root and the infamous reverse sweep. Nope, just a drive back to the bowler on the half volley.
The orthodox sweep or the reverse, there's a man each side, just waiting.
Yeah, off of the top edges, Pearce bowls and Root noodles it away on the leg side. Fielded by Ryan Gold. Single taken. Connor Brown, who's playing for Wales today, former Glamorgan player. That's a drag down from Pearce, and it's smashed away from Cullen. Well, that's the odd nightmare ball you get from a leg spinner, isn't it? And Cullen saw it, rocked onto the back foot and pulled it powerfully through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He moves to 19, and Glamorgan 85 for 4 in this 24th over. So recovering steadily at the moment, but still a long way to go for the first-class county against the national county. Has driven to mid-on, and there's no run. Is that umpire signalling no ball? Yes, he is.
Yeah, must have come wide of the crease. Yeah, he's wide of the crease as opposed to overstepping. And
free hit.
Now then, and you cannot change the field, Nick, as we all know, because it's the same batsman.
Oh, it might have been overstepping, actually, looking back at the replay. Anyway, here's Pearce with the free hit for Tom Cullen to smash this one over mid-wicket for 4 more, while Pearce tried a Labuschagne-style short bouncer. It didn't pay off and wasn't accurate enough. And from outside off stump, Cullen knew he couldn't get caught, so he pulled it tennis style through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Cullen moves on to 23, Root is on 23, 91 for 4, and that boundary brings up the half-century stand.
Yeah, either 9 or 10 runs off that over, so that was a good over, their best over.
12 in the end.
12, was it?
Yeah, including the no ball.
And Glamorgan, as you say, 50 partnership. Cullen has moved up to equal Root score. They both got 23, 91 for 4, and we have had, well, this is coming up to the midway over.
Yes.
24, 26 to go. So they always think the last 25 you should double your score at least, and they'll have to do that to have a chance of winning this game.
Yeah, well, double the score, 270-ish. I suppose once you get over 200, you've got some sort of chance.
180 would be double, so I think they'll have to accelerate.
Yeah. 250 might be a pass score from here, but obviously depends on the wickets.
Not great. But we should
it's only, well, poor old Hamish Rutherford's got the worst ball that's misbehaved, really, isn't he?
One did jump a little bit at Kiran Carlson.
Yeah, but that's because Edwards was banging them in, wasn't he?
You're not going to get many runs, you never do, against Michael Hogan, I would have thought, so that's going to be a frugal spell and difficult to get off to a flyer. And put in myself in a spot of bother there by saying that. And Hogan probably won't like me for saying it, but you know what he's like, metronomic.
You've got a lot of confidence in Michael Hogan from seeing him over the years.
Yes, and everybody else does. Every other commentator here talking about him rates him so highly. Will he go on and bowl and bowl? He's 40 now.
He's got a contract for next year, hasn't he?
Govin's coming in to bowl and is driven and not timed at all by Root. 91 for 4. He'll probably go and ask Darren Stevens. Yeah, how's it going at 45? Yeah, fine.
Well, I put that to Hogan when they both did well in the same matches, and he looked a bit horrified.
Govin in, bowl, tosses this one up like an off spin, a slower ball, but it's driven out to mid-off. Govin, this is his 7th over. Might he just bowl right through? He's only gone to 17, which is huge credit to him.
Well, he might as well stick with the winning formula, I guess, in the middle overs if he's restricting the runs.
And he comes, shot. Root, this'll be runs, it might well be 4, but it's a chase around the boundary. No, it'll be stopped just inside. And they'll settle with 2. The batsman with gloves and helmet on, especially in this weather, must be losing a bit of weight, I think.
Yes.
Govin again bowls, and Root plays it defensively to again a slower ball, well disguised and very well bowled.
Yeah, I think glad to see that temperature's due to be dropping a little bit by the weekends when there might be
the odd shower
trundling round a playing field somewhere, if selected.
You're always selected, eh? It's a good-looking shot. It's a half parry there at short extra. But Root gets a run and moves on to 26, 94 for 4.
Well, the club did have a few new faces over the last couple of weekends. So they've done some recruitment, so it may mean the old geezers like myself missing a match or two here or there, which I don't particularly mind.
You'll be senior pro now. Going is in, bowls, and this is pushed down the pitch, and this is a useful over.
To be honest, as you know, cricketer of a senior age, you can't complain too much when young people come into a club and on a game, and strengthens the side, and as long as they get a game now and again, it doesn't worry me.
As long as you're keeping well and getting the field.
Glamorgan 94 for 4 at the halfway mark then, here on BBC Sport Online. Billy Root is on 26 not out. Tom Cullen is on 23 not out, and the 2 wicket takers for Wales. Lukas Carey 2 for 20, Richard Edwards 2 for 17. There's the reverse sweep from Root, and it's out. Well, he's fond of that shot, and this time it has not come off, as Billy Root goes for 26, and Sam Pearce gets his first wicket. Well, that was struck pretty much in front, and with the turn of the leg spin, that was probably an easy decision to give.
Yeah, it wasn't a shot to play in the circumstances, probably. Billy Root has been, has been out a few times to the reverse sweep, but he often gets a lot of runs. So when you think about that, but I think it was still a long way to go on rebuilding time. Glamorgan's still in some bother at 94 for 5. They will not want to lose this game, and nobody likes to lose, but when you are a county side, you are expected to win quite comfortably against what is on paper the far inferior side to these first-class players. And although you say that all these batsmen can bat, well, they can also fail from 7 down to 11. I'm not being a pessimist, but there's a huge amount of work to do as Joe Cook saunters into the wicket.
Yeah, and a bit surprised that Cook's down at 7.
Well, can you explain that? I don't know.
Being that he's opened in the Championship, I mean, I know players do
well,
operate
today,
in different places.
Why not 3 and Carlson 4?
You'd have thought, yes, that if they've got 3 openers in the side in Rutherford, Salmon and Joe Cook, that they should bat 1, 2 and 3. There's Sam Pearce, delighted to strike against the players that he's been playing with for the last few weeks. Wearing a very neon style shades is Sam Pearce. As forward comes Joe Cook, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Very neon green and blue, I'd say his shades are.
Never won those.
Pushing forward is Cook, defending out on the offside. Glamorgan with that minor recovery, 57 runs in around about 16 overs for the 5th wicket, but they need more. Oh, that's a full toss from Pearce, and Joe Cook hits it straight at mid-wicket. Reingold recovers quickly, and they decide not to take the single.
Yeah, at 25 overs, the score was what it is now. 90. Well, the wicket had gone 95 for 4.
As forward stretches Joe Cook, and might have just got a little edge on that. It might be pad. It ran down to 3rd man. They have gone through for a single. And the umpire is kind to Joe Cook. Have a single to get off the mark.
Well, he had a lot of opportunities, Joe Cook, but apart from a 38 not out, I think it was his top score. Plenty of opportunities, so really he should be due for a big score.
Pearce bowls. Cullen is stretching forward, and there's no run. 96 for 5 then at the end of Sam Pearce's wicket taking over. Cost just a couple of runs. Glamorgan 96 for 5, having lost Selman for 12, Carlson for 1, Rutherford for 18, Taylor first ball, and now Root for 26. The joys of Having 2 balls, of course, in white ball cricket. I'd forgotten about that.
Yep.
So the umpire pulls one from his pocket and hands it to Captain Sam Pearce as he awaits for the arrival of Andrew Gorvin up at this Cathedral Road end.
And a very impressive Gorvin, who's bowled 7 overs for 20 runs, is going to continue against the left-handed Cook. Just wondering, he might have a slip in there because they're on the back foot, Glamorgan. Here is Gorvin round the wicket, bowls to Cook. Cook clips it away firmly. Fielded at mid-wicket where threatens to throw down, but Cullen hasn't moved from his crease. It's 10-1, Nick, and we'll be having our pangs for lunch, but we'll have to wait an hour and a half or so before, because this is a 50-over match and it will go on past 2 o'clock. If Glamorgan can hold them until then. Gorvin bowls a nice looking shot out to deep extra from Cook's, lent into that tall young man, hit it on the half volley, so he moves to 2 and Glamorgan creeping up towards the 100 mark.
Graham Smith queries whether batsmen should be compelled to wear a helmet in this heat, facing all bowlers if they're up against spinners or
well, they are
medium
compelled,
pacer.
full stop, because that's the law. Or if anybody was in very close as they go through for a leisurely single in the end. They're compelled to because that's, as I say, the law from the NCCA.
Yeah, it's strange if there's 2 spinners bowling. That's the only point. That I mean, there's not 2 spinners at the moment. If there were 2 spinners, why does the batsman have to keep a helmet on?
They always seem to, but I think I did see in a match out in India in the winter that there were 2 spinners toiling away and they had their caps on. Next ball is pushed up to cover.
Wouldn't have told Viv Richards he had to wear a helmet.
Never did, never did. I never wore one in club games, and I would find it very... I tried to put my grandsons on. Oh, it's so heavy.
Yeah, is it under 18s that they have to wear them?
Everybody wears them now, under 11s. Next ball is defended by Cook, no run.
Yeah, it's anyone up to 18 facing a hard ball, I reckon.
Yeah. Anybody. And it has surprised me that nobody was seriously injured or killed by a bouncer before the 1970s when they came in. As in comes Gorvin, bowls, and nice looking shot for a single by Cook down towards long. Oh, he'll come back for a second because it's a long chase. That ball is racing away the outfield. Remember an Indian batsman back in the 60s, Nari Contractor. He nearly met his end from a bouncer. And just develop that theme, if I may, Nick, at the end of the over, 99 for 5. And what you don't see now, and I'm not being critical, when a batsman goes to hook, often his eye is off the ball. If you do manage to look you see black and white films, which I love watching, and they'll always be there looking at the ball because you had to duck. If you didn't duck, you know what you're going to have.
Yep.
And the great Tom Graveney, you see, he used to hook off the front foot, no matter how short it was, and his eye would stay in the ball. Perhaps that's the reason that people do get hit on the head these days by wearing helmets, which thankfully is a protection.
Yes, absolutely. You can't go against it at first class level, can you? As Sam Pearce will continue. There's another drag down. Oh, he's dropped it short mid-wicket. Tom Cullen slamming that one away. Didn't quite time the pull shot.
Difficult chance.
Difficult chance, but, well, on such chances, our game's won and lost as Tom Bevan getting both hands to it, but couldn't cling on. 100 up for Glamorgan. Pearce to Joe Cook, defends on the offside and no run. Well, we were questioning whether Cullen was dropped earlier on. That one on re-examination proved to be not a chance. That one was. Joe Cook down the wicket and just plays it away on the leg side. Out to square leg.
He's looked busy since he came in, Joe Cook.
He's looking to push it round, as Glamorgan have to adopt a pragmatic approach to winning this game, potentially. as Cullen drives to mid-on, goes through for a single. Throw comes into Herring, wasn't a good one.
I remember a big article in one of the national newspapers, Joe Cook. Did he develop on it? He's a bright lad. He'd develop in something, wasn't he? Mechanically or something?
He's very much into his ecological beliefs. Right. As Joe Cook tries to work it away on the leg side. It's a good call from Cullen to hassle through for a leg by as the ball just spun behind Herring. Yes, he's a volunteer with Friends of the Earth Cymru, and I think he's involved in a study as to how cricket can reduce its environmental footprint, be more eco-friendly as a sport. As Pearce bowls and down the wicket comes Cullen and just about manages to get a bat on it as Pearce tried to fire one past his leg stump. And get a potential stumping. 103 for 5 then, Glamorgan, after 28 out of their 50 overs, and with the dismissal of Root leg before to Pearce, they might have to readjust their target downwards again and settle for 200 to 220 maybe.
At least, and Pearce, having been struck for 12 in his opening over, he's not only taken the wicket, but since then he's bowled 2 overs for 4 runs, so he's back in the groove. And Lukas Carey is coming back, who bowled a very good opening spell, 2 for 20 off his 6, and he'll probably bowl out here, I would have thought, unless he has a 2 and a 2, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. Here's Carey. Whoops. Microphone disappears. He's coming around the wicket, ball short, and a dangerous-looking shot by Cook, trying to help it on its way.
Do you think he might have pulled out of it, Joe Cook, there, that shot? He might have just thought better halfway through and not gone through with, I thought.
Tall young man is Cook compared to his partner at the other end.
Yeah, he's around the 6'3" mark, Joe Cook.
There's bowled a bit of seam, we haven't seen it.
I was surprised I haven't seen that in the firsts.
Carey around the wicket bowls, and this is defended, and the line of middle stump.
I would have thought this would be just 2 overs from Lukas Carey, and that he'd
2 at the end.
Come back to bowl the other 2 at the back end of the innings.
I'm sure that Edwards, because he was so impressive, will always certainly bowl the last 2 overs at the far end. But we've only seen the 5 bowlers.
I presume we'll see Tegid Phillips.
Hope so. Carey bowls short, and again he tries to hook and more or less gloved it. The leg slip would have been, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's quite fortunate that one didn't lob up to Cameron Herring, really, behind the stumps. Have the drills left us? Let's see if we can put the sound effects microphone up without too much nuisance.
Yeah, they're going to watch the cricket. Carey round the wicket, bowls short-ish, dab down into the gully, there's no run.
Yes, it's an interesting baptism for the new Glamorgan coaching team, isn't it, of David Harrison watching and presumably listening to us.
Yeah, Dave, what are you doing there? Pinged, are you?
Back at home, pinged.
Carey in, bowls, pushed away, think of it, no they won't. So this is another very good over from Carey, restricting Glamorgan's progress. When you get pinged, your phone goes and say, hey, you've been near to somebody.
Yes, it happened to a BBC colleague of mine at the stadium on the weekend. So had to retreat and perform his reporting duties from home. In
comes the next one. That is short. Ooh. And might have hit him on the bounce there. And this unpredictable pitch is not going to be easy for the Welsh team, but that was Carey goes down with Cook, and they both have a look from opposing sides, and Carey just touched his arm, and he might have said sorry about that, and Cook probably said, well, it wasn't my fault, it was the pitcher's fault. 103 for 5. We have had 29 overs, and it's been a struggle for Glamorgan.
It really has, and they're struggling in the heat at the moment. as the two batsmen take off their helmets. It is looks like a drinks break as well as a sanitisation break. So we'll run through the scorecard for you briefly, as Glamorgan won the toss and chose to bat first, but then after a routine start of 27 in 7 overs, they lost Nick Selman, caught at points by Tom Bevan off the bowling of Lukas Carey for 12. Then next to go was the skipper, Kiran Carlson, who pulled Lukas Carey to Tegid Phillips at mid-wicket and went for 1. That was 29 for 2. It was 37 for 3 when Hamish Rutherford, Glamorgan's New Zealand opener, on first team debut, got one that kept a little bit low from Richard Edwards and was bowled for 18. 37 for 3. Next ball became 37 for 4 when Cameron Taylor nicked one from Edwards through to Cameron Herring without scoring. We then saw the rebuilding of Billy Root and Tom Cullen. They added 57 in 16 overs for the fifth wicket before Billy Root tried to reverse sweep Sam Pearce, and up went the umpire's finger leg before for 26. He faced 49 balls. Hamish Rutherford hit 3 fours up top. Tom Cullen has now hit 3 fours. 2 boundaries for Nick Selman, 1 for Billy Root. But what's that? 9 boundaries in 29 overs. That really is a struggle for Glamorgan against a lot of their colleagues, guys they've played with at second team level, universities and so on. But the Wales National County, the men in red, doing themselves proud here in the sunshine at Sophia Gardens.
Joe Cook had some work done on his helmet. 12th man was out there with some machinery, twisting it here and there, and he's gone now. And Tom Cullen will receive from Sam Pearce, 3 overs, 1 for 16, perfectly good. Long off has gone out onto the boundary. As Pearce comes in, and Nick will take over.
Yes, Cullen isn't quite ready with the fielders moving. There's one on the boundary in the cover, one at long off, as Cullen's forward defensively.
Dougly.
Pushing on the onside. Glad you can read him.
No, I came back into it, Nick.
Mid-wicket and backward square on the boundary for the leg spinner of Sam Pearce from Bridgend Club, as Cullen drives out on the offside. Rheingold gets hands to it, but in the end just parries it up to long off, and they're able to go through for a comfortable single. And that must have been hit quite firmly, because Rheingold looks in some discomfort there.
Might be hit an old wicket. They're all old wickets. I don't think there's one they haven't played on.
A lot of cricket. Sam Pearce in to Cook, who charges down the wicket but has to play it back to the bowler. 104 for 5. Yes, there's some parched areas across the square, particularly away to our right where they had several championship games. As Cook pushes forward, might have been a quick single down the leg side, but Cullen was thinking about it. Joe Cook wasn't particularly interested. And away to our left as well, towards the pavilion, where they have the nets at the start of the day, or at the start of the match. Pearce bowls, and Root goes for a big swing. Hasn't timed that one. Ball trickles down to fine leg, where Thomas Jones does the fielding. And there's no run. Thomas Jones bowled 5 overs, 0 for 18. Gorvin 8 overs, 0 for 24. As another ball is defended by Joe Cook back to Sam Pearce, who now has 1 for 17 off 4 overs. That was the last ball of it. 104 for 5. 20 overs only to go. And, well, to Glamorgan, stick or twist. How hard do they go against this accurate and probing Wales attack?
I feel they've got to keep the wickets intact and wait for the last 10. That's 60 balls. Don't lose wickets on charging. During this over, it'll be interesting, Nick, to debate the position of Tom Cullen. Now, We'll just wait now as Lukas Carey starts another over and bowls, and it's pushed away backward of square. There's no run. He is the reserve wicketkeeper, captains the second team. Time and again we've seen him, when we see him play in the first team, he rescues the side, as we are seeing now. And he's a very, very good cricketer. Now you have Alex Horton, 16, 17-year-old keeper, who was given, I think, it's a 5-year contract. Obviously, if you give somebody a 5-year contract, you are going to think he is exceptional. But at the moment, and we watch Carey bowl to Cullen. Cullen pulls, gets right over it, gets a single down to fine leg. How can you say to Tom Cullen, we're leaving you, not having the gloves at the moment, we're going to give them to Alex Horton, who I see for the last few games has fielded. Well, I think it would be a little bit unfair if you take them off, if he continues to play these innings. Okay, he's what's he got? He's only got 28, but he's played extremely well and is top scorer. So the old edict is this time he comes round the wicket and a slower ball, which is a wide down the leg side, so a run added. You know, you think you've got to play Tom Cullen, and perhaps he may have to wait a little, but often you see young, excellent keepers waiting, and they want to move if you don't give them the first team place. It's
he's
complex.
still at school, isn't he, Alex Horton, so isn't presumably available for everything in the first part of the season.
Carey's going round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, bowls to him. Another wide, I suspect. Yes, it is. Just losing his line here, Carey, at the moment.
And I guess there's definitely room for them, obviously, in second-team cricket, and you would hope that, depending on results, I suppose, in the one-day cup, if Glamorgan are in contention, then they might feel the need to stick with what's their best 11 throughout.
Then that drifts down the leg side, but this time Cook gets a bat on it and pulls it down to fine leg, and they go through for a leisurely single. That is the end of a... It's not the end of the over, because we were 2 wides. It's 107 for 5.
But you would have thought that if Glamorgan aren't in contention for the quarterfinals of the one-day cup, then Horton probably needs to be given a chance in, you know, a slightly tougher environment than he's played so far.
But then if you are, and you want your strongest side, and you want Cullen there, don't you? Especially if he carries on like this he's facing now. That's dabbed away, and they'll get a single, despairing dive there, backward point. That surely is the end of the over, is it? No, it isn't. Extended over, 8-ball over, like they used to have in Australia in the old days. 8-ball overs.
Yeah, was that in the 60s they changed that?
No, a bit later on, in the 70s.
Fell in line with the rest of the world.
We talk about heat. This is nothing to the Australians' heat. They had to bowl 8-ball overs. In comes Carey and bowls, and hits him with the top of the glove or the pad, and it is coming off the pad. That is the end of the over, and Glamorgan at 109 for 5 after 31, 19 left.
No, this is the, the 8th ball.
Come on, umpire, I've counted. He must have had another extra somewhere, or he's miscounted. No, it's me that's miscounted.
It's on the screen for those following the video.
Never any good at maths. As Carey bowls, cut away a short ball, beautifully fielded, left-handed at cover. And as the fielder goes down, I try and look on his back and I fail. I think it was number 7.
Where are we? It's Rheingold leaping around there. He's the one with the white sleeves on both sides. A bit of protection for those fielding on the wickets, of course. Got a short sleeve shirt on, so he's got a bit of it's either a skin type underneath or a bit of bandage around the elbows to protect those, which I sympathise with. 110 for 5 Glamorgan, a mere 19 overs left. They've really been made to struggle by the national county side, as that is driven hard by Cook, but well stopped at cover, and there's no run. There's Sam Pearce, the Wales captain, Bridgend player. He's been playing for Glamorgan in recent weeks. Bowls, and that's muscled but not timed by Joe Cook, up to long on for the single. He moves on to 7, and Nelson is on the board, 111 for 5. So Wales are going to fancy their chances at halfway. As Pearce bowls, forward comes Cullen. Pushes back to the bowler.
I think they've got to take it, Nick. If these are together at 40 overs, you've got half a chance of a decent score. And Cook has showed attacking intent since he came in, although he's only got 7.
Oh, that's over-pitched and driven by Cullen out through the offside. They'll take a single. They come back for a second run. Joe Cook has to stretch his long legs, but the throw is slightly wide of the stumps from the deep cover area up in front of the scoreboard. 113 for 5. And Pearce is trying to give it a lot of variation, isn't he? He's pushing a few through shorter and flatter and looping 1 or 2 up. As Cullen drives this next ball away up towards mid-wicket, single taken, 114 for 5, and Glamorgan might settle for 30 or 40 maybe, ideally off the next 8 overs, and then, as you can say, they can give it a blast in the last 10. Sam Pearce into Joe Cook. Is that a shout of no ball? No. Yes, it is. For the second time, and he'll be kicking himself about that. Sam Pearce, as he looks down disbelieving at the white line.
We shouldn't have a no ball off of 5 saps.
And the umpire says, "Yep, this is where you landed."
What do you reckon, Nick? 1 to mid-wicket.
Left-hander Cook on strike. Yeah, probably try and bisect the 2 fielders on the leg side, maybe. At mid-wicket and backward square.
There goes the twirl above the head.
Free hit for Joe Cook, who hits it towards mid-wicket and doesn't get hold of it at all. And there's no run. So Sam Pearce bowling it flatter and quicker and getting away with it. He's got 1 for 23 off 5. Glamorgan are 116 for 5. Cullen is 32. Joe Cook is on 7. And you wonder whether these batsmen will be getting extra nets tomorrow before the match against Warwickshire on Thursday, because the Wales boys are certainly in fine form and going through to the semi-final of their competition.
What do you call them, Nick? Naughty boy nets.
Yeah.
Let's see how the game develops first, I think. We got a change of bowling. As we thought, Carey's been kept for the last 2. And we got Tegid Phillips coming on for a twirl. Bowling is off spin from this end. And he will be the 6th bowler used. And if he bowls as well as his 5 pals, then he'll be very, very pleased. All right, what has he got patrolling the boundaries? Long on, I can see as Phillips bowls down the pitch, and the man at long on does get a bit of work to do as he's driven for a single. Deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, but I'll stop at that because the left-hander is going to face. He comes up to cover. Cover, deep extra, long off, short third man, and then a mid-off. A mid-on, short mid-wicket, a short fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. You've got to bowl it off stump, I think, young Phillips. And he comes, tosses this one up. Oh, that's a poor one. Down the leg side, it'll be called wide. It races away down towards the boundary. They'll come back for a second. So that's 3 more runs. 1 for the wide, or 3 wides. 120 for 5. Phillips round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, tosses this one up in the air, and it's driven for a single down to long off. Now, if you've got, Nick, a deep extra there, I don't think you, and a deep, for the right-hander, I don't think you need 3 out there, because I don't think the batsman is going to run down the pitch and start hitting you over the top. It's driven now, and again, it's a single. Now, if he was up at mid-on, he would have saved, or mid-off to the left-hander, he would have saved 3 runs in this over.
Yeah, it's I suppose a conventional field at this stage of the innings.
Phillips in, bowls, good delivery, tossed it up in the air, get back, will you please, Mr. Collins, as his partner?
It's interesting you say that, because for Joe Cook, who's obviously been in a shorter time, they have got the extra man in the circle.
Phillips tosses this one up, and that's driven down towards long off again, and they go through for a single.
Well, Joe Cook, having played just championship cricket so far for Glamorgan, we haven't really seen him in attacking mode.
No run, says the batsman as he came down the pitch to Phillips. That's the end of the over. We did see Cook in attacking mode, because when Matt Parkinson, who's now an England one-day player, came down the pitch to bowl his first ball, and Glamorgan were chasing a nominal total to win the game, championship match. And remember him, he pulled him for a huge 6 towards mid-wicket. You don't remember?
Very briefly. It's been a long season.
Well, my eyes popped out because,
It's been a long season. 123 for 5, Glamorgan. 33 overs gone, 17 remain, so they're through basically 2/3 of their innings, give or take a couple of deliveries. Cullen, 34, the top scorer so far. And
Tom Cullen wants a drink.
Root made 26. Sam Pearce to bowl to Joe Cook, who drives and has found the gap on the offside. They'll run the first one quickly to try and put the pressure on the fielder, but the throw comes skimming into Cameron Herring, and
Bring the boy a pint of shandy, he's waving there.
124 for 5. 34th over, Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Pearce in.
Bold.
Cullen, who's beaten by that one, pushing straight, and the ball ran off a leading edge out towards the point area. 124 for 5. Glamorgan have to go into bowl well. Wales will be in with a sniff of causing a big upset as Cook drives to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Wales aside, of course, in form and in confidence, having defeated Herefordshire at Port Talbot last Sunday to reach the last 8. As Pearce bowls, and Cullen drives to deepish mid-on, who's on the edge of the circle, and so calls straight away for the single. 125 for 5, and although I take what you say about saving any attempted blitz for the last 10, they need to try and tick along a bit more busily than this at the moment. Yep. Pearce bowls outside off stump, bit of turn, and Cook cuts hard against the spin, and we'll just get a single out to the point boundary. 126 for 5. Hopefully the work staff down beneath us have left their drills alone for a while. Cullen drives gently up to mid-off. Again, the single taken, and while they might not be playing many big shots at the moment, they still need to tick along at least 4 and over in the next 6 or so. 127 for 5. We're through 34 overs, and Glamorgan working hard to recover from the earlier mayhem wrought by Lukas, Carey and Richard Edwards, the opening bowlers for Wales, who claimed 4 wickets between the 7th and the 10th over, as Glamorgan slipped from 27 for 0 to 37 for 4. It's been a hard road back since then, both in tactically and physically, I think. Especially a hard road for the fielders as well, as they troop off for more drinks. The batsman taking on board plenty of liquid, and the umpires wandering off as well.
Yeah, these are the traditional overs in 50-over cricket, the milking overs as they call it, especially if you've got 2 batsmen well settled. In as much you generally see the spinners bowling, and they tick over by getting, as you said, those 6 runs and over, the odd boundary, up to the 40th. And then with 60 balls left, they'll try and get 80 to 100 runs in that last over, because there are restrictions now. I'll have to check up on my rules. For the last 10 overs, of course, there will be restrictions, or is it for the last 5? Nick and I are not absolutely sure.
We haven't played One Day Cup for a while, have we? Since there wasn't one last season.
We were well versed in the other one, of course, but
Only had T20 in Championship last year, or the Bob Willis Trophy. The 4-day competition. This year, bizarrely, they've got both, which I think's odd, because you're going to have a county champion, which is the top of the first division at the end of the season, and then the top two sides will play a Bob Willis Trophy final as well, which will be right at the back end of September, and you don't need both, do you? You need one champion rather than two.
Of course you do. Just as we bide time and wait for the players to come back to the field of play, they're all having their drinks. Look at the main entrance there, the steps going up, come towards us a couple of rows, and you see it. Well, royalty was here last week in the Prince of Wales. There is not a red carpet, but a green carpet leading from the bottom right up to the top. Now, we know it's not for you or me, Nick, but do you think that has been put there for anything? I can't think of it.
That green material across the seats.
Yeah.
I would have thought that's probably some sort of limit denoting where spectators can't stray too close to the players' area, I guess, with the COVID restrictions still on in Wales. So that's probably making sure that the great Welsh public, when they're allowed back on Thursday, don't risk infecting any players with any viruses. We don't want those pings going off.
No, especially not in here. 127 for 5. It'll be Tegid Phillips to bowl his off spin, and he will be bowling to Tom Cullen, who comes down the pitch at the first ball, and Phillips pulls it down and it's driven to short mid-on.
It's a good battle, isn't it, this between the spinners and the batsmen.
Very impressed by this Wales team. Oh, that's a little bit too short, but he does rush on to the batsman and he just cuts it away backwards square for a single.
Certainly, whatever happens from now on, they've got some moments to treasure from this fixture.
I can't see where the run rush is going to come from at the moment. They're bowling so well. Phillips tosses this one up. It's a good shot by Cook. He could be out though. What a lovely catch at deep mid-wicket. I thought he'd struck it well enough. Phillips gets a wicket in his second over. Good low catch. So he's on his way now for 11, and it's 126 for 6.
Well, dramatic stuff. I think that was Oscar Colk underneath that one in the outfield. As Cook, really the first big shot that he's played, and a fine diving catch at deep mid-wicket. So the Glamorgan acceleration is going to have to come very late, if it comes at all. Other than that, Wales are going to be chasing a remarkably low target here.
He didn't sweep down, you see, he's swept up.
Swept up, going for the big shot, and taken by number 11, which on the fielding side is Oscar Colk, who wear 22 when he's batting. Just to confuse us, he and Richard Edwards will wear the reverse numbers when they come into to bat.
Why?
Well, we said those, strangely, they've got different numbers on their short sleeves and long sleeve shirts. Andrew Salter is going to have some work to do. He's a capable striker of the ball. We've seen quite a lot of him in first team action so far this season. He's played in, 6 out of the 10 championship matches, and has been played most of the T20 as well, though he did have a couple of games out of the team in the middle due to the curse of being a BBC Sport columnist.
Here's Phillips then, the batsman cross, and he's bowled a wideish ball, which is called a wide outside the off stump rather than the leg stump. The counties are doing pretty well against the minor counties or the other sides. I'll just go through them in a minute.
National counties, Edward.
National counties, or whatever they call. Clipped away to the onside. Will they think of a second? They do, and come back. Oh, this could be close, and the batsmen just get back inside. the new batsman at the crease, Andrew Salter. Gloucestershire going well, 180 for 2. Lancashire racing away, 235 for 3 against Cumberland, 100 there for Jennings. Here's the next ball, and this turns as it's pushed out to short mid-wicket. Northants 249 for 3. Somerset 197 for 6. Severely depleted side for them. Next ball is hits the batsman on the pad. And Sussex 187 for 5. Northumberland 160 for 4.
Yes, it'll be one of the jobs in the next couple of days to go through the sides fielded by our Glamorgan's next couple of opponents.
One game hasn't started. It's not very. It's Essex Cambridge just starts at 2, but that's the up-to-date. Yeah, and only Glamorgan really struggling.
Yeah, Northants, who are Glamorgan's Sunday opponents away, they're racing at 249 for 4 against Bedfordshire. Mostly familiar names there. James Sales, a new generation in the side for Northants.
Father good play.
They've suffered 3 run-outs, but most of that Northants side we've seen in championship action. 8 or 9 of them at least. So Richard Edwards is going to have another blast, the opening bowler who took 2 for 17, the 26-year-old from the Port Talbot club, and he will be bowling the next couple of overs, you would have thought, from the River Taff end. As in he comes to bowl to Andrew Salter, down leg side. There's a token appeal from Cameron Herring for a catch behind, but he's not fooling anyone, it's a wide ball.
He's given a stare by Andrew Salter as if, what do you play at?
That's just suggesting the ball came off something for the umpire and therefore that it shouldn't be.
You
wide.
wicket keepers, stick together.
Got to do it, haven't you? If there's any chance the ball hit anything, you appeal. 132 for 6. Salter yet to get off the mark. Faces up to Edwards, and he will be off the mark now, jamming that one down hard towards backward point. Ran the first one purposefully, but turns and has a look and sends Tom Cullen back, and that was probably the right decision because the throw was coming in from Andrew Gorvin, patrolling in front of the pavilion, and kept them down to a single. 133 for 6 to right-handers now at the wicket. And we only have 15 overs.
Will they bat
just
them?
Inside 15 overs left. As Cullen drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. So, yeah, it is a moot point whether Glamorgan can survive.
Would you believe it?
The 50 overs against the Wales National County side. Cullen 39, the top scorer. He has faced 79 deliveries. Edwards is in to bowl, and that one's got a bit of pace, and Cullen does well to get on top of it, ride the bounce and push it down defensively. Well, Richard Edwards wouldn't be the worst call-up if Glamorgan were short of numbers at some point, but you guess they'll stick with the players they've got in their squad, because they have got a couple of seamers who weren't used today in Wheel and McIlroy, who we haven't seen in the first team since the first game of the season. As Cullen tries to run down towards point, but pokes it straight to Tom Bevan, bouncing in there enthusiastically. Son of strength and conditioning expert Hugh Bevan.
The 3 batsmen to come, you would probably think next in is Rory Smith, followed by Roman Walker, and then Michael Hogan. Both Smith and Walker can bat, but they won't want to come in for the next 6 or 7 overs.
As Cullen drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, well, we know they can bat, but we haven't seen much evidence of this in the T20, because they've been coming in messy situations and forced to hit out and getting out straight away. Neither of them has had innings worth talking about. Although, having said that, Walker, of course, did contribute pretty well with the ball when he came in for the back end of the T20 campaign. Richard Edwards to Cullen, who's trying to dab and run on the offside, but he's not quite able to place the ball at the moment. He's trying to squirt it between the fielders, but good over from Richard Edwards. 7 overs he has bowled, no maidens, 2 for 19. Lucas Carey, 8 overs, 2 for 25. Other wicket takers, Sam Pearce, 6 overs, 1 for 27. And Tegid Phillips, 2 overs, 1 for 11. And it'll be the teenage off-spinner to continue from this Cathedral Road end. Andrew Gorvin and Thomas Jones have also bowled economically.
You have to applaud the out cricket and the bowling from the fielding, the out cricket and the bowling from this Welsh side. They've dropped the odd, very difficult chance, but my word, how they stuck to their task. They've caught more or less everything and bowled superbly as Phillips starts an over, which is played away backward of square, and they scamper through for a single. Salter moves on to 2, and they couldn't have hoped for a better performance, must be said. Wait to see what their batting will be like. There's another single played wide of square leg, and Cullen moves into the 40s. He's 40 not out.
No, I wonder what whether the Berkshire team are following this Wales' next opponents in 50 over cricket. They'll be slightly concerned if they're following the video of this.
Tall young man, Tegid Phillips. He's going to come round. I don't quite know the reason why. Because he's a right-hander he's bowling, and he bowls now, and Salter is forward, plays it up down the pitch.
So, Steve West, which milestone will be reached first? 200 runs or the 10th wicket? We will find out.
Phillips bowls, and this is played defensively from the crease by Andrew Salter. Phillips bowling his 3rd over. 1 for 13. He wants his square leg to go out to just backward of square on the boundary to try and protect the boundary for next 2 balls, and this is odd shot from Salter. He tried a square drive, the ball came in off the offside and didn't get a run. Last ball, again that turned. One ball, young Tegid Phillips, 3 overs, 1 for 13. The overs are ticking by, and it's 135 for 6, and just the 13 overs remaining.
Wow.
I wonder if they're thinking, look, 180, 190 might be enough on this pitch. I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, it's slightly used wicket, but there's a bit of turn, but Rutherford's probably the most unlucky in terms of the pitch, isn't he? Getting one that kept low.
And one jumped at Selman, lobbed off the top of the bat to Gully.
Yeah, but that was a bit of extra vigour from Carey, maybe, put into that delivery. 135 for 6. And Edwards will bowl the 2nd over back in the attack, and Cullen plays to backward point. Single taken. Fielding from Gorvin out there in the boundary. Thought he might bowl through, but he's got a couple left if they need him. 8 overs, not for 24. Economical.
Very economical.
Medium pace and cutters. 136 for 6, Cullen 41. Salter is 2 not out on strike as he faces up to Edwards and pulls that hard through the leg side. Will take a single out to mid-wicket, but that is all they will get. Andrew Salter is fond of a hit over mid-wicket, isn't he? He's quite strong in that area, given half a chance.
Longish way.
Yes, we are thankfully in a middle of the square wicket today, and Edwards It's into Bold, wraps Cullen on the pads, big appeal, LBW, and Cullen.
I think he knew.
Yeah, he turned his back on the umpire and almost started the trudge walking for that one. Missed a straight one. Cullen gone for 41, 137 for 7.
Plum. Well, would you believe it? 137 for the loss of 7 wickets. Good little innings by Cullen. He tried to save it, but he's gone now. LBW to Edwards for 41. And we might be having an earlier night than we thought, Nick Webb.
Yeah, that's going to be a low-scoring game, over maybe quickly one way or the other. That wicket falling in the 38th out of the 50 overs. And the Wales side rampant at the moment, the boys in red.
Who's coaching them?
That's Darren and Michael Claydon with their list of the coaching team, with Matt Thompson in charge of the talent pathway.
Rory Smith stride into the wicket.
Darren Thomas was a player coach at one point, wasn't he?
Yes.
For several years, in fact. Smith then in to join Andrew Salter. So it'll be Smith 9, Walker 10, and Michael Hogan in his favourite batting position at 11. Manu comes in and trusts in his eye and his timing. Don't often see him bother to take a guard, do you?
Yeah.
He's batted here before, knows where the wickets are. 137 for 7. As Rory Smith comes in, he's back in the side at the back end of the ill-fated T20 campaign after injury kept him out for a chunk of it. 137 for 7. Edwards has 3 for 21. As he strikes Smith on the pads, there was a half appeal for leg before there, nothing concerted.
A man called George Pope, who played for Derbyshire, you may have heard me say this story before. Very, very fine opening, tall, fast bowler, but no pretenses as a batsman. Came in at Swansea one year, and as he walked to the crease, the roller started getting ready, the brushes were out to the ground staff. And yeah, but I said, "What guard do you want, George?" He said, "Don't bother, I was here last year."
137 for 7. Edwards bowls and Smith off the mark, forcing it to extra cover.
You know, if you're a number 8 or 9 and there's been everybody taking 2 or 1 leg,
well, yes,
what is the point if you're a tail ender?
Well, yeah, it depends whether you know what the guys above you have taken, doesn't it? Whether it's leg, midland leg, or middle, or whatever.
Yeah. What does that look
Occasionally
like?
middle off.
That'll do.
You usually spot middle from the dirty great hole in the ground. Edwards bowls, short ball pulled away by Salter, launched into that one and welcomed a bit of pace on the ball there, Andrew Salter. A much needed and rare boundary for Glamorgan as Salter pulled that one down to backward square. He's moves to 7, 142 for 7 Glamorgan, with just 12 overs in which to try and scramble somewhere near 200 after a really disappointing batting performance that will cause a few jitters, I suspect, with this one-day cup on its way.
I don't think this is a great wicket. I may be proved wrong, but I fancy Wales may have to struggle to get these runs as Tegid Phillips prepares to come and bowl at the new batsman. Rory Smith, as the Australians would say, 7 for 142. Phillips a little trot, then he settles into his walk and bowls one right up in the block hole. But Smith, not to be tempted, pushes it back down the track. Phillips in, bowls, and this is played away in the gap. They'll have to run hard, and a wayward throw. Thankfully for Glamorgan, it was not the best call of the day. And Salter just managed to get there. If that had been over the top, This could have been interesting. Salter's moved on to 7. So much depends on him and Smith now as he comes down the pitch and plays it out to short mid-on. Tegid Phillips bowling his off-spin bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch and there's no run. Very good, say his bowlers. Very good, Teg. And my word, he is very good. He's in his 4th over, 1 for 14. Phillips in, bowls, pitches it up. Nicely played by Salter out to deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. Won't take long to get through and over. Just the 1 ball to go for Phillips. He's in and tosses this one up, and ill-advised shot there from Smith. Tries to cut the off-spinner. It goes through to the gloves of Herring. That's the end of the over. 144 for 7. And we have 66 balls remaining, which is rather a lot of balls at the end of the innings, but not too many wickets standing.
Now Glamorgan 7 down. We'll have to struggle to bat out these remaining overs, and certainly food for thought for the Glamorgan coaching team of David Harrison by remote control. Steve Watkin and Adrian Shaw representing them here on the ground, where the Wales national county side has enjoyed its day in the sunshine. Edwards bowling his 9th over then to Salter, down leg side, wide called. Well, it's interesting tactics from Wales. They're not holding Edwards back. They want to finish Glamorgan off and prevent them from batting through the 50 overs without any need for the death bowlers in overs 47 to 50.
Now they've also got overs left, the other bowlers, haven't they? Nobody bowled out as yet.
Yeah, well, Gorvin's got a couple at the end, yeah, if needed.
Carey.
Edwards, though, the strike bowler, that's again down leg side. He's not going to strike anyone out with that particular radar.
No, we're going to have an Australian over, yeah, 8 baller. Minimum.
Yeah, we had a couple from... Was it Carey bowled an 8 ball over earlier?
Yes.
A couple of wides down the leg side to start. Edwards, similar. Just straining maybe a little bit too hard. As Glamorgan struggled at 146 for 7. And Edwards is into bowl, and Salter smashed that one up
safe
into the air over mid-wicket. He's found a gap between 3 fielders who converge on it, and none was anywhere near actually catching it through no fault of their own, as Salter didn't time that really, did he? Got underneath it, but got safely back for 2.
I think that emphasised the rather slowness of the pitch, or the unpredictability of the pitch.
He knew what he's taking on, Salter there. I think it was a reasonably risk-free shot, as long as he didn't hold out to mid-on. 148 for 7 as Salter hits that on the up through the offside, but finds the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's just the single taken. 149 for 7. Wales with the Glamorgan Academy product, Tom Bevan and Steve Reingold due to open. Connor Brown, former Glamorgan player, probably come in at 3. He and Oscar Colk playing their club cricket over the bridge for Lansdowne. 149 for 7. Edwards in, bowls, and Smith tries to run down to 3rd man, I think, there, but didn't get a bat on it.
Famous club, Lansdowne, one of the famous clubs in the Bath area, where the great Sir Vivian Richards started his career when he came to Somerset.
Right. Oh, I didn't know that.
I played a club match there, and of course you can imagine the pavilion was adorned by pictures of the great man.
As Edwards steaming into bowl, and Smith pulls through the leg side. Hasn't quite timed it, but sends the ball out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Slight misfield, but not enough to come back for a second run as the throw comes into Herring. 150 up for Glamorgan, 150 for 7. Yes, I saw a rather sad game involving Viv Richards at Bath when he was playing for Somerset. I think it was his disillusioned spell. I was looking forward to watching him bat.
Didn't he play?
As in comes Edwards in bowls. Salter plays comfortably through the offside, takes a single, 151 for 7. He did play, but he didn't bat for very long, and he didn't look hugely.
Didn't show himself outside, and probably stayed.
Well, it didn't look not particularly his behaviour off the pitch, but I think he'd possibly fallen out with Somerset, or he's coming to an end to the spell with them, and he hit the ball up in the air early on and marched off, and that was it.
The great 3 left together.
Oh yeah. As Edwards bowls, Smith pushes into a gap on the offside. That's canny cricket, isn't it? Just to steer the ball between point and cover, and you know there's a single there as Connor Brown does the fielding. Number 6, the former Glamorgan player. 152 for 7. Smith 4, Salter 12, and just 10 overs remaining for Glamorgan to try and get to 200, and Wales to try and bowl Glamorgan out.
Yes, after 25 overs, Glamorgan were 94. So they haven't, in 15 overs, what have they scored? 58. It's hard going up there as Tegid Phillips continues and will bowl the first ball to Salter, who drives powerfully at... can you imagine now if Viv Richards was playing and some of the other hitters with these big bats? As in comes Phillips and bowls, and this time a nice drive, but straight to the same fielder by Smith. He's not out for, has to stay there, but the last few overs with Salter. Phillips bowls to Smith, and Smith drives straight and gets a run down to long on this time. And you see Liam Livingstone hitting a 6 over the Yorkshire rugby stand there last Sunday. You realise that the strength and the bats they use. Here's a little dink with the reverse, and they go for a quick wrinkle and just gets there. Smith was on his way, but one feels that these are the sort of runs they've got to attempt.
Yeah, I mean, a more accurate throw there would have claimed a wicket, but there we are. You've got to take the risks at some point, and we're into the last 10, so that is the point at which risks have to be taken.
Tegid Phillips coming round the wicket, bowls, and Smith plays it away on the onside, teasing, nagging, length by Phillips, who really has impressed. Sorry.
At what point do you say you bring the seamers on, or do you keep him on into the last 10?
Well, there's a reverse sweep. What is he going at? 2 or 3 and over? You can't ask for better than that.
Yeah.
Edwards presumably will bowl his last over. You probably have the other medium pacer Goving coming on to bowl his sort of, I don't quite what he is bowling, his cutters or floaters or mixture. And you've got Lukas Carey to bowl, all of them in bowl. You can toss the names into a hat and come up and say, okay, you 2 bowl the last 4. But boy, he was impressed quite a lot now coming on to bowl his last over. Richard Edwards from that far end, 3 for 34.
Yep, a fine day out for him. It's a shame that the 12-man nature of the Wales side means that it can't count as an official game. You get the feeling that these auto-counters list A games.
Absolutely.
Edwards is in to bowl, and Salter defends up to mid-off, no run. Same way as that Glamorgan against Netherlands match a couple of years ago didn't actually pop up in the official T20 records, and you think, why not? It was a game played between 2 sides who do play official cricket, and it was played properly under the laws of the game, so it should count.
Labuschagne played.
Labuschagne got a 50 for Glamorgan on T20 debut, and several more, of course, this season. Point you in the direction of that interview on BBC Sport Online. If you click on the cricket and Glamorgan, you'll find it there. 154 for 7. Edwards in his last over bowls to Salter, who jabs away into the offside towards backward point. Again, they run the first one hard, and again there isn't a second one as the hard-working St Fagans man Gorvin doing duty in front of that empty main grandstand that hopefully will be reasonably populated on Thursday when Glamorgan play Warwickshire here in their first one-day cup game.
2 balls left of his spell, Edwards, and then 8 overs left. They'll try and get a run off every ball up until the last 5, and then they'll have to try and look and go big. It won't be easy.
There's Edwards into Smith, who runs that one down to third man. In comes Thomas Jones off the boundary, and there's a single taken, 156 for 7. But because of the wickets falling at crucial times, Billy Root reverse sweeping when that had that half-century partnership with Cullen. Joe Cook didn't really get going. Tom Cullen going in the 38th over, 7 down at that stage, really inhibits the potential acceleration as Edwards has just lost his run. He only has 3 balls to deliver. He's taken 3 for 36. That early slump of Glamorgan between the 7th and 10th over put Wales on top. Edwards in, and Salter tries to drive but hits it straight back to the bowler. There's no run.
So how many games will David Harrison, the coach, miss?
3 as things stand, so this one plus the first 2 of the competition proper, home to Warwickshire on Thursday and then away to Northants on Sunday. As Edwards bowls his penultimate delivery and Salter slaps it over backward point and will get 4 runs. Nothing Gorvin can do about that one as it goes racing away.
Very welcome.
Very welcome for Glamorgan. Edwards just not able to keep up the intensity through his last over, but he's done himself and Port Talbot proud here today. 160 for 7, Salter to 18 not out, and he's slid down the order a little bit from where he has been in the past. Andrew Salter making a case to bat a little bit higher. Final ball from Richard Edwards is a purposeful bounce that Salter doesn't risk taking on, and so Richard Edwards does get through his 10 over spell, and he's taken 3 for 40 in that 10 overs, but really the 2 wickets up top, the wicket of Hamish Rutherford that he'll be particularly proud of, and also the next ball dismissing Callum Taylor and then returning to get rid of Tom Cullen, the top scorer. So certainly job done for Richard Edwards. He's finished with 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 40. Lukas Carey has 2 left, Andrew Gorvin has 2 left, Thomas Jones could bowl through, Sam Pearce 4 left, Tegid Phillips is going into his 6th.
He's bowling here to Smith, who just plays it gently. One feels if you're going to hit those, hit them hard.
Yes, it's rather unconvincing reverse there from
just
Smith.
paddled it in front of him, basically. In comes Phillips, tosses this one up. That's hit and caught at short mid-wicket. Well. Smith hits his bat with his fist, but he just guided that as a catch in practice to short mid-on. It is 160 for 8.
Yeah, the simplest catch that Stephen Reingold can ever have wanted on a cricket field, as it just lobbed up to him. This Rory Smith went not quite hard enough at that one. 160 for 8. Roman Walker and Michael Hogan to come, and Glamorgan in severe danger of being bowled out inside 50 overs by a national county side. Although this is Glamorgan's side without 5 or 6 players, they have all played in the first team apart from the New Zealander Hamish Rutherford, who of course has international pedigree. and you would expect better of the full-time pros against the academy, university and semi-pros, that boys.
Excuse me, but
Edwards will take a bit of water, just as the fielders do likewise.
I was just going to say, Nick, having said that, and it has been a pretty poor performance, I don't think it's going to be easy for the Wales team, because this ball is not coming on. Now, it is a perfectly good shot, it must be said, by Smith, who normally, but Phillips, he didn't hold it back, he just bowled Laurie off, and he played it rather well, but obviously the pitch is slow and he played a little bit too early. These are the sort of the vagaries of batting on a slow pitch. As I say, Glamorgan do bowl well. They should get 170, 80 or whatever they're going to get, but having said that, if Glamorgan's bowlers stick to their task, it won't be plain sailing. I'll probably look a fool about 5 o'clock, but here we are. Tegid Phillips. Interview coming up. 2 for 17, Nick. Right. Roman Walker, he who hits the long ball. And they will have played together. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the boundary, and Phillips has got 4 balls to bowl with this over. And it is the 43rd. As Phillips comes around the wicket, bowls the first ball. That's short, clipped away, and they'll get a single. Certainly, if another wicket fall, and with Hogan coming in, he'll have to be cautioned to the wind from throw every sort of caution from Andrew Salter, because bless him, Michael Hogan doesn't hang around. Next ball is played just in front of him, and they go for a leisurely single again. But you see, Phillips won't mind that, neither will Wales. It's not that it's a repeat of Sunday afternoon where balls were flying all over the Aegeus Bowl. How many sixes were there? 12 sixes in that game, if not more. Phillips ball short outside the off stump. If he runs here, just the one. Good. I mentioned a few moments ago.
Overthrow.
Yeah, I'm just noticing now that they take another run for an overthrow. I was about to say it's been top order feeling, a bit of a blemish there, but one overthrow is not going to matter one way or the other. As Phillips prepares to bowl his last ball. A little bit short, but pushed away. Yeah, this turn there, Nick, you can see it. And Andrew Salter could be licking his lips, and Callum Taylor and Billy Root if they bowl well. 1, 6, 4 for 8, 42 balls left, i.e. 7 overs. Salter is on 19, and Walker's just come in, he's on 3.
So a little bit of a mid-wicket chat. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in the 2 o'clock bulletin.
Is this Govin coming back on the other end?
You would have thought so,
is.
yes. It's probably the sensible decision from Sam Pearce, isn't it? So
let's try and work this out. How many has he got left, young Govin?
He's got 2, so he'll bowl 44 and 46.
46. Phillips?
Carey,
doing nothing wrong.
Yes. Here is Govin then from the River Taff end. Bowls, and Salter plays it gently into the gap on the offside. Fielded by Brown coming in off the boundary. Connor Brown taking over sweeping duties that Andrew Govin has performed for most of the day. Over to our right towards the grandstand.
No, then Govin, we were wondering what he's bowling. I think he's bowling off cutters because he's got 4 men on the onside, 2 out, 3 out, and 1 on the 45.
In comes Govin, and Walker drives gently towards long on. They don't think of a second run, even though that was hit pace off by Roman Walker, the young man from the Wrexham area, who I hope gets a bit of championship action for Glamorgan at the tail end of this season.
No reason why you shouldn't. No Nisa there.
Yeah, Michael Nisa won't be playing. There's been a championship regular, and Walker's been pretty consistent for the second 11, which is what Matthew Maynard wants, to in a first 11 place. Obviously, Salter drives Gorvin up to long off. Single taken. 168 for 8. 167 for 8. Run was already up on the board. Salter is 21. Walker is 4.
Salter gets out now. They say, why on earth didn't you wait now? There's plenty of time to go over 40 balls.
Walker clips that one down backward of square on the offside. On the leg side, rather. They come back for a second run. They're trouble here. Oh, the throw was a little bit wide. And Herring couldn't slip the bails off on time as the throw came in from Tegid Phillips.
Close.
Oof. Probably wasn't a second run there in most circumstances. And maybe even in this game it was a little bit too early to take that sort of risk. 6 overs left. As Walker pushes on the offside, and he will take a single this time. 170 for 8. Walker 7. Salter is on 21 not out.
Did you hear that tale from the news? I only caught the last bit of it.
Yeah, there's a police incident in the area, so people are advised not to come into the Sophia Gardens Park area. Gorvin bowls and Salter drives on the offside. No run, as it was straight to extra cover. Ball tossed back to the umpire at the end of the over. 170 for 8. And there are 6 overs to come here on BBC Sport Online, also via the Glamorgan website. Richard Edwards 3 for 40, Tegid Phillips 2 for 21, Lukas Carey 2 for 25, and the other wickets taken by Sam Pearce. So better see us through this over as well, if I may, Edwards, to do
Certainly.
the bulletin update. Run a ball 10 for this little partnership. They could all be significant in the course of the day. But it is the spinner Phillips who will be bowling the 45th over of the innings, so that says something about his quality. As that's straight driven, and they'll go through for a single here as it's half fielded, and just about a good call, I think, as Phillips got hands to the ball, just palmed it towards Ryan Gold, and there's just about a single there. Phillips round the wicket, reverse sweep from Salter, and gets a decent bat on it and runs away towards the third man boundary, but is hauled up good 15 metres inside. It's a comfortable 2 runs. Salter to 23 not out. Glamorgan 173 for 8. Reminder that the interval between the innings is for around 45 minutes in this competition, as Salter tries another reverse, but he's hitting it too gently, really. Needs to put a bit more strength into those shots, potentially. Tries a push and run on the leg side, but it isn't there, as Phillips anticipates it well, and there is no run. Glamorgan are 173 for 8 with just over 5 overs to go, and they've been made to work really hard by the semi-pros and academy products of Wales, because they've bowled magnificently. 3 wickets for Richard Edwards of Port Talbot, 2 for Lukas Carey, 2 also for the teenager Tegid Phillips, and 1 for Sam Pearce. Tom Cullen's 41 has been the top score for Glamorgan, but their score will be gettable for Wales. They're 175 for 8 with 1 ball left of the 45th over. Phillips around the wicket. 175 for 8. The runs taken during that report, and Salter drives on the leg side, and another single out just forward of the umpire. Walker had to turn and get back after thinking of a second run, and Tegid Phillips has bowled 7 overs now, 2 for 27, and really has stood up for the Wales national county side. 176 for 8, 5 overs left. 200 within sight if these two stay together.
They might just say, look, we'll play as we are and just leave it the last over, because we just want to get as many runs as we can on the slow pitch.
We've been leaving the charge. It's sort of gone
They're off too many wickets, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, an interesting last 5 overs, 30 balls. If they stay there, they should have got 200. You take the odd chance, you never know. Anyway, Salter's played well for his 26, and he is facing now. There's Garvin. Comes in from the river end and bowls the first ball, and he's bowled him leg stump. He tried to whip it over the top, so he looks ruefully at the pitch. So Salter goes, bowl Garvin for 26, and no disrespect to Messrs. Hogan and Walker, but the end is in sight, you'd feel.
Bit of a bottom inside edge, I think, from Salter there. That was probably dragged on, I think, to his leg stump, but well bowled to Andrew Garvin. Deserves a success. He has 1 for 30, 176 for 9, and Glamorgan, more than any of the other first-class counties, being made to struggle by their national county opponents, and well, might well be home in time to watch the international T20 match between England and Pakistan this evening, which is 6:30 start at Old Trafford.
It will turn out, I think, Nick, to be a very interesting contest, because Glamorgan will be they'll have to be on their toes, because with no disrespect, when you've got a professional, a lot of them are county cricketers this year, play county cricket, playing against a Wales side who are a mixture, as Nick said, of minor counties, academy products and clubs. I think I will say it's just not good enough. Now, how is the great Mr. Hogan going to play?
I was just going to see if he's been called upon recently, looking back.
He hasn't played T20.
But the games, he didn't bat against Northants, so his last innings was when he made 11 in the first innings here against Sussex, which was a drawn game about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Do you think he's been in the nets? No.
Possibly not. He's taken his flip-flops off, that's a start.
Yeah.
He's padding round the boundary in them earlier. Vest and shorts.
No,
very Australian looking.
Yeah,
it's Australian weather anyway.
Whether to have a long on or long off, and quite rightly they have.
Yes.
Because they know, with the likes of Carey, who's played a lot with him, knows where he hits.
Surprised they haven't got a deep mid-wicket as well. Here comes Garvin to last man Michael Hogan, who drives at a ball outside off stump and mitts it.
We know how he's going to play them.
There's hopefully some food is on its way, we're told, for your commentary team.
I certainly hope so.
At the interval, which could be coming sooner rather than later, as Hogan drives powerfully out into the offside. He's beaten the dive of cover, and it's just stopped inside the deep extra cover boundary, and Hogan will come back for 2 runs, 178
shot of the day
for 9 Glamorgan.
What's going on here, you reckon?
Yes, well, he's interviewed him once when he was top scorer in a match-up at Colwyn Bay, and he sounded really disgruntled about being top scorer on the grounds that 10 above him haven't done their jobs properly. And he made 57, I believe it was. 178 for 9. Garvin bowls, and yeah, you could see that one in the air, couldn't you? Hogan saw it as well, drove it to long off for a single. It's interesting approach from Garvin. It's certainly a productive one at national county level, and it's been enough to do a restrictive job on Glamorgan as Walker runs one down the short third man. There's a throw at the non-striker's end. It's missed the stumps, backed up by Ryan Gold at long on, and it's a single. You have to risk them. 180 for 9, Glamorgan, struggling against the players that they know so well, representing Wales in the red and black here today. Gorvin in, bowls, and Hogan pushes on the offside. Cover is on the edge of the circle, and luncheon has indeed arrived.
Okay, leave it to you, the Nick.
Hold your horses, Edward. We've got 4 overs to get through now.
Perhaps.
181 for 9, Glamorgan, potentially 4 overs. Walker is on 9, Hogan is on 4, and a rare occurrence on which Michael Hogan might have to talk batting tactics to
Roman
his young
Walker.
partner.
And, do excuse me, it's the hot weather.
Glamorgan, main scorers of the innings then so far. Tom Cullen, 41, Billy Root, 26, Andrew Salter, 26. No one else has got past 30, past 20.
Conversation's gone on for 2.5 minutes between Hogan and Walker. I'd love to hear what they were saying. It's Lukas Carey to bowl against his county mate, Michael Hogan, 181 for 9. Might have been, let's try and claw ourselves to the 200 mark. Here's Carey then. He's had a good spell. Comes in and bowls, and that's played off the back foot powerfully. Lovely shot by Hogan.
Bit uppishly.
Yeah, again, you see, if it's the slowness, I feel.
A little bit sticky. Andrew Gorvin finished, by the way, with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Well bowled to him.
Absolutely. Here's Carey over the wicket to the last man, Michael Hogan, and Hogan drives. Again, no batsman has really timed it, except perhaps Hogan with that shot when he got off the mark.
There's a nicely hit cover drive. Richard Edwards, the other man, bowled out, 10 overs, 3 for 40. Thomas Jones, may see him again.
But it's Carey over the wicket. Bowled, here she comes, the big one. Clears cover. It's going up towards the boundary. I don't think it's going to reach there. They've crossed for 2 runs.
Yeah, it's a medium-sized one by Hogan's standards, that wasn't it?
It's so powerful that when he doesn't really hit it with conviction, it still goes quite a distance.
Might see Thomas Jones back to bowl last 2 at the other end. Sam Pearce, 6 overs, 1 for 27. Tegid Phillips, 7 overs, 2 for 27.
Excellent ball. There's the next ball, and it's cut away for 4 runs by Hogan. Well, here is the man now, a number 11 batsman, just showing the others what you can do. I know it's not new ball time, but the way the others have batted up until now, it makes you wonder what's the problem. And Hogan rushes on to double figures. All very, very precious runs.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man. But Glamorgan have never really hit top gear after being 37 for 4, have they?
No. Carey in, bowl short, cut away, and there'll be will there be 4 runs? I think it might beat the batsman. It does, and a second 4 in successive overs.
Yeah, it was Oscar Colt chasing round the boundary in front of the pavilion.
No
It was fairly close to point. It was in the air, but once it passed that infield up, Colt's charge was in vain.
Hogan moves on to 14 with no problem at all, and Carey now will be angry with himself because he had excellent figures. He's now gone for 35 as in he comes, bowls to Hogan. Hogan doesn't time that, back down the bowler. End of the over. And Glamorgan have reached 191 for 9, and 200 always looks a little better.
So Wales certainly will fancy their chances at the halfway mark, given their impressive form in this form of the game. They've only lost once in getting through the group stages. They topped their group in the 50 over trophy, have come through the quarter-final already.
There's not a talk between Hogan. He's lecturing at Walker now.
Saying, oh, another crack at
Just
this.
give me a single.
It is Thomas Jones to bowl his 6th over. He's got 0 for 18 off his first 5, so
He'll bowl the last 2.
he'll bowl 48 and 50 if required, unless this last wicket falls. In comes the first
signal.
ball from Jones, and Walker just strokes it back past the bowler up to Reingold at long on for the single. Every time we think the drilling work staff have knocked off, back they come. 192 for 9 then Glamorgan in this 48th out of the 50 overs. Jones is in to bowl, and Hogan on the back foot pushes into the covers, and there's no run. And there's a single, rather. I think maybe these two sides are almost settling for this at the from the first couple of balls of the over, that the batsmen are happy to take 1 and over, and the fielding side are more or less happy to let them. 193 for 9. As Jones bowls, and Walker lofts it back, and that could have been caught by Hogan as it flew past him in the air up to long on for a single. Again, as you say, the batsman not quite timing it. 194 for 9. Both these batsmen in double figures.
And these are put on 18 now with no trouble at all.
Strange times. As Hogan just works a single up to extra cover, fielder on the edge of the circle lets him go through. 194 for 9. 195 for 9. Board slightly slower than usual in adding the run. Hogan to 16. Walker on strike. As Walker goes for a big swing, there's an appeal for LBW. Ball rolls out on the offside, and they'll take a leg by, not a leg by, a little bit of edge in it as Walker tried the big hoo-ha towards mid-wicket. It's very much an end of the innings hoik, and it's just got an inside edge onto the pad. Walker on to 12. 196 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb. As that's down leg side, that'll be called wide. You could hear the grunt of effort from Thomas Jones there, the 20-year-old from the Bridgend Club, who will not be batting. Wales have mixed and matched from 12 players in the field.
Hogan try and get a single off this last ball, or will he have a dart?
I think he might have a single here.
Yeah, there's still 2 overs left.
Jones into Hogan. Yeah, he will work it on the leg side. Single taken. So loads of singles plus the wide off the over. 6 singles and the wide makes 7 runs. 198 for 9 Glamorgan after 48 out of their 50 overs, and at least they've finished professionally, the professional side, even though the semi-pros have been on top for most of the time in the field, with nearly all the bowlers getting in the wickets. Lukas Carey 2 for 35.
Yeah, when you think if we went for 2 boundaries, Lukas Carey in his last over, you take 8 off that, and it really is good bowling. The Morgan selectors must, I think, just take note, don't you?
Yeah, he should be in the mix for a game somewhere in this competition, in the one-day cap. Richard Edwards 3 for 40. Hostile at the start.
Full toss, the first ball is driven down to long on for a single. 194 for 9. So Walker and Hogan doing a good job here. Walker's on 12, Hogan's on 18. And this is the penultimate over of this innings, as they converse again.
I've never seen Michael Hogan talk batting tactics so much in the course
He's
of
not captain, of course, it's Kiran Carlson. Here's Carey over the wicket. Balls to Walker down the leg side and a wide call.
Though when I did interview Kiran Carlson about his appointment, he'll be saying the first name he mentioned in terms of experience around him was Michael Hogan. So
I think so, yeah.
No doubt he'll be having a chat to Hogan in the field.
He tossed up though, didn't he, Hogan? Somebody was saying?
I'm not sure if that was correct.
There's the next ball, and that's dug out of Yorker length, and it's a single up to long on for Walker. It's the one ball left. They haven't been absolutely collared, any of these bowlers. 201 for 9. It's still going to be a creditable bowling analysis as they Hogan counting the fielders where they are. Very professional. In comes the next ball. Is driven with force out to extra cover, and they go through for a single. Hogan will have the bowling for the last over. 201 for 9. 202. And again, I've miscounted. What is it must be the heat, Nick. It's fuddling me.
Yeah, it's you've invented a new competition here. Tell the ECB quick. That's only actually 3 legitimate deliveries of this over. It'll be coming in 10 years' time. The 3-ball over.
Oh, gosh, this is going to be out, I fancy. This is a catch for mid-off, which he pouched carefully and well, and that is the end of Walker. It's the end of the over. He's out for 13, and Hogan is not out 19.
Yeah, Sam Pearce, the man underneath that one, the Wales captain, appropriately taking the last catch to finish Glamorgan off, and they have fallen 9 balls short of using their maximum overs. 210 all out, and 202 all out, 202 for 10 on the scoreboard. Michael Hogan is left not out 19 of 15 balls. Roman Walker caught Pearce, bowled Carey. Carey, like Edwards, taking 2 wickets in his first spell and coming back with a third. So Lukas Carey has 3 for 39. Richard Edwards 3 for 40. Andrew Gorvin 1 for 35 in 10. Thomas Jones 0 for 25 in 6. Sam Pearce 1 for 27 in 6. And Tegid Phillips 2 for 27 in 7 overs. Glamorgan's top scorer was Tom Cullen with 41 off 82 balls. That shows you how hard they had to work in the middle to get any sort of score. Billy Root and Andrew Salter 26 apiece. Worrying times for Glamorgan's batsmen as they approach the One Day Cup, but could be a triumphant day for the Wales national county boys. We'll find out in around about 40 minutes time. Edwards, Bevan and myself will be back for commentary, which will be somewhere around the 3 o'clock mark, maybe just a couple of minutes after. Glamorgan 210 all out. Thanks very much indeed for listening. Back around 3. And very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we're about to resume this 50-over match with Wales needing 203 for victory. Glamorgan having been bowled out for 202 in 48.3 overs to give the national county side a real chance of pulling off an upset. But they might have to work hard, and this man Michael Hogan will certainly look to make them work as he's in to bowl to Tom Bevan, who pushes on the leg side, and there's no run. Tom Bevan and Stephen Reingold, as we thought, will open up for Wales. Both these known to Glamorgan, of course, featured in the second 11. Bevan in the academy, but they will have to work quite hard with the ball not coming consistently onto the bat. And Hogan has got 2 slips as he's in to bowl to Bevan, who drives out into the offside, but it's a tumbling stop at cover by Callum Taylor, and there is no run. Edward Bevan alongside myself, Nick Webb, 202. It's a gettable but also a defendable total, isn't it?
You've put it in one, Nick, because I kept on saying through the second part of the innings that the ball was not coming onto the bat, and we saw many batsmen drive and then playing a little bit too early and hit on the up. If you bowl well, as Wales did, you will be rewarded, I think, on this pitch.
Hogan is in to bowl to Bevan, and he clips that one just over mid-wicket. He'll get at least a couple, possibly 4 runs for it. It's picked up by Smith just inside the square leg ropes, and they've hustled back for 3 runs, but Bevan wasn't in control of that shot, and a leap at square leg almost paid dividends. 3 for naught.
Positive intent from Tom Bevan at the first ball, hard out of cover, then he clipped this one over mid-wicket. He may be the inverted commas, as we used to call them, pinch hitters. They've gone out of the game just a little. Steve Reingold's been getting scores for the second team.
As Reingold pushes that one out on the offside, and there is no run. We have a message from the dressing rooms, is that Greg Holmes, the Wales player, dislocated a finger early on. Obviously Wales had a cast of 12 from which they were playing 11, so Greg Holmes is being treated in hospital for a dislocated finger, and Wales hope that he will be back in time to bat for them.
Will Tom Jones bat then, probably?
I'm not sure of how strict they'll be with the regulations. Reingold is off the mark here. Plays that one down to backwards square leg.
Can you tell me, Nick, if there's anything down there, if Greg Holmes is the son of Jeff Holmes?
Yes, he is.
It is.
Yes.
Dear old Jeff was a wonderful chap, and I shared many happy years following Glamorgan around the country, and he was a good player, very attractive middle order player, and a useful seamer. Great man.
As Hogan bowls and hurries Bevan into his shot, plays it back down the wicket. Yeah, they share the same initials, and I'm sure that's not no chance. They're both GC sure. Holmes.
End of the first over then, and it's 4 without loss, chasing 202. And up from the northeast, of course, was Jeff in the middle of it. And the only way his father used to listen to us, especially on Sundays, he used to go out into his car and sit in the drive for 4 hours and listen to every ball. Mrs. Holmes used to bring in some tea, and then that was, and we also always had a chat when I used to go up to Durham, and said how much he enjoyed it. And Radio Wales got as far as Durham, which is good.
Well, yes, I've listened to you in some far-flung places on AM in the old days before the interweb.
Yeah.
Listened in Jersey, and remember waiting for ferry in Calais and delighting the family with rather crackly Edward Bevan coming through the ether.
What rubbish is he talking today? waiting for the... Right, we've got a change of bowling. It'll be Rory Smith to bowl from this end, and he will be bowling at Tom Reingold Two slips as well. Glamorgan attacking, arc of 3 on either side. Fine leg third man, and that's your lot. Rory Smith over the wicket, coming in now, and bowls to the right-handed Ryan Gold. Mistimed as he drives back down the pitch. And there's no run.
Yeah, Stephen Reingold, as I say, has been quite consistent for the seconds, and you wonder whether he might be close to a Glamorgan first team call. Should anyone else drop out in the course of this competition?
Where would you? He won't open, obviously, because you've got Selman and Rutherford there, but he would be a useful number 3, and perhaps see it to try and take the shine off before the likes of Root and Carson come in.
Yeah. Connor Brown has been doing quite well, who of course was on the Wales staff, and we saw him score 98 against Surrey in a one-day game at the Oval.
Hang on.
Rory Smith is struggling. Oh dear. He's had so much trouble with injury, and after bowling
I saw him
just one ball,
stretching and pushing his leg, so he's just bowled the one ball and he is going off the field, which is a blow to Glamorgan. There will be a replacement, but he won't be able to bowl. And he's only been back, for a couple of games?
Couple of games, yeah. It's been in and out with injury, and Kiran Carlson is throwing the ball to Roman Walker as Rory Smith is showing where the strain is. Looks like at the back of the top of the left leg. As Glamorgan will obviously be able to field a 12th man, but they may well be a bowler short.
Here's Roman Walker then. Comes in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and a nice bounce as he goes through to wicketkeeper Cullen. So after just one ball, is that the Glamorgan first team physio, Georgina? I don't think it is it?
No.
I wonder if she's involved.
Perhaps she's been promoted as well, as long with everyone else to the 100 side.
The other competition, yeah. Well, I've never seen so many people pull into a competition who haven't been originally selected. Roman Walker bowls a good line outside off stump, which goes through about waist high to Tom Cullen. Snipped out as Nick and I did to get a fresh air at lunchtime, and we quickly nipped back in. It was absolutely boiling. And sitting on the stairs there. Stairs.
We'll be complaining it's too cold in a couple of months' time, so let's enjoy it.
Walker bowls, and this is played down to third man. Good technique there by Roundgold. He got right on top of it and it darted down, and they go through for a single. So let's look at this attack. We'll have Walker, Hogan. Cook might bowl some medium pace now.
Yep.
Salter, Taylor, perhaps we'll have a bit of Root. And good luck everybody, that's it, I think. Blistering hot afternoon here as Walker just strolls back quite rightly to his mark and bowls, and that's on the back foot from Bevan. Plays it up to Root at cover. That's the sort of length that'll make it difficult to score off. I would think you might get a couple of LBWs, and mid-off cover and mid-on might be in business here with a couple of mistimed drives. I wonder if Smith knew that he had this, or was he trying it out, I wonder. In comes the next ball. Wild hug, he's caught at the wicket. A wicket for Roman Walker, 5 for 1. Not a shot that Tom Bevan will be very proud of, and Glamorgan get their first wicket. 5 without loss. Bevan goes, caught by the wicket-keeper Cullen off the bowling of Walker. He made 5 for 1, Nick.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be kicking his way all the way back to the pavilion there as he launched into that wide-ish delivery. Probably had visions of it disappearing through the covers, but didn't quite get to it, and the ball went racing away. And see that on as a substitute fielder for Rory Smith is Alex Horton, the 17-year-old batsman wicket-keeper. So getting a taste of the first team environment, and may well get a game at some point before the end of the the One Day Cup.
We'll see how it goes, but we had a little conversation earlier. I can't see them leaving John Cullen out, and if he doesn't keep wicket, okay, you can play him as a batter, but I think that would be unfair, but there we are.
Well, you could play either as a batsman, really, couldn't you? Cullen could bat 6.
Or would
and
pick
Horton
another
7.
batsman instead?
Yeah. Well, it depends on the shape of the side, doesn't it? And at the moment, of course, all the sides are depleted through 100 calls, but Glamorgan won't want to be depleted through the loss of Rory Smith.
I'm still trying to work out how you can play the Royal London. The ECB said, yes, we are going to play it with so depleted side, and everyone who drops out for the Lurgy, then you've got to plunder one from the counties. So this does not make it a fair competition. Am I right or wrong? I don't know.
Well, you've got to have something for the county players to play in while the 100 is taking place. ACB has obviously put a lot of financial eggs into one basket, but you have to remember that while there are 8 teams that are staging the 100, there are 10 that aren't. As Hogan is in to bowl and driven nicely down the ground by Reingold for 4 runs. Hogan just over-pitching slightly for once, and Reingold helping himself and lashing it away for the first boundary of the innings. Wales 9 for 1, chasing 203.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Timed well. The Reingold taking full advantage that the ball is coming through a little bit quicker at the start of the innings. The ball is new, it won't last. But anything that is of half volley length, then you've got to dispatch it, because it's not going to be any easier later on. Fielder down there clambering over the covers, and he's the only one that's touched it, so we can carry on.
Yeah, we've of course got the situation in games with crowds that if the ball is lobbed back by a member of the crowd, the umpire then has to give it a good wipe with a disinfectant cloth, so that any lurking danger is removed. 9 for 1, Wales chasing 203. Hogan bowls. Reingold plays it backward of square on the leg side, fielded by Alex Horton, wearing 12, and they go through for the single. 10 for 1. Wales with only 4 and over to go, so you would think if they bat out the 50 overs they ought to get the target, but
no point in a draw, is there?
No, but what I'm saying is the runs will come naturally should they survive that long. Glamorgan in the yellow and blue, looking to make sure they don't. Hogan in to the new batsman Connor Brown, who plays defensively. Connor Brown,
nice to see him back.
Born in Caerphilly, hit 85 against Hereford in the National Counties quarter-final match at Port Talbot on Sunday. He played 10 first-class games and 3 of these so-called List A games, in other words, the 50-over competitions for Glamorgan, but
he never really got going, unfortunately.
Well, that 98 at Surrey was his starring moment, wasn't it? He gets a single here, turning it wristly off his legs down to fine leg. In fact, they'll come back for a second run, and they are home safely enough as Brown turned, and no hesitation coming back for the second. 12 for 1 then. Hogan's already 0 for 11. Hogan's already 0 for 11. He'll be cross. He'll be cross. 12 for 1. Wales chasing 203 to win. Hogan bowls. Forward comes Brown, defending to mid-off. They'll have faced each other many times in the nets, I'm sure. Connor Brown, like the next man in, Oscar Kolk.
When he was
playing for Lansdowne,
sacked a couple of years ago, Connor decided to play as much second-team cricket as he could to try and get back in.
Yeah.
And, you know, you wish him all the luck in the world in that. Some other county might, or if he gets a load of runs, Glamorgan might look again.
As Brown leaves that one through outside off stump, about 5th stump, and a reasonably safe leave. 12 for 1 after 3 overs. Well, he's played for Glamorgan seconds quite a bit this season, so obviously he's not willing to accept defeat, is he? And
Certainly not, and good for
scrap
him.
a first-class career and wants another go.
Yeah, nice lad.
And he's young enough to give it another year or two, I guess, and see where he gets to.
Graduate, isn't he?
Yep.
Oh, Roman Walker came on after Smith went off with one ball, took a wicket, and no surprise to see him start his second over, 12 for 1. In comes Walker, bowls. That hurries on a little bit. 2-run goal, and he just pushes it away on the offside.
Glamorgan were bowled out in with 8 balls of their 50 overs unused, which is always concerning.
3 men on the offside, and there's 2 also pouncing to stop a single as Walker comes in, bowls a Ryan Gold, who drives pleasantly. Very good stop. Good bit of cricket all round that. Is driven very hard, and nobody likes to concede off their own bowling. And Walker jumped to his left and stopped it. Went sprawling, but no run. This is the 4th over. Walker over the wicket, bowls again, short. Oh, he was a bit lucky there. Was Ryan Gold. He went to pull a short delivery, didn't miss the top of the bat by a lot. Again, we saw it in the Glamorgan innings, the ball not coming onto the bat. If this is a true good pitch, then he'd have been there and whack past mid-wicket for 4. Probably say 200 years, about 270 on a good pitch. Walker bowls, good delivery, back of a length, pushed into the covers, Salter Fields. Cloudless sky here in the city of Cardiff. What would you be doing now, Nick, if you had a day off? Lounging
toasting
outside.
myself in the back garden, to be honest, Edward. That's what I did when I finished work mid-afternoon yesterday.
Sipping a glass of, no doubt. Here's Walker. Bowls again. Short. Well played again, but well bowled.
Yeah, a glass of Diet Pop.
I'm sure.
No, it's had a couple of drinks on Sunday night on returning from Southampton, but the schedule at the moment is that
Don't have much time.
have to sort of pace your drinking and choose your drinking nights carefully.
Yeah. 3-dot balls. Walker bowls, and that's played firmly, but again, Carlson will field, and it doesn't go anywhere near as quick he thought off the bat. And that is the end of a maiden. And Glamorgan tying down the batsman at the start, 12 for 1, and we have already had 4 overs where you would be looking in the power play to be up in the 20s. Or even more.
Yes, it's strange how fashions come and go, isn't it, in the one-day game. Some years it seems to be building cautiously, and other years it seems to be going at it hard, hitting over the top, and trying to get 60, 70 in the first 10 overs, where we have these fielding restrictions, and it looks more like a championship game. Apart from the coloured kit, and Ryan Brown will get 4 runs there as
Lovely
Hogan
shot.
again just slightly over pitching and is driven. It happened before with Reingold on driving, that was Brown off driving, and beautifully weighted the batsman
Lovely
there,
shot.
sending it back past the bowler and giving Kiran Carlson at mid-off no chance.
187 to win in best part of 40 odd overs. If this partnership develops, Glamorgan will be a little bit concerned. But
Hogan is in to bowl, and that's chopped down into the ground by Connor Brown into the slips, where it's fielded by a diving Nick Salmon. We didn't see too much of him with the bat. He was out for 12 in the 7th over, but it's good to see him back on the cricket field after being the man to contract COVID. I don't think he was seriously unwell,
No.
but is obviously under the weather for a couple of weeks. 16 for 1. Wales chasing 203. Hogan in, and Brown off the back foot plays to Salter at point, and there's no
Where's
run.
the debutant fielding? Mr. Rutherford. Mid-on, is it? No.
Yeah, must be 74. He's got a number now. Didn't have one when he's batting. There we are, a 74.
Oh, you're trying to deceive us.
Easily done sometimes. Yes, he was numberless when he was batting. Someone's been on the printing machine. Hogan bowls, and Brown has to defend that one back to the bowler. Good delivery around off stump. 16 for 1. Was he 74 before, playing for someone else? Maybe Worcestershire last season. He might have had that number as well.
No, a friend, the cricket play for Hartlepool, will tell us, no doubt.
I don't know if it gives numbers for departed players. No, it doesn't actually. No, it was. I haven't got my last season's notebook with me. As Brown again is forced to defend, but defend capably he does back to the bowler. So Rutherford hit that century in a high-scoring game for Worcestershire against Glamorgan, which Glamorgan eventually won right at the end of last season. But he also denied Glamorgan victory in a championship match with a 5-hour century at Chesterfield.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
A few, maybe 5-6 years ago.
When Glamorgan had been on a run.
As Hogan bowls, and Brown leaves that one that came back outside off stump, and
Whisker.
yeah, just took the varnish off the outside of the off stump, but it just came back a fraction too late as far as Michael Hogan was concerned. And Connor Brown survives. Wales are 16 for 1 after 5 overs, chasing 203 to win.
Yeah, good over, apart from that boundary first ball. Glamorgan keeping things under control at the moment. Just to remind you, Tom Bevan was out in the second over, caught by Cullen off Walker for 3. And that was after Rory Smith had to leave the field after bowling one ball, clutching his hamstring, I would suppose, because that's what he's been suffering from, I think. Out comes Selman at slip and goes on the drive. To Rangold, he's on 7. Connor Brown is on 6. Bevan was out for 3. Walker bowls, short, and it's cut away. That might just run away for 4 up towards the extra cover boundary. Yeah, they're not going to stop that, and it crosses the lines now. So well-controlled shot by Rangold, who got on top of a short delivery and hammered it through extra cover. I like the look of young Rangold. $20 for 1. 183 needed for victory. In comes the next ball from Walker, short again, but this is guided down to third man, and they'll go through for a single. Some high scores around the country. Very high scores.
Putting Glamorgan's efforts into some context, I guess.
Yeah. Gloucestershire 334, Lancashire 383.
Ouch.
Walker bowls, good length ball, push back, and there is no run. Northants 300, Somerset 260, Sussex 285.
Well, that's the sort of performance you would expect from the first-class counties against the national counties. But this could well be the toughest contest of the day.
That's a nice looking shot as this is driven up to the boundary. That's running away very, very quickly, but I think Salter will get there. Not Salter, Carlson, quickly, and they get a couple more runs. Just to remind you that Glamorgan were all out for 202. So 203 needed, and at the moment, no worries for the junior side.
Yeah, the Essex-Cambridgeshire game looks as though the seniors are in trouble.
Here's the next ball, and that's played firmly out towards cover. It's a good stop by Root. And Rangold playing with confidence here.
Essex 112 for 6.
Good lord.
Sir Alistair made 46, but Harrison Craig for Cambridgeshire has taken 4 for 10 so far.
There's an odd look to that Essex side.
I don't know. If
Cook playing?
Yeah, Cook made 46. Sir
No, the other Cook, Quickie.
No.
Here's the next ball. Oh, that's short, and it's let through to the wicket-keeper.
But I would say that nine or so of this Essex side are, recognisable first-team names. Wesley captain, Pepper Walter, Tenderscarter, Wheater, Nijo, Jamie Porter. So you would have thought they had a reasonable amount left in stock there with names like that. Glamorgan will be finding out how much they've got left in stock after losing 5 to the 100 with the signing of Douthwaite to Manchester, likely to be announced later. Hogan sets off, but batsman wasn't quite ready. Reingold has 13, Brown has 9. Steam Reingold with just one slip now. Forces that one into the offside, off the back foot. Nice punch, but Callum Taylor doing the fielding there. With the blue boots on, the other blue boot boy, blue suede shoes, Billy Root is at slip. Most of the players sticking to their usual white boots, but those two suitably shod for the coloured kit occasion. 25 for 1. Wales chasing 202. Hogan in, bowls, flicked off the legs, whether it was bat or pad, it doesn't really matter. It has gone through for 4 leg byes as it ran down to fine leg.
I think it's 2 or 3 they're chasing, not to worry too much about a single, isn't it?
Sorry?
2 or 3 they're chasing?
203, yeah. What did I say?
202.
Yes.
Well, you know when there's these games that you come down to the end.
Yes, 203 to win. 202 was the Glamorgan total. 29 for 1. 174 more, the scoreboard helpfully tells us.
They've started well enough.
Hogan to Reingold, who plays that one to Salter at point ball, bouncing hard down into the ground. And Salter, thankfully for him, doesn't get an awkward bounce off the used wicket. And, well, given that we've got 4 one-day cup games and 4 100 games here to stage, plus 2 championship games, there's a lot of worn stuff on the square, isn't there? The ground staff will be hoping to get a bit more life back into some of it. Hogan bowls, and Reingold hurried into his shot, defends it back to the bowler. There's about 3 or 4 strips that don't look too worn, but
I can't see it. And then, well, you see the umpire at square leg, you see you go 2 pitches up for him, pacing towards the wicket.
Yes.
That looks pretty decent. You can play a couple of games. And then another one 3 up.
Yeah. And then there's a couple either side of the one that we're playing on at the moment in the centre, which presumably will be used for the TV extravaganzas that are to come here at Sophia Gardens, albeit still in front of a limited crowd because of Welsh Government regulations for the first 3 out of the franchise matches here. Hogan to Reingold. We'll get runs here as he's beaten a sprawling Horton at short fine leg. It hasn't been firmly enough hit to reach the boundary. They've gone back for 2 runs before Joe Cook's throw.
How many games do they play here, Nick?
It's 4 games for Welsh Fire, which of course are all double headers with the men's and the women's.
There won't be many watching the first 3 then.
So there won't be. No, the crowds will be limited by law to just over 2,000. 31 for 1. As is appeal for LBW, as Rheingold goes hobbling back towards square leg, which suggests that it didn't hit him on the pad, that one. As we'll have another look with the help of the stream, going back down leg maybe.
Going down because Cullen took a step.
Did it possibly hit him on the inside of the pad?
No, Debbie's
hence the pain. Yes, he's
horrible. That
showing his bruise to the man at the other end, Connor Brown. 31 for 1 at the end of 7, so the runs starting to come for Wales rather more easily than they did for Glamorgan, who had that nightmare spell between 7 and 10 overs, losing 4 for 10.
Roman Walker is to continue, and he will be bowling to Connor Brown, who is on 9. Both these batsmen playing nicely at the moment. And there's still a slip for Walker, but there's not one for Hogan. As in he comes, first ball, played nicely off his legs, and they'll get a couple down to deep backward square. As the man at square leg has to run around, the man at fine leg is up in the ring. Yep, useful start, 33 for 1. They bowled well, did Wales. They fielded extremely well. And Glamorgan have a task here. Roman Walker, over the wicket he comes and bowls. And that's short, cut over backward point, and that's going to be 4 runs. Far too short, and into the 40s. Well, no, 37. Must try and keep a length, or just back of a length, but that was very short.
He's trying to bang it into the pitch a little bit, isn't he, Roman Walker?
Yeah.
He's had one or two that have hurried through, but it's not a pitch that has had consistent pace on it. And it's all a learning experience for the 20-year-old.
Yes, he's bowled well in the last few games. Walker bowls again. This is clipped away on the onside, straight to Joe Cook, who is fielding there. I wonder if we'll see him now that Russ Smith has gone off, because he bowls a bit of medium pace for the second team, Joe Cook. I've never seen him bowl, I confess.
No. Yeah, I might well have to. It depends. I think they'll be using Carlson, possibly Root.
But at the moment it's Walker. Comes in, bowls, slower ball. Didn't deceive the batsman. He got down and it did Brown very quickly. 15 each to Rheingold and Brown.
As if Smith isn't able to bowl, then you've only got 2 frontline seamers,
Yep.
you'd have to say. These two, Hogan and Walker. It's a good job your phone's indestructible, Edward.
Yes. In comes the next ball, well pitched up and well played. Chipped out to mid wicket. Connor Brown looks a good player. I haven't seen him for about 2 years, but he seems to have worked on his game and playing confidently.
Yeah, so
Must have benefited from that 2 years or whatever it is. Worked, you learn things, and he's moved on to 16, 38 for 1. In comes the next ball, drifting down the leg side, but it's going to run away down towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. Can't drift away. It's so quick, this outfield, that any time it passes the fielder, you've got no chance. Got over that.
Yeah, I mean, Brown might not have played much in recent years, but he was actually on the staff right up until the end of last season.
Right.
Although he didn't make a first-team appearance, and of course there wasn't any second-team cricket last year, was there, because of COVID? So he's obviously been working hard in the net somewhere by the look of it, and as I say, he's been turning out regularly for Glamorgan as well as his Wales appearances this season. So he's just got as much cricket as he can in to try and get himself a second chance. And if he were to get a half century or something here,
make them look.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing else that he wanted. If a young Welsh lad eventually makes the grade. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, although he struggled in Championship and he was given a good a fair go, to be honest. 10 first-class
Yes.
games and only had an average of 13. But
How old is
a
Connor now? 23?
He's 24, so still got time. If he can persuade them for another go, potentially.
So many batsmen develop at they're 28, 29, 30.
Let's hope Mike Powell isn't listening. Our pundit who claimed that no one over 20 could be classed as young in cricket terms. 42 for 1 Wales, chasing 203 to win. As Hogan bowls and off the back foot, Brown plays it square down towards third man, and it's just kept inside the ropes by diving Roman Walker, but he's only managed to save a single with that spectacular leap, and now he's down on his haunches. And Glamorgan, having lost Rory Smith to injury, can ill afford to lose anyone else as he limps rather gingerly back to his place and third man, and hopes the ball doesn't come his way again, I think, by the look of him. 45 for 1. Glamorgan needs some heroics from Hogan as the ball, you know whose law, does come to Walker next ball, run down to third man.
Don't like to mention, I'll mention it very quietly. Another 44 runs and Wales are halfway there.
54.
54, yeah. Doesn't sound too good, does it? I mean, playing with ease at the moment. Can't think of them being troubled at all.
These two have looked more at home than Glamorgan's top order did. Hogan in, bowls, and Brown defends it back down the wicket.
I think the answer is to bowl straight. You know, if you give width, then you'll get runs, but if you bowl straight, then it's a little bit slow off the pitch. Michael Hogan shows the umpire the ball and says, any chance? The umpire says no, tosses it back to him.
Roman Walker looks in some discomfort down on the boundary. Not quite sure what part of his anatomy he's holding. He's just got a drink.
Swig at the moment.
Hogan into bowl, and he hits Brown somewhere on the thigh pad, I think.
He's running in, doesn't he?
Hogan knows there's a serious game on here, and he doesn't want to finish up on the losing side of it. The
It's a pretty good Glamorgan side.
red and navy blue of Wales is in the ascendancy at the moment. Very dark navy. Oh, this looks black from this distance, but just about on the blue side. 46 for 1. Hogan to Brown, who tries to cut, doesn't time it. Down into the ground, rolls to Salter at point.
And when you think that 8 of these players have played for Glamorgan in Championship cricket this year, Russell Rutherford is an international opening batsman from New Zealand. Roman Walker's bowled pretty well. I'm not sure about Cullen if he's played, but he was the top
played
scorer.
the one T20 cricket match, didn't he?
When he just got onto the field.
Just about. It's a very late replacement for Chris Cook.
It's a useful side.
Hogan bowls, and Brown is hurried by that, but manages to defend it to mid-wicket. No run, Michael Hogan, 5 overs, 0 for 21, striving for a breakthrough. Roman Walker has the only wicket to fall so far, but Wales are within a boundary or so of being caught away to their target. 46 for 1, chasing 203.
Yeah, as you said earlier on, Nick, this won't go 50 overs. We can't see it because they're going along so nicely at the moment. If they continue to play like this, as we wait for Joe Cook now to have a bowl. I haven't seen him bowl as yet, but he's forced into this as Carlson, the captain, because of that injury, a recurring injury you would have thought, to Rory Smith after one ball.
Yeah, Joe Cook is left hand batsman, but a right arm bowler.
Smith comes in, bowls the first ball, driven confidently by Rangold up to mid-off. There's no run. Put that on a length.
Yeah, so Joe Cook having his first ball for the first team, albeit it's a semi-official match.
Listey, oh no, it's not a
Well,
Listey,
due
is
to the
it? No.
12-man Wales side, no.
Cook is in and bowls a little bit short of a length, but it darts in at the batsman who pushes it out to Walker at short mid-wicket. 2 dot balls.
Yes, I find it slightly annoying that it's not a list A game,
Yeah.
because we've had Wales.
And if they win this, Wales
In
will
the
probably
past.
be a little annoyed too.
Yes, quite.
But we're watching Joe Cook bowl. Very good ball. Nice, easy, flowing action, and he's put every ball on the spot. I think the medium pacer, he's not a dobber, but that sort of bowler you need on this pitch.
Well, we saw it from Gorvin earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah.
10 overs, 1 for 35, and
Just
he
put it
was
there.
bowling at medium pace, wicket to wicket.
3 dot balls to Joe Cook. Hogan has bowled 5 overs for 21, but it's Cook in. Oh, and a wild swing there because Rangel got a little bit tied down. He charged up at Cook, and Mr. Cullen will have thoughts of, shall I come up?
Yeah, you'd have thought he's the sort of pace where Cullen might consider coming up to the wicket.
Well, up to now he's been impressive. But probably taking a dart there because we're still in the power play overs. 2 balls to go. That's well bowled again, and again it's a dot ball. Impressive over this, Nick.
Yep, especially with, as you say, all but 2 of the fielders up in the circle. Fielders back on the boundary are at square leg and third man at the moment, which means there's not much room for a down leg side with fine leg up in the 30-metre circle.
Round terms Cook. He doesn't want a boundary with this last ball. Comes in and bowls to Rangel. Rangel is forward to a very good over there from Cook. And that is the end of it, and that is the end of the 10 overs, and 46 for 1 will tell you that Wales are spot on target with 9 wickets in hand.
Glamorgan had that disastrous spell just inside the first 10. They were 37 for 4, which was the nadir, really. And it was always a battle to recover after that.
A bit of spin, I think.
Umpire, a swing of the arms.
Taylor's it? No, he's just taking his cap up, I don't know.
There's a little consultation between
Hogan.
Hogan, Carlson, and it looks as though Roman Walker's swapping ends. Bowled 3.5 overs after taking over from Rory Smith after just the 1 ball. Captain Carlson, for the first time in a senior game, running affairs with help from senior NCO Michael Hogan. 46 for 1 Wales in the Sophia sunshine. As Walker runs in from the River Taff end and bowls a shortish delivery that's nicely turned round by Brown down to fine leg, just swivelling on that one, playing it off his hips, single taken. Both batsmen on 20. Connor Brown, the former Glamorgan staff member up until the end of last year, looking to prove a point, and Stephen Reingold, regular Glamorgan second team member. That is a good ball from Walker. It's beaten him outside off stump. Reingold prodding forward through to Cullen behind the stumps.
Probably the best ball bowled today. Bowled, beat him on the outside, prod, and went through the wicketkeeper. This is the sort of stuff you need. How Hogan made on applauds his fellow seamer.
Yeah, Glamorgan fighting to stay in this game against the allegedly junior opponents. Another good straight delivery that hurries Reingold a little bit and plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. And with Glamorgan missing obviously some of their key players who've gone off to prepare for the 100, then there's not a big gulf in standard, is there?
No.
as Rheingold drives back to Hogan, back to Walker, who fields in the follow-through, gets both hands to it.
When does this competition start?
Thursday for Glamorgan.
No.
The One Day Cup.
I mean, sorry, I meant the other one, yes.
That starts for Welsh Fire. It starts on Saturday.
Right, and the whole caboose
The
starts.
whole caboose starts before that, yeah. So that's down leg side. That'll be called a wide. So they're nearly all double headers, apart from the first game, I think, where the women go first. I believe it's actually tomorrow at the Oval. And then the men on Thursday, and then after that it's all double headers. So Welsh Fire start up north in Leeds on Saturday as Rheingold defends, and the whole thing takes a month, and final is at Lords on Saturday, 21st of August. The final of the One Day Cup is a couple of days before that, on Thursday the 19th of August at Trent Bridge. Doesn't quite have the same cachet as Lords, fine ground though it is. 48 for 1 Wales. This pair battling away, and Rheingold playing to cover. There's no run, so Roman Walker has been quite tight, a single and a wide off that over. 48 for 1 Wales after 11 overs, but only 155 more runs are needed for victory by the men in red.
Yeah, they played pretty well, it must be said, and Glamorgan desperate here for a breakthrough, and the captain Carlson is talking to someone. Who was he talking to? Number 20 something it is. No, 74 we said that Rutherford was,
yes.
wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh, he's talking to Callum Taylor. Which end would you like to do a bit of twirling, no doubt? Joe Cook, who bowled a maiden to start. He will be bowling to Connor Brown, who's not out 20, 48 for 1, 155 for a famous victory. Morgan will have something to say about that. Here he is then. Cook comes up and bowls, and he dabs down on that as Brown and pushes it out to gully. The scoring has decreased. Would have expected to after the first 10 overs, but even just a bit before then, it seems the Glamorgan seamers have found their niche and trying to keep it tight now. Brown, nice, easy action. He's up and delivers short, played away on the onside. Carlson fields. 7 dot balls by the young man.
It's a shame that that none of the matches between the national counties and the first-class counties are List A. Well, I think they ought to be. I mean, we've had in the past the games between the counties and the then minor counties have counted in people's official records.
Yeah. In comes Cook, bowls again, just nice short of a length, back of a length more than anything. And that's all Brown can do is prod it up to mid-on. Yeah, I quite agree with you, and it's, these boys have worked hard for today, the Welsh boys. But at times I really scratch my head with the ECB, what they're doing.
Well, you consider when, second-tier tournaments in some parts of the world are quite happily counted as first class.
Yeah. Cook in bowls. Oh, that nip back at him, and he was lucky it didn't trickle onto the pitch because it darted back, and this is an excellent second over. He has now bowled 10 dot balls as Cook. And the last attacking shot with him came, and Rheingold played an almighty heave running down the pitch.
Yeah, it might be his sort of wicket, Joe Cook, by the look of it.
He's in again and bowls, and identical ball. And he cuts back in, and it's at the top of his pad.
Yeah, the last one, he just managed to dab down by his boots. That one's actually stuck in the flap of the pad, so, well, that's one way to keep him out.
Only one maiden been bowled today, and that was bowled by Lukas Carey. And
Gorvin had one as well.
did he go in? And Cook is in danger of bowling a second one. In comes the next ball, and that's driven. He will get a single this time, but he's only up to deep extra cover. A well bowled young Cook, and that's the end of the over, at the end of which it's 49 for 1, and I would invite you to have a afternoon cup of tea, Nick. What do you say to that?
Oh, that'd be very nice, Edward. Thank you. Yes, if you're making, Edward, or do you want me to make, or do you want to?
I'll go and make it.
You go make. I'll continue talking. Thank you very much. Nice cup of tea. Would do well to break up the coffees. Just milk, please. 49 for 1. I could get overexcited if I drink too much coffee in the space of a day. 49 for 1 comparison. Glamorgan were 40 for 4 at this stage. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, taking you through this National Counties Showcase game, as it's titled. Preparation for the one-day cup on Thursday, where Glamorgan will play Warwickshire here. As on the back foot goes Brown, defending back to the bowler, and there's no run. Preparation as well for Wales for their semi-final game against Berkshire on the 8th of August. Wait information on the venue for that one. It is a home game for Wales. 49 for 1. Wales have a 3-day game before that as well. As that one hits Brown on the hand, and he's wringing it in some discomfort as it's just back of a length, and Walker getting a bit of life from the pitch. As just rose on him from back of a length, and Brown is just taking a little time out, as he's entitled to. I don't think anyone's going to worry too much about the timing of this game in the heat, since it is a friendly. And Brown may need a bit of pain-killing spray here, I suspect, as he has a lengthy conversation with his batting partner Stephen Reingold. Kiran Carlson up at the far end is taking advantage of that to have a little consultation. And one of the 12th man wanders on with drinks, but not quite yet. That felt as though it ought to have been a drinks and sanitisation break as well, as the batsman just counted his fingers. Connor Brown made sure they were all roughly in one piece as he checks his guard and prepares to face. From Walker, who again hurries him slightly, defends up to mid-on, does Connor Brown, and there's no run. 49 for 1. Wales need 203 for victory. Cut-off time is 6:35, but I'd be surprised if the game went that long. Walker bowls down leg side. That'll be called a wide. Just got a little bit round arm there, Roman Walker. Down leg side. I think he was probably aiming for leg stump. Got a bit too much angle into it. 50 up for Wales. Absolutely no applause at all. It's all right. We will be back with a crowd on Thursday for the one-day cup, as Brown will get a single there, playing off the back foot on the offside. 51 for 1. As Walker retreats to the back of his mark. Walker in, bowls, and off a top edge down towards third man. That could well be 4 runs. No, it's just flicked back by Rutherford inside the ropes down beneath us, and his left arm throw comes in, and they're through 4-2. Edward hasn't missed too much while making the tee due to that hold up while Connor Brown nursed his fingers. Rutherford wearing bright yellow 74 on the back of his shirt now. There's Walker bowls. Oh, that's caught Reingold in 3 minds there as he came down the wicket, and Walker banged it in a little bit. 53-1 here on BBC Sport Online. There's someone down below insulting our effects microphone. Brown has 22, so does Reingold. We've had 13 overs gone, this match being played at a rather leisurely pace in the heat, with no huge time constraints, apart from 6:35 being the cut-off. Joe Cook is continuing from the Cathedral Road end, and that's a nice drive. Oh dear, it's beaten Hogan. That was a little bit careless from the big man, who stooped but didn't conquer, and it's cost Glamorgan 3 runs there, as Hogan will be unhappy with himself there. Probably should have got down to it, and a hand up in apology. Runs that Glamorgan cannot afford to concede. Wales will be delighted. 56 for 1, 147 runs for victory, as Joe Cook in, and Reingold noodles it down into the gully area. No run taken. Brown on to 25 with that 3 through the offside field. Walker has bowled aggressively, but he's conceded 27 runs in 5.5 overs. Rory Smith off after just 1 ball. Joe Cook in his 3rd over bowls a full length ball that is driven by Reingold off a thick edge down to third man, safely enough. Single taken. 57 for 1. Edward back with us, having brewed up.
Yeah, Glamorgan need inspiration from somewhere. Whether you're going to change the line of attack to have some spin, I don't know, but it's much of a muchness with pace either end, even though Cook is doing a pretty good job here.
Cook is in to bowl to Brown, who drives and has bisected the fielders there at cover and mid-off. As that one was a wide half volley effectively, and Brown lashed into it. And obviously, although this match won't stand in any competition, I'm sure it'll be spoken of for some time to come by the Wales national county setup, if their side do pull off a famous victory.
Critics' Corner will be up and running, I would have thought too.
Yes, the
rather vocal at
the Twitterati will be up in arms as defending. There is Connor Brown out on the offside. Chris Drew, who's one of our more considered commentators online, said not good enough, sadly. Well, it hasn't been so far from Glamorgan. You can't really argue with that one. Steve West says, and see Reingold opening for the first. Solid technique. Brown bowls, and off an edge Brown will get runs down to third man. Sue Albeck says believes Connor Brown has been coached by Toby Radford at some point. Former Glamorgan coach and now a batting consultant.
Oh yes.
Has worked with the West Indies, among others. 62 for 1.
Yes, they're going along very nicely. Have to be give credit where credit is due after the early loss of Tom Bevan at the score at 5. So these are put on 57 unhurried, and playing extremely well. Brown is on 30, Rheingold is on 23, and we are going to see a little bit of spin to try and mix it up. Andrew Salter coming on at the river end. Now, we saw the off spin of Tegid Phillips earlier on, and all credit to him. 7 overs, 2 for 27, and Sam Pearce was struck for 12, I remember, off his first over. He bowled another 5 overs, and his figures were quite creditable. 1 for 27. Govin, who I thought was bowling cutters as well, 1 for 35. Edwards was most impressive as an opening bowler, 3 for 40, as was Lukas, Carey, 3 for 39. But Glamorgan need wickets from somewhere, and it will be Lukas Carey to deliver from that far end as we start the 15th over in blistering heat here at Sophia Gardens. Salter just has a look around to see his field is okay as he comes in and bowls the first ball, which is bang on a length. Nudge it out into the cover region where Carlson, who must be scratching his head and thinking, yeah, what can I do here? I've lost a bowler who's bowled 1 ball, and they're very, very comfortable against the rest of the attack. Long off and now long on their back on the boundary, deep extra and deep mid-wicket as Salter bowls, and it's played back down the pitch. Brown is on 30, Rheingold is on 23, chasing 203 for victory here. Salter in, bowls, gives it a twirl, and it's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run, no reason for them to try and play expansive shots. These because they've got bags of time. They have got 35 and a half overs to get 1, 4, 3. Salter in, bowls down the pitch comes comes Connor Brown. The next ball is driven up to long on for a single. So Salter, just the 1 run off his first 4 balls. Still afternoon here in Cardiff. And for Rheingold, Hogan's coming up from the boundary to mid-off as Salter comes in and bowls a quicker delivery, which is nudged away for a single on the onside, and they will settle with that.
Yeah, there's some news of interest to rugby followers, which I'll give at the end of the over, since Salter's
it's been announced
rattled through with regard to the Lions. News just in.
Last ball of the over, Salter comes and it's pushed back down to him. End of the Salter's first over, and it was just the 2 runs, 64 for 1, and they're going extremely well. Now then, what big news have you got?
The match between the series between the British and Irish Lions and South Africa will now all take place in Cape Town. It was due to head back to Johannesburg after playing the first match in Cape Town, but now they're sticking where they are, and
they'd be thrilled.
We'll play 3 games in one of your favourite cities, Cape Town.
Absolutely, it's a pity that there won't be a lot of people watching, and it's well, COVID is playing terrible tricks on them out there, and there'll be nobody, as I say, around. But you're absolutely right. Give me Cape Town before Johannesburg any day of the week.
Joe Cook is in to bowl to Rheingold as Glamorgan need a breakthrough and nearly get one as Rheingold gets an inside edge and the ball runs gently towards square leg.
I'm just going to say that they can wander around the coast there.
Well, I don't know if
but they won't. No, they're not allowed to go out of the town.
Don't know if they'll be wandering anywhere, and it does show the
awful
stupidity of playing the series in South Africa in the first place rather than
they had the opportunity and getting a cut here, playing them all here.
As Cook is in and bowls, and that's pushed on the offside for a single by Rheingold. Wales realise they have to work for their runs as the scoring rate is slowed, but it's still well up with the asking rate, so I don't think they need to worry about that. It's just getting to the total target of 203, and they're a third of the way there, more or less, at 65 for 1. Joe Cook to Connor Brown on 31. And he's defending that. Rheingold wants a single, there isn't one. Callum Taylor is a good fielder coming in from cover. But, you know, it could have been a 4-test series over here, potentially.
And the
with
proceeds
one of
probably
each
more.
of the home countries, including Ireland as a rugby nation. Or, you know, it could have been played in a bubble over here with some crowds.
And more money.
And more money.
Extraordinary decision, but there we are.
There have been an awful lot of odd decisions with South Africa in the rugby world this year, as that's driven by Brown out on the offside, Taylor Fields, and there's no run. The attempts to bring South Africa into the more fully into the Pro 14 really didn't work, and they only had a final involving a South African side, which was,
It was
very
ridiculous.
odd. Won by Benetton in the end, in that mini Rainbow Cup competition. Walker bowls, driven by Brown. Taylor Fields again, repeat of the previous ball.
Now, there's only one ball to go from Cook's fourth over, and he's conceded just 11 runs and doing exactly what's needed on a slow wicket. He's not exactly a little dobber. He's quicker than that, but he's putting it on the spot to make it difficult.
We're talking Adrian Dale sort of pace from a few years back.
Yes. Yeah, Dale was a...
Joe Cook in. Bowls, this one's pulled by Brown fairly gently down to mid-wicket. Salmon Fields on the boundary. Single taken, 66 for 1. But these two have actually dealt with the pitch, and their approach has been rather more effective than the Glamorgan top order, which fell in a heap.
Well, put it this way, they've looked far better batsmen than Glamorgan's has. They played correctly, they played some good force-in shots. One shot from Rheingold, you don't want to forget when he ran down the pitch, but no, all credit to these two. 66 for 1, 137 to win, 9 wickets in hand. You can't ask more for that.
No, you'd have thought that a mature approach could get the Wales side home from here.
It will be Andrew Salter to bowl the second over. He comes up and bowls, and that's chopped down to third man, and this will run away for 4 runs. Hogan is in the ring, no earthly chance of him. It was a bad line from Salter, and that's going to run away for 4, 70 for 1. And at the moment I can't see anything but the Wales win. Inspiration and perspiration and dedication needed from somewhere. Andrew Salter settles. Brown has moved on to 36, dominant partner of this partnership. Comes in again, and that's quicker, but Brown is in good position to force it away on the onside. And that's a throw that came in all along the ground. Saving him from the sun, I think, the keeper. Salter comes in and bowls short, pushed away by Rheingold. He's on 25, there's no run. You see the asking rate, it's just marginally 4, easy. Salter is in, bowls again, tosses it up, and this is played back down the pitch. Salter over the wicket from the far end, bowls, and this time 4 more. Drove him straight past the bowler, lovely shot. And Connor Brown is making an impression and stating a case, you would say, Nick.
Yeah, these two are batting nicely, aren't they? With that drive from Rheingold straight back down the grounds. Rheingold has 29, Brown has 37, and a very tidy partnership this is. Andrew Salter was left literally on his knees in the dirt there.
Partnership of 70 for this second wicket, laying the foundation of what would have been a comfortable and Famous victory is Salter bowls down the leg side.
Stumped.
Stumped or caught at the wicket? No, neither is given.
Sorry, I thought he'd wandered down the wicket there, and it would be an appeal for a stumping, but it appeared to be an appeal to the presiding umpire.
A pad must have been because it was no wide.
Yes, no wide.
Sanitisation time 75 for 1, 37 to Brown. Run goal is on 29. The total needed is 203, 128 now from, what have we got, 33 overs.
Yes, there's required run rate is 3.9, and if you look at the Duckworth-Lewis par score, which obviously there's no possibility of this game being decided by the weather unless everyone gets heat stroke, but Duckworth-Lewis is only 48, so they're 27 runs ahead of where they need to be on the par score as the teams go off for sanitisation and drinks.
It's a simple story of that they have batted and bowled better than Glamorgan, and you can't take that away from them. Those figures I read out earlier on, not only one or two, but every bowler had bowled well.
Yep.
And a discipline.
Yeah, Carey and Edwards took 2 apiece early on to leave Glamorgan struggling, and then also claimed a 3rd apiece when they came back in the later overs. Tegid, Phillips 2 for 27 in the the latter half of the innings, and he's bowling off spin, so he's obviously a professional prospect for the future. Tegid Phillips from Cardiff. Andrew Gorvin bowled tidily as well to prevent any acceleration in the middle innings. So Wales 75 for 1, 203 is the target for them, and some very hot and harassed looking Glamorgan players in the yellow shirts.
Point, rather dispirited, aren't they? And
there's not much bounce going on out there, is there?
well, Cook is to bowl, and he at least is keeping the runs down. He's bowled 4, and it's a long time ago since Tom Bevan slashed it one outside the off stump and was caught with the score on 5. It's now 75 in a partnership, an unbroken partnership of 70 for the second wicket, and presumably it will be Cook to continue, and he will be bowling to Connor Brown on 37. When is the next wicket coming from, you may ask?
Yeah, and will Connor Brown be playing for Glamorgan again by the end of the One Day Cup?
By the end.
Well, they don't have a lot of batsmen spare, do they? I mean,
No. Might be playing next week. First ball is wide, very wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. And we are hearing some shouting at the moment. Encouragement. I was just going to remark that Tom Cullen must be feeling very lonely, because the nearest fielder or fielders from him are about 25-30 yards away.
he likes to chat, but he's got no one to chat to.
As Cook comes in, bowls, and this is played off the back foot by Brown, very firmly up to cover, no run.
Yeah, it's the sort of afternoon where someone in the side just has to make an effort to get a bit of chat going. I'm sure Cullen is one of the noisier players usually.
But it's Joe Cook coming in, medium pace, is turned away up to Carlson. Oh, must be racking his brains there, the newly appointed captain of this competition for Glamorgan. Where can I get a wicket? Where can I buy one from? Let's have a look.
Bowling
From
options.
Taylor, perhaps?
Taylor, Root.
Cook walks rather wearily back to his mark. It's hot for these pace bowlers. He comes in, bowls short. Oh, that's an unwise shot by Brown. Going to try and hit it for 6 over point, but it went through to the keeper. 75 for 1, chasing 203. Then comes Cook, balls again, and that's played just to the left of Taylor, and they amble through for a single.
And Joe Cook's looked quite promising there. I mean, he's played 7 first-class matches without a bowl. Do you think it's just that he's considered not fast enough to bowl at this pace in first-class cricket?
I would probably think so, and there are better players, of course, although these two are playing well. If you're on good, firm wickets, he wouldn't really look a threat as he bowls again. And it's just back of a length stuff on a slow wicket. End of the over, and they have moved on to 76 for 1, and Cook now has bowled 5 overs, very accurate overs, because his figures are 0 for 13.
Yeah, Glamorgan are getting to the point, though, aren't they, where they need more than just accuracy, because
Yeah, they got a
Wales can afford, with a required rate of 4, they can afford to have a few 2 and 3 overs, and
Jeez.
if they keep wickets in hand, they will
well, they're
still
run
be
home.
favourites to get home quite comfortably, you would have thought.
Carlson having a long chat with Salter. Change a line of attack, I don't know. All very easy at the moment.
It's worrying for the Glamorgan side as Salter is in to bowl, and forward comes Brown. Nearly top scorer of the match. Tom Cullen's patient grafting 41 at a run every other ball was top scorer for Glamorgan. As down the wicket comes Brown and drives up to long on. And they take a single, 77 for 1. Of course, Connor Brown having been on the Glamorgan staff until last year, will be acquainted with the vast majority of this Glamorgan side, and will have played with many of them. Salter bowls, Reingold tries a sweep from outside off stump, and just manages to get it to square leg. Wasn't quite the ball for that shot.
Chancy shot that, but
don't really need to take those chances, Wales, at the moment. Reingold only 22. Big occasion for him. Salter round the wicket, bowls, and that's slammed by Reingold through mid-wicket, dropped short by Salter, and he was pointing vaguely at Kiran Carlson, who remonstrates back.
yeah, look, I can't give you a feel for a slow, long hop, mate. I think that might have been the answer.
Yes. Even Tom Cullen gesturing from behind the stumps. Mid-wicket maybe can be a little bit straighter, but you can't really set your field to cope with poor deliveries, which that one was from Salter. 81 for 1, Reingold to 33, and that's a better one from Salter, and he pushes just gently back down the pitch. 81 for 1. Salter round the wicket. Balls, sweep shot, big appeal, not out.
Not out, no. Yeah, I think it might have been an appeal in desperation there, Nick.
Well, it depends how much turn he's getting. I mean, the batsman was with his back to me, as we see a replay from the other end. Well,
might be worth a shout,
it was worth a shout, yeah. Possibly if the ball had been turning a long way, but that's a difficult decision for the umpire to be sure of, and I think not out was probably the right call. And Glamorgan have it all to do. Wales
They certainly have.
on the verge of a victory. Kieran could bring himself on, suggests Chris Drew. Well, yes, Kiran Carlson has only taken one first-class wicket since his 5 on debut, as Edward Bevan tries to smash up his laptop.
Good bowls played out to cover, and there's no run. He's hardly bowled, is he? Well, he has not bowled.
Has that laptop offended you?
No, I was trying to put it in the lead, wasn't getting as mixed up as Glamorgan are out there. Just keep an eye on all things cricket.
Yes, let's have a look at the other score to see if anyone else is in any danger.
Joe Cook from this end bowls and is driven nicely up to deep extra cover. Will root Will Field. Nothing beating the bat at the moment. Nothing darting around. No chances given.
And the word from the Wales dressing room is that Greg Holmes is now back from hospital and okay to bat.
I don't think you'll need to with the way they go.
After dislocating a finger early in the Glamorgan innings. Much delayed at Essex. What on earth's that about? Heat?
I doubt it. Gun barrel straight from Cook and pushed away on the offside. No run.
Elsewhere, well, Wiltshire have made a good start. 84 for 1 in 15.
Is what? William Wag playing?
No, he plays for Shropshire, doesn't he?
Because he's playing club cricket down in
Yeah.
Wiltshire.
Yes.
Could do a bit of waggy there now.
There's Cornwall going well as well. Tell you about that after this.
Here's the next ball, and it's dabbed down there by Rheingold. He's got a little stuck. He's on 33, and Brown was able to took him. He's up to 40, 82 for 1.
Somerset 260 all out. Cornwall 149 for 1 in the 30th. Need only 112 to win off the last 20 overs.
Wow.
Somerset, of course, have lost a lot of players.
Yeah.
Most of their first team.
That makes it so sad to me. In comes Cook. Bowls again, short outside the off stump. Cut away for a single. There's nothing the Glamorgan bowlers are getting out of this pitch, which is on the slow side, but they haven't looked, it must be said, like taking a wicket.
It is a rain delay in Chelmsford, apparently.
Must be thunderstorms. Wouldn't like to be under a thunderstorm in this heat.
Oof.
Joe Cook turns around, economical over again, and this is driven half stopped by the blue suede shoes of Billy Root. And that is the end of Cook's over. He has now bowled 6 overs, 0 for 15, and he's bowled a couple of maidens. Well, he's done his job, but of course you've got to take wickets when you're defending such a modest total as this.
You're right about the Essex weather, Edward. Rain and thunder over Chelmsford, which is why the players are off the field. The umpires, I think, are instructed to keep them off, aren't they, when there's thunder in the vicinity, just in case anyone gets hit by lightning. Salter then from the River Taff end as down the wickets and driven by Rheingold. Back to Salter on the pounce, who threatens to hurl it back at the stumps. Catching that one after it had been hit on the half volley. 83 for 1. Rheingold 34 not out. Salter tosses a bit wider as Rheingold comes down the wicket, drives to cover. Carlson throws and Rheingold goes tumbling back because Connor Brown, quite rightly, was leaning on his bat, absolutely not interested in that. Salter bowls, Rheingold giving them a charge again, and this time it's safe enough, and it's a single up to long off.
Get your opening paragraph ready, Nick. History was made at Sophia Gardens, comma, when
Connor Brown made a case for a Glamorgan recall.
You know, all the
possibly. Salter bowls and squirted by Brown down to short third man, and there's no run. So a good day for the Wales side, who are now favourites to win this game. Salter bowls and Brown drives, doesn't time it. Well fielded at mid-wicket, running round to mid-on by Callum Taylor. Salter bowls, oh, that's short of a length, hiked away towards mid-wicket, and Root on the run round the boundary gets a hand to it. They're back as the throw comes in. Salter dropping short again. Batsman not quite timing them pull over mid-wicket, but another couple of runs. 86 for 1, Brown 42, Rheingold 35, and Wales are relatively comfortable at the moment with 117 to win.
Like they're very, very comfortable, and we're going to have a change of bowling at this end. After 6 accurate overs from Joe Cook, we are going to see Callum Taylor have a bowl, and he's been bowling from this end. He's being set his field by his captain, Kiran Carlson. So we will have a spin at both ends, and he will be the 6th bowler used by Glamorgan. We're in danger at the moment of losing this game. Don't want to sound pessimistic, but I just can't see, how are they going to take 9 wickets and stop them winning?
Doesn't look like it at the moment, does it?
117 to win, which you would say is basically a walk in the park in 29 overs. Practice ball bowled by the off spinner. Now then, let's see if we can get a bit of twirl that is successful from Taylor. Here he comes, bowls his first ball, tosses it up in the air, and oh, this could be close. Not out, says the umpire. No, it had to be quick, and he was quick. The man running towards the danger end.
Yeah, Conor Brown was safely home as we see the replay of it, and our replay agreeing with the umpire's not out decision. As, our audio commentary is of course available on the video stream via the Glamorgan Club website. Should you be wondering, we're trying to do audio and video commentary at once.
In comes the next ball, and that's driven straight 4 runs past the bowler, and it was a vain attempt by Hogan, but it was hit with authority. And well, the Glamorgan fielders out there looking down and thinking, well, how on earth can we win this game? 91 for 1, getting very close to the halfway mark here.
Yeah, Michael Hogan looking ruefully down at his hands, might have taken a layer or 2 of skin off there, which is the last thing that he wants with a busy little campaign to come.
Taylor to bowl to Brown. He's on 46. He plays it defensively out onto the offside. There's no run. David Harrison must be tearing what hair he's got left out of it, as the next ball is tossed up and beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery there as Brown tries to cut it away on the offside.
Tearing his beard out.
Yeah. Here's the next ball. That's played forward. A good defensive prod there from an equally good ball.
It's strange, isn't it, that Glamorgan have been so poor in white ball cricket when they've been much improved in red ball cricket.
Because here's the next ball. Oh, it's too short. It's cut away for a single to deep extra. And it doesn't look as if Rory Smith is coming back on the field, and that might tell us he's not going to be available for a couple of games.
Now, if you weren't listening or watching earlier, he limped off after bowling just 1 delivery, clutching the back of his leg at the top. A pulled muscle of some sort, he would have thought. And Glamorgan are going to have to do without him, so it might mean a recall for James Wheel, possibly, you would have thought, out of the squad that was named for today. Andrew Salter to try and get some sort of breakthrough. Balls to Brown, who plays an attacking shot and misses. Tom Cullen retrieves. Salter into his 5th over from the River Taff end on this glorious afternoon here at Sophia Gardens. Salter bowls, Brown drives up to long on. Easy single, and at the moment just able to milk the spin bowling of Andrew Salter, which is all in Wales's favour. And not much Glamorgan appear to offer at the moment. Salter bowls and Rheingold drives to mid-on, and there's no run. This partnership now worth 88 for the second wicket, biggest of the game, comfortably. As Salter is in again, right arm round, and Rheingold drives back past Salter, who can't get a hand to it. It'll be just the single. There's a acrobatic piece of fielding by the man in the far distance, Roman Walker, who not for the first time today is left jogging back a little gingerly, certainly throwing himself around enthusiastically. 94 for 1 as Brown drives again up to wide, long off. This time there should be a couple of runs as Rheingold is back safely, and the throw from Rutherford came down the middle of the wicket, and that is 50 for Connor Brown off 70 deliveries, and the applause from the remaining Wales players on the balcony away to our left. As the next ball stops a little bit on him and just pops up towards square leg. 50 off 70 balls, including 5 fours.
A very good innings by the young Welshman, and he'll be absolutely delighted that having been discarded by Glamorgan a couple of years ago, he's come back and played quite beautifully here on a pitch which is not straightforward. I confess I thought that Glamorgan would have taken a few more wickets than they have by now, but they've hardly troubled these two, and that partnership now of what was next say 91 is just tells us how well these two have played. And Rheingold is on 37, and he's going to face now spin at the other end as Taylor comes round the wicket and bowls the first ball and is pushed away. Brown sends him back. They know that they got plenty of time just to push it about. They don't have to rush at all. Is that me again? Right.
That's you smashing up your phone again, Edward.
Yeah. Well played that. He tossed it outside the leg stump and it swept away. You've got all the shots in the book and you cannot trouble them.
Edward Bevan with the hardest and the loudest phone in Wales.
Yeah, I'm not short of hearing. That's something I haven't bothered with. Keep you all awake. Taylor bowls. Oh, that went through where slip would have been. He's going to run away for 4 runs down towards that short boundary at third man. And another 4 takes the score to 101 for 1. And now we're more or less at halfway stage, 102 to win.
I think that was sort of deliberately played by
Yeah, he opened the
there.
face, didn't he? That's short. It turns so slowly, and it's pushed away up to the extra cover boundary, and they'll take 2 more runs, and possibly the heat taking the toll on the Glamorgan bowlers, but it's same for the batsmen. They must be losing a few pounds out there. Callum Taylor with his off spin comes up and bowls, and that's a good delivery which is pushed back down the track by the batsman, and there's no run. A little to excite us this afternoon as Wales go comfortably towards their target of 203 as the next ball is fielded at backward point. At least they're getting through the overs nicely, the 2 spinners, and at the end of all that, 103 for 1, 100 to win. Symmetrical.
Yeah, well, if Glamorgan play like this in the One Day Cup, they're going to be in trouble.
You can't see this side changing a lot because, as I said earlier on, you got 8 or 9 of first-team players.
No, I think Rutherford looked somewhat unlucky to get one that kept low. He started stylishly with 3 boundaries before he went for 18.
But it's the bowling, isn't it? As we've seen many times in the 20-over competition.
Salter bowls and defended back to him by Rheingold. Well, it seemed to be that the batting and the bowling didn't fire together in T20. Either one or the other was awry, as that's defended again by Reingold. Or in the case of our doomed trip to Chelmsford, both were awry at the same time.
What about Gloucester? 230 was it they scored?
It's not been a pleasant couple of months, as that's hit over square leg by Reingold, and it'll just roll away despite a despairing dive by Billy Root. Runs away for 4, and Wales have 107 for 1 on the board, and we're not even at the halfway mark, and they still have 9 wickets in the bank.
This could turn out, and I don't want to sound a pessimist. A crushing defeat.
Well, these two have looked largely confident and composed, as that one is pushed down off an inside edge to backward square leg by Reingold, but Joe Cook fields well, and there's no run. 107 for 1. Connor Brown 56, Stephen Reingold 42. Reingold trying to use his feet to get after Salter, but Salter is watching him coming. Yes, the two number 21s. Salter against Reingold, the young South African-born batsman, as he forward defensively. Well, he can afford this. That's the thing with required run rate of 3.8. If you get 1 or 2 difficult overs, you can block them out for maidens. 107 for 1, and that is the halfway point in overs of the innings, but Wales are more than halfway there, as Brown's on 56.
Under 100.
Reingold is on 42, 96 to win of 25 overs, with 9 wickets in hand for the visitors. Well, the visitors? Can't remember who ended up being the home side. Or it was technically a Wales fixture to start with, but then it was handed over to host by Glamorgan, so you can call either side the home side. They're both all at home here in the centre of Cardiff.
All pals together. How are things getting on at Taunton, Nick? Very interested in Cornwall's reply.
Yeah, I'll give you a score now. It's, we've updated that one. Cornwall 164 for 2, need a further 97 off 16.5, so 6 and over. It's a little bit demanding. Jack Leach has bowled well there for Somerset, 7 overs, 1 for 18. But Cornwall must be in with a shout there.
And Wales must be in a shout here.
Wales are favourites here.
Callum Taylor with 96 runs needed is going to carry on, and he's bowling to Connor Brown, who plays forward up the line of off stump, and there's no run. Here's the next ball outside the off stump, driven away to deep extra cover. Batting looks extremely easy at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lesson in how to play on this pitch, isn't it? The ball hasn't been coming on particularly to the bat, so...
I thought it'd take, to be harder than this, but no word. It's a cakewalk at the moment.
Batted very well.
Next ball is swept out to deep mid-wicket. There's a man there who fields very well. And Nick Selman, it was, gathers, returns, and it'll take... Oh my word, there could be a run out here. Yes, there is. Oh. What a mix-up. And poor Reingold has to go, and I'll try to describe that.
A comedy of errors, I think.
It was struck up to deep mid-wicket. They hesitated, then they stopped, then the return comes in, and he was out by a couple of feet.
Well, I think the key fact was that it was a dreadful throw from Nick Selman, who was trying to get it in quickly to prevent the run. So the ball ended up miles wide of the wicket. They thought about taking the extra run for the poor throw, as we'll see a replay for those watching on the video. And then, yeah, there probably wasn't the extra run there, and the poor throw was backed up and sent into Tom Cullen. So Roman Walker gets an assist on that, having been nowhere near the original ball. Well, 110 for 2. Rheingold, though, might have just done enough to ensure a Wales victory with that century partnership with Connor Brown. So it's a run out by Selman, Cullen and Walker, all handling the ball.
If you're a cruel man, you say the only way Glamorgan were going to take a wicket.
No, Edward Bevan.
But well, they haven't looked like taking a wicket, have they? And it was a bit of chaos there, and Connor has got his head bowed down, thinking, well, it wasn't your fault, Connor, because you turned back and said no. It was a lot of hesitation, and then he had to backpedal. So Brown has to take it through now. He's on 57 with 93 to win. Colk.
Yeah, Oscar Colk, 24 years old, born in Guildford. Hero Viv Richards. He plays for the Lansdowne Club, as does Brown at the moment in Bath. And
how old is
24?
Colk?
24.
And Viv is retired in 93.
Presumably on tape.
So you wouldn't have seen him in the flesh then. Taylor comes in and bowls, and the first ball for Colk is defended. Yes, slip is in. Come on, everybody in on the one now, because you don't want Colk to get off the mark with an easy little push somewhere. There's the next ball. It's pushed away on the offside. You could get Brown out. It might cause a little bit of panic, but I doubt it. They haven't been beaten, have they, Nick, this year, telling me?
Just one match in the group stages, but they topped the group anyway. Oof.
Colk wants to run there for some reason, and it went straight to Carlson.
Yeah, Colk batting with wearing number 22, big powerful man. I'm told that he plans to enlist in the military at Sandhurst later this year. And
don't upset him then.
Bizarre fact, he's played a first-class match in Zimbabwe for Mashonaland.
Mashonaland, yeah.
So it's obviously a have bat will travel sort of chap. But born in England, and he's Wales's highest run scorer this season.
No, I don't know if Steve James is listening. Did he play for Mashonaland? Because
Steve did play in Zimbabwe, certainly.
I was out there a couple of times, and he was there playing club cricket. And whether it was Mashonaland, I don't know. But he was playing with a very strong group of players. Campbell, the Flower brothers.
Yes, you don't very much whether it's the same strength now. Now this is interesting from Glamorgan. Bring back Hogan.
Yeah, to try and test the new batsman. 110 for 2, 93 runs needed.
Well, Hogan needs to contribute a wicket or two in this spell if there's to be any chance of Glamorgan dragging it back from the brink of defeat, as Hogan is in to bowl and Brown defends out on the offside, and there's no run, and maybe if Brown has any sense, he'll just take the next couple of overs from Hogan as they come, try and take the singles, and otherwise just see Hogan out as he looks for the breakthrough. As Hogan lopes in the yellow shirts of Glamorgan, bowls, and Brown cuts hard straight to Cook at backward point. Nice piece of fielding. You're absolutely correct, Edward Bevan. Steve James did play for Mashonaland in Zimbabwe.
I did a couple of sort of under-19, one under-19 and one in England tour there, and saw a lot of Steve then. And the cricket, as I mentioned, those players were strong.
As Brown on 57 faces up to Hogan, defends that back down the wicket, and there's no run. Sadly, cricket, like the country as a whole, has degenerated.
There's a touring side out there now, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
The Indians, how much called Bangladesh? Is it Bangladesh?
Bangladesh, funny you should mention that, Edward, have just beaten Zimbabwe by 5 wickets in one day today. Hogan, right arm over from the River Taff end, Brown on the defensive, as I suggested.
Our good friend Alan Butcher,
Yep.
coached him for a couple of years and did pretty well, but the politics and the cricket out there has got to be seen or heard to be believed. There's a lot of...
Well, you could
I'm
always
really careful what I say.
buy Alan's book,
Yeah,
The Good
I've read it.
Marungu, which will tell you all about it. It's a fascinating read.
Yeah. Worked as hard as ever, did Butch out there.
110 for 2 Wales, 93 needed to win,
Shot.
and there'll be 92 needed to win as Brown drives a slightly wide delivery from Hogan to Salter, sweeping on the cover boundary. Take the one. 111 for 2. Nelson on the boards, 92 to win. 23 overs in which to get him, so scoring rate still 4 runs and over, more or less where it was when it started. Can Wales induce any panic in Glamorgan ranks? Hogan bowls and
Good over.
Polk defends out in the covers. Carlson fields, no run. It was a good over, but Wales have got so many wickets in the bank and so much
They won't
time
care.
in hand that they can afford to ride out even a maiden or two here or there. 111 for 2, 27 overs gone, 23, 92 to win, so that is exactly now 4 runs and over with 8 wickets in hand.
It should be a cakewalk, really, unless something drastic happens.
Batting to come, Greg Holmes is due in next if his finger is fully up to it, but Sam Pearce may come in next. He's been playing for Glamorgan in T20s, the captain from the Bridgend Club. Then Cameron Herring from Pontedilais, Andrew Gorvin from St Fagans, Tegid Phillips, Cardiff.
It'll be Taylor to start another over and bowls a good length ball, which Brown pushes up to mid-off. Colk hasn't got off the mark as yet.
Richard Edwards, Port Talbot, and the Pontedilais Ponting, Lukas Carey. He won't come in at 11.
Oh, this is a little wide and well played, and there's a chase for Walker. He grabs it and turns on the run. Good bit of feeling, but it's a comfortable 2 runs to Brown, who goes on to 62 and has to guide his side one feels through now, because he mustn't get out. And if he can stay there and end up with 100 or so, he will be, I suspect, the man of the match, or next ball, or how they call it these days, the player of the match, or whatever.
Yeah, not sure if there'll be an official one. I don't think we've got anything to give him here, have we? There's a bottle of drink in the fridge. But
Bottle of water. Taylor hasn't bowled badly, as he bowls one that spins away from him, and it's touched away on the onside. Let's have a look at Taylor's. What has he done? He's in his 4th over.
He's not for 18.
60, yeah, more than I thought. Taylor bowls, and this is a beautiful looking shot, but it's equally well fielded at short extra cover by Hamish Rutherford. And maybe thinking, hang on, I've come here now to strengthen this side, and we're going to be beaten by a side of non-county players, except for Carey. This is single. This is played squarer this time. Absolutely no problem at all for Conor Brown, who moves on to 61. And the score on 114 for 2. 89 to get.
yeah, it was a good match in Harare from the look of it. Zimbabwe 298, Bangladesh 302 for 5, one with 2 overs to spare.
We're going to the Harare Sports Club there. Mm-hmm. And, you know,
That was the venue, yeah.
The great tobacco business, which was thriving back when I went out there in the early 90s. And I remember going in about 8:45. We'd had a day off to have a game of golf, and just went into the bar to book nightclubs and whatever. It was heaving with people. And I said, it's only 8:30 and everything's going full stop here.
Here's Hogan, and driven hard by Brown, but hits it too hard, really, to get a single to mid-off on the the edge of the circle. Don't tell me you were shocked by the social whirl.
No, the answer was, well, hang on, these boys get up at 2, 3 o'clock because of the heat.
All right.
And they work in the fields.
Yeah.
And then they come back here and they'll have a good drink.
Party hard and early.
That's right. Yeah, lovely spot it was.
Hogan bowls and Brown on the back foot defends back to the bowler. No run. So where were they working at that time of the morning? Just the agricultural work, or
Tobacco.
Yeah,
the tobacco fields. And
was that because it was too hot later in the day to do that sort of labouring then?
Yeah.
All right.
You could play cricket, all right, but you can imagine labouring all day. One of the big men out there was Graham Hick's father.
All right.
One of the managers. Interesting place.
Hogan in to bowl and Brown defends. Yeah, well, Hogan is doing his best to dry up the run rate here, but on the other hand, as we've been saying, Wales can afford to play through a couple of barren overs.
Another thing I remember, that dreadful man Mugabe was in charge then. And believe it or not, and his name will not be mentioned, I'll just break off.
As Hogan is into bowl and is uppercut by Brown, wide of a diving gully and down to third man. A reasonably simple couple of runs as Wales move on to 116 for 2 with 87 runs needed to win.
He was introduced to one of the press corps from England. This man who will not be mentioned, never will. You had to stand in a line, said, President Mugabe, you have made my day. To which everybody looked astounded.
Hogan bowls and Brown drives through the offside. Single taken, they think about 2, but Brown is told to get back to the non-striker's end. The larger, quite burly figure of Oscar Colk, and he didn't want to know about a second there, probably quite rightly.
How did I get on to that now?
We're talking about Zimbabwe, the fact that Colk has played on Mashonaland in Zimbabwe. Yes. And
Steve James there.
Steve James, and I think that's bad enough of Zimbabwean politics. Hogan bowls, and Colk squared up by that one, squirts it down, just got a bit of edge on that one, otherwise he might have been an LBW candidate. The ball ran down to third man for a single, but Wales, despite the exit of Rheingold in that run-out mix-up from Selman, Walker and Cullen. Triumvirate, indeed. 118 for 2. Wales need 85 off 21.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any problems from now on. And Hogan has bowled. He had a little bit of a ropey start, but now is into his groove. 7 overs for 26 runs. Under 4 and over. And he's in deep conversation with Kiran Carlson. Does he try to block it up by seam, or does he... You see, when you get up to 40 overs, you've got to pull fielders in, don't you? The last 10. It should be easy, but you never know in this game. Taylor's to continue, and he's bowling to the right-handed Colk. Colk is forward, not to be tempted, no run.
Brown leads Wales to shot win over Glamorgan. Think I'm safe typing that yet?
Yes, I think you are.
It's the most likely outcome.
Taylor bowls down the pitch, comes Colk, and spinners are bowled all right. Nothing much in the pitch for them.
Well, it's worrying from Glamorgan that their bowlers have found less than Wales's did.
Absolutely. This is played away on the onside. Glamorgan have got 270 to 80, then they would have had to attack. There's no earthly reason why they should. Colk pushes forward again. 5th over for Taylor, not for 19. That's good bowling from the off spinner. But they're not to be tempted at the moment as he bowls again to Colk. Colk comes down the pitch and uses his feet nicely to get a single down to the long on boundary where Roman Walker fields. Well, if they lose this, they'll probably say, all right, let's get out of our bad system before there's a shot well field by the bowler. That's the end of the over. 119 for 2, 84 to win. And say, well, we've got that out of the system. We didn't bat or bowl particularly well, although the bowling has come on a bit now. And let's prepare a little bit better for the next game against Warwickshire, which will take place here on Thursday, and it will start at 11 p.m.
And there will thankfully be some applause in the background, we hope anyway. It will be open to spectators, with current capacity here of around 2,000, so do consult the Glamorgan website if you want to come along.
We must of course remember, Nick, that they're a bowler short. Apart from one ball, he hasn't bowled Smith and unlikely to come back. And with a new ball, he's an useful bowler, Smith. But the others haven't really threatened all the ball. A few of them have kept things tight.
So Roman Walker now to have a go. Michael Hogan's spell was a brief one, and Colk on the back foot plays back to the bowler. So Glamorgan using their frontline bowlers, but they are a seamer short, with Joe Cook filling in for Rory Smith, as that's edged by Colk. I'm not sure how deliberate a rundown it was, but it was safe enough with no slip in there. And they take a single down to Alex Horton, the substitute fielder at third man, with Horton on from the second over of the innings after Rory Smith limped off after bowling just one ball. Walker bowls short. Oh, this could be... No, it hasn't quite carried to third man as Brown went for the uppercut. I thought for a moment that it had looped up so much that Horton might be in business down at third man on the boundary, but it was only first bounce to the teenage substitute fielder. 121 for 2.
And we always look at the Duckworth Lewis, don't we, at this stage in the game?
Yep, 20 odd ahead.
Yeah.
That's on leg stump from Walker, and Colk is easily able to play it down towards mid-wicket, where Root fields on the pavilion side of the ground. The pylon shadows, as usual this time, making their way around the outfield here at Sophia Gardens. 122 for 2. And well, at least it's a Welsh side beating a Welsh side. Potentially, as that's nudged away on the leg side by Connor Brown, former Glamorgan staff batsman who's been playing for the seconds regularly this season.
Does he go over the bridge, you say, to play for Lansdowne?
Yeah, that's where he's playing his club cricket at the moment.
That's going to be a good standard over there.
Born in Caerphilly. 123 for 2. Brown 66. Colk on strike on 4. Stephen Reingold was run out for 44. Tom Bevan fell early on for 3. Walker bowls. Oh, he's pulled up now. And no, he's all right. He's running it off. I'm not quite sure what that was. He seemed to yelp of pain in the delivery stride. It was a dot ball, but he's jogging back to his mark in the outfield as his cap is hurled back at him by the 12th man. Roman Walker's been a bit in the wars, which is extremely worrying, with Smith off, because Walker, to be fair, shows maximum enthusiasm in boundary fielding, doesn't he? He really has hurled himself around, but he's walking a little bit gingerly and trying to stretch something off, so we'll see if he continues bowling.
And if he's out, and you can't go and get somebody on loan, because everybody's stretched to the limit at the moment.
Could be a few interesting conversations in the dressing room.
Taylor starts another over, and it's driven to mid-off, where it is fielded by Hamish Rutherford.
Well, Lukas Carey obviously is on the Glamorgan staff and
he bowled well
comes
today.
straight back in and might be ahead even of Wheel.
Tosses this one up, and it's driven past mid-off. He went the wrong way then, did the bowler. And it's driven up towards mid-off by Brown for a single. I think the word is not given up. Glamorgan is resigned to the fact they might be beaten. Here's the reverse sweep going to get him 4 runs there outside. Well played by Cork. These boys look as if they can play a bit. (128 for 2), 75 runs needed, and they will be overs in hand, I suggest, Nick Webb.
Yeah,
when it's all over.
Likely at the moment, isn't it?
18 overs left, 6 o'clock finish, or maybe before that. Cork waits as he's driven that nicely up towards extra cover, and they'll get a single. That's a short ball, and it's beautifully caught at short leg.
Umpire square leg confirms it, and
A long hop, and Brown has got to go. 67, he's still there, poor chap.
he's
Long
gutted at
hop
that one.
from Taylor. He pulled it, and I think it was a one-handed catch, was it?
It was an excellent effort.
Brilliant catch. Brilliant. Well, what an innings by Connor Brown. A short ball, he looked as if he was on for 100. But it was a short ball, and he pulled it away hard, and it was a magnificent one-handed catch there by, I think it was Andrew Salter, wasn't it?
Not sure, we'll confirm that in just a moment.
Anyway, Brown's very good innings.
No, it's a sub, Alex Horton.
Wicket keeper.
Yep.
Good gracious. 129 for 3. But he doesn't want to go, Connor. Look at it.
Oh, he's desperate, isn't he?
Well, it is an awful ball, which
Yeah.
Connor is straight on. Don't wander to the right.
Oh, he's probably had visions of hitting that one into the grandstand, didn't he? Because it was short and asking for it. But I think he probably got it off the bottom half of the bat, and Horton, diving away to his right in front of the umpire, just managed to cling on, and the square leg umpire had an excellent view of proceedings and was
said
able to,
immediately out.
Yep, that's a clean catch.
So he's gone for a very fine 67, and Greg Holmes has been to hospital. He's come back, and brave man now, he's coming in to bat. So Glamorgan hoping against hopes. Another 2 quick wickets, who knows? But it's 74 runs needed.
Yeah, it's not that many, is it?
No.
In normal times, but maybe, just maybe, the professionals will have the experience to put that squeeze on.
Well, Bevan was out trying to cut the ball that was very wide. Then there was a mix-up and a run-out, and now there's a long hop hit to square leg. Slip is in as the first ball bowled to Holmes is pushed away on the offside. 129 for 3. 74 runs needed, and relatively new to a new batsman, Greg Holmes, and Cork is not out 9. So 3 wickets have fallen. I never thought I'd see that wicket fall so easily.
No, Brown, having worked so hard, disappointed to get out in the way he did, in particular with the 17-year-old Alex Horton clinging on to that catch, and even I guess a bit of fielding will be good experience for Alex Horton, who's played second team cricket, I think, from the age of 15 a couple of seasons ago. Roman Walker, 1 for 31, is in to bowl to Colk, who's pushing forward defensively on the offside, fielded by Captain Kiran. 129 for 3.
How much has Hogan got left, Nick? Probably about 5.
No, because he bowled 5 in his first ball. Right. We've had a message of correction as in comes the next delivery to Colk, who plays it defensively. Although that's up on the scoreboard, it is now been changed. Thank you to Matt for that message. It is in fact Cameron Herring batting at the non-striker's end ahead of Holmes.
I thought he wouldn't come in so early as that in a comfortable position.
No, Herring, yes, considerably shorter than Colk, so I
He's
don't
a
think
player too.
we'll mix these two up on height. As Walker bowls and Colk on the back foot defends to cover, and there's no run. So Herring is in at 5. Thought Pearce might be a candidate as well to bat in that sort of position.
He's probably the sort of player who will push and run. He's small.
First class experience, Cameron Herring, a few years back with Gloucestershire. So watches on as Colk uppercuts and is out, caught at backward point. Well, he was looking to guide down the third man or slash it over backward point. In the end, he did neither. And Joe Cook took a smart head-high catch. And Roman Walker has struck for his second wicket. Colk has gone for 9. And Wales are 129 for 4. And 2 wickets have fallen on the same score in successive overs. Oscar Colk caught by Joe Cook after bowling of Roman Walker for 9, and Glamorgan have 2 batsmen on 0 to bowl at, and maybe even at this late stage in proceedings they have visions of dragging things back.
Yes, that's the key wicket there, of course, was Brown, and now Brown and Colk, who played pretty well between them, have left in the space of 3 balls.
Well, and when these Wales players look at their dismissals, as you say, Rheingold in a comedy mix-up run out that he wasn't laughing about for 44, and Connor Brown out to one of the more hittable balls of the day that he managed to hit to square leg, when he might have been aiming into row J of the grandstand, I suspect, away to our right, as we await confirmation of the new batsman.
I don't know how good these, never seen them play, these remaining 6 batsmen.
Holmes now is the word from the dressing room. Thank you, Matt.
Holmes now, and
Pearce to come.
They've obviously got some better. If another wicket or 2 goes, they'll get jittery.
Yeah.
But at the moment, they should still win it.
I wonder if they'd think of promoting Lukas Carey to try and slap a few quick runs. As he's got the advantage of being a fearless character, hasn't he? Likes to hit a long ball.
Strikes it very well indeed.
The Ponta de la Sponting.
That would hurt Glamorgan, but he'd be delighted if he could get 20 or 30 together. So 2 wickets in quick succession, you never know, do you?
Here's Roman Walker, 2 for 31 in his 8th over, into bowl and defended by the new batsman, Greg Holmes. If you weren't listening earlier on, cricketing pedigree, the son of the late Jeff, same initials, GC Holmes. 27 years old and plays for Cardiff. He's among Wales's leading run scorers over the years in one-day cricket. As Walker's in, bowls outside off stump. Thought that'd be called a wide. I thought that was outside the blue line, but umpire does not.
Corner look as if they're going to beat Somerset. Somerset need 46 from 9.5 overs, but they've only lost 4 wickets. That'll be in the Feather Cup of a Cornishman. And here, Wales need 74 runs to win. They've got 17 overs left. It's 129 for 4.
Very good afternoon to Jack Murphy, the former Glamorgan batsman, who's listening and sent me a little message to confirm the identity of the batsman. It's always good to be kept in touch over these things. Cameron Herring is wearing 5 and he's on strike. Greg Holmes is wearing 16 and he is stretching at the non-striker's end. That was a wicket maiden from Roman Walker last up. Those figures look a bit odd because he's got an odd bit of an over.
Cooked ball well, 6 overs for 15, and he is about to start, but aborts his run-up. So we'll try and keep it tight, put a little bit of pressure now on Wales. As in comes the first ball, and it's played away, and he gets off the mark with a little push down to extra cover, does Holmes for a single. Jeff, his father, would have been very proud to watch his son playing in this game. He really was a great lad.
Yeah, I remember him taking 5 for 2 at Abu Vale.
That's right. Yeah, those bowlers, little seamers, little in-swingers. Cook is in and bowls, and this time it's pushed down the pitch, and again there is no run. And it not long had the big job here at whether it was called Cricket Wales or whatever it was then, and very, very sadly he died suddenly. Great loss. Cook bowls short of a length, just, and is pushed down the pitch by Holmes. Yet to get off the mark. Herring's on 1.
Yeah, the scoring rate is now just slightly edging to up a little. 4.4 runs needed. The scoring rate needed, rather than that actually achieved.
Last Sunday we were talking about 14 needed. Cook is in, bowls again. That's swung away down towards fine leg, but the return is coming in very quickly from Andrew Salter. That square leg boundary.
Yeah, Holmes looking for the pull shot. He's off the mark, but didn't quite time it.
Here's Cook again, comes in, bowls, and that's pushed away gently onto the offside, but a tumbling stop there at cover. And there's no run. 131 for 4. They've gone a little bit quieter since Connor Brown and Cole went in quick succession. 72 runs still needed. And we have to rebuild now. We haven't got one man the other end dictating, have you? Could still be.
No, that run out could be a key moment, really.
In comes Cook and bowls, and that jumps on. Skittles on there, and that's the end of another good over. I'm impressed with Cook in this sort of cricket bowling, that back of the length stuff. He has now bowled 7 overs for just 17. Excellent bowling by him, and the score is 131 for 4. 72 they need in 14. In 16, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, we will obviously have to assess the strength of the other counties as Glamorgan play them, because as you say, well, Cook probably wouldn't be fast enough to trouble batsmen at championship level with everyone at full strength. Certainly if there are teams fielding inexperienced players, as there will be, he's done a very good job on the right sort of pitch for him, maybe. Greg Holmes then to face up to Roman Walker. 131 for 4 Wales, as Walker sees this one driven by Holmes up towards mid-off.
Difficult to score, isn't it, now?
It's difficult to come in and score, isn't it?
Yeah, because of this pitch is getting slower, a little bit lower, so it's not easy.
So batsmen have to work for their runs. 1-3-1 for 4. Herring and Holmes a single apiece. Walker bowls and Holmes plays it down to backward point, and Joe Cook fields, and there's no run. And behind closed doors match this. A reminder that crowds will be back in, virus permitting, for the rest of the season, albeit in fairly limited numbers until August the 7th, as that's a short ball by Walker, and it's a legitimate delivery, say the umpires there.
He banged that in, Nick, and it just rose slowly over the shoulder.
Tennis ball bounce.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not a pitch to thrill
Michael Nisa.
strapping fast, or even a strapping fast bowler like Roman Walker, who bowls now. Slower delivery, and it's hit away through the offside by Holmes. They'll pick up 4 runs, a valuable boundary for Wales, who've been short of them in recent overs, but that might just spark their innings again. 135 for 4, 68 runs needed to win, and there are still 15 overs remaining after the next couple of balls from Walker. Walker in, bowls. Holmes plays it out on the leg side. Glamorgan sent the chance of dragging this match back from the brink of defeat, and well, Wales obviously have capable players, most of whom have been around the second 11 scene, but have they got the belief? We shall find out in the next hour or so. Less than that, maybe. Walker bowls, driven by Holmes.
Ooh, I thought they hit straight at him.
No, it's a crowd catch for Kiran Carlson. At cover, sadly, there is no crowd, so he didn't throw it up and pretend it was out. 135 for 4 Wales, 35 overs gone, 15 remain, 68 runs to win, and the required run rate has just gone up from 4 to 4.5 runs and over. The Duckworth-Lewis score, they're still ahead of that. It's 129, but they were 20-odd runs ahead of Duckworth-Lewis earlier on, the Wales national county side.
Yeah, that boundary did well for them, for the Welsh side, because they've only got to hit the odd boundary, and they're up with that rate, just bags of time. And Joe Cook, who was impressed with his spell today, he's coming up to bowl his 8th over, medium pace, and bowls short. And Cameron Herring lets that go past his nose, and then lobs into the gloves of Tom Cullen. He's been in a while, Herring. He's only got a single, and perhaps that tells us that they're going to be very careful of how they go about it. Joe Cook in, bowls again. Oh, it nearly caught him bowled, and he played too early. Almost carried. You probably heard the words catch, but it lobbed up and was short. Again, a little bit more tricky to play on this pitch, I fear. Here's Cook over the wicket, bowls again, shot, lovely shot there. It might just run away for 4. Is it going to be stopped just inside? A diving stop there by I think it's Callum Taylor.
Root.
Billy Root.
It's the other blue boot man.
Yeah, it's confusing. 2 runs, 138 for 4. A nice shot that by Greg Holmes.
It's getting more difficult, isn't it? And we thought it might be a stroll in the park. But
another couple of wickets will make it interesting. As Cook comes in, bowls short, cut away this time, too short. And this time Root will hurl it in, and they take a run. 139 for 4. Encouragement from the captain, you might hear. As Cook comes in and bowls, and his nice, laconic sort of shot knelt into this. Then played it a short extra cover. 139 for 4, then the score remains 64 to win. We have got 14 overs after this ball.
Fielding done by Nick Selman, who is often laconic himself, certainly in interviews. Laid back sort, he comes across as.
Here he comes to finish the over. Cook bowls, and that's dabbed down to short third man, and they go through for a single. Herring keeps the bowling. He moves on to 5-6 to Holmes. 140 for 4. 63 runs to win in 14 overs. Very much within their compass, but if Glamorgan bowled tight, pick up the end wicket, we could still have an exciting couple of overs at the end.
Yeah, 5 off that last over. And Glamorgan left regretting the injury to Rory Smith that saw him limp off after just one delivery. Alex Horton has been the substitute fielder, but of course
took a
good catch to get rid of Connor Brown. But of course, substitute fielders are not allowed to bowl. 140 for 4. Walker will bowl what'll be his last over. He'll finish up with 9.5 overs bowled as beats the bat as Herring pushes forward, and just outside off stump, the corridor of uncertainty.
The young men, and they're fit, but my word, it must be hard toil out there in this searing heat this afternoon. 30 degrees was the talk from the weather people this morning for Cardiff.
It's hard enough work for us in the commentary box on Sunday at Southampton.
Don't talk.
As Herring pushes defensively out on the offside. At least here in Cardiff we have air-conditioned facilities as well.
We
as
can see
wind.
the scoreboard.
We have a decent chance of...
And no rats at the back, what you suspect, with piles of rubbish, which included some food, piled up behind us. And
wasn't the most salubrious working conditions,
could be
was it?
ashamed of it, really.
With the filthy windows that we have to slide back before commentating. Walker is in to bowl, and that's hit the stumps at the non-striker's end as Herring drove it back, but no hand on the ball from Walker, so no danger of a run out.
Favourites are Wales, but
Yes.
we have seen things like this happen before. Funnier things, as they say, have happened at sea.
As Walker bowls, and another dot ball. Herring forces to backward point, and there's no run. Coming in ahead of Greg Holmes, possibly due to Holmes having been in hospital for half the day.
Umpire Warren signals to his partner, 1 ball left. Because in this heat, I suppose do you have an umpire, Nick?
2 balls left.
2
that
balls
one's.
left. It's got me going now.
As that's driven by Herring. It's mid-on, no run. Yeah, quite a lot.
Do you?
Yeah. Well,
Enjoy it?
Everyone who vaguely knows most of the laws has to have an umpire. I quite like umpiring before batting, because it means you've
seen a bit of the pitch, can you?
Seen a bit of the pitch and had a look at some of the bowlers at close quarters.
How am I going to get my runs?
As
well bowled.
Nearly played on actually by Herring as he chopped that one down, and there's no run. It is the end of 37 overs, 140 for 4, and Wales need 63 to win in 13.
Still favourites.
Still favourites, but Glamorgan just putting a little bit of pressure on. The worst time I had with umpiring was when there's a guy who was, this is ages ago, in a so-called friendly, and bowler bowling ridiculous short deliveries on a dodgy pitch at batsmen who quite obviously weren't, it was unsafe the way this guy was bowling as he was bowling all these short pitch balls, and I warned him for the short pitch bowling, and I came in later to bat against him and offended the first couple off my jaw, and then got caught off the third when he actually bowled a full length ball, and I was so surprised.
You probably said, I didn't mean it, the word just slipped. Here's Cook coming in to bowl, and Good ball, slower, well disguised, and all of a sudden scoring has become rather difficult, and the score remains now on 140 for 4. Cook is bowling his final over. Exemplary.
Trouble is, Walker's bowled out as well, isn't he? 9.5 overs, 2.
There's only got a few left. And the spinners.
So Wales might have shot their bolts in terms of Glamorgan.
Yeah, wanting those early wickets. This could be out. Fine leg waits for the catch.
Oh, he can't see it.
Oh my word, it was going straight into his hands. He didn't have to move.
Alex Horton, the young man down there.
He didn't pick it up. Well, the sun isn't anywhere near there.
Well, in the end, Horton apologetically was taking cover in case it hit him on the head.
Well, that is a shame, because I don't know what happened, because the sun is way to our right. To the west, and
he's lost that completely.
That's
dazzled, maybe.
You see, that could have been 140.
That would have been a very
5.
easy catch, and the young man took a difficult one earlier on. Conceded 4 runs an opportunity.
That could be a very important wicket, with Holmes on 10. He was on 6 at the time. I suspect Cook might just have bowled for that.
It's an extraordinary instance.
Absolute dolly. Anyway, Cook again comes in, bowls, and this is played away to cover. Very difficult to score at the moment.
Well, they got the 4 runs there off that ball that should have been out, but he must have just lost it somewhere, because you wouldn't see a professional cricketer not going and take it. He actually had his head in his hands as if he feared being hit on the head by the ball.
You see, my original thought was, it's bang into the sun.
Catch, yeah.
But the sun was nowhere near in his vision. As Cook comes in, bowled again, chopped down to third man, and instead of being 1 off that over, there's been 5. And in this situation, that is very important, as Cook has 1 ball to bowl. He's gone for 27, but really it should be something like 1 for 23. Excellent bowling, and one can sympathise with him.
Oh well, learning experience for Alex Horton.
Very important, that. In comes Cook and bowls, and beaten, caught at the wicket. He gets a wicket with his last ball, and what is infuriating for Glamorgan, he could have had 2, Nick.
Yeah, it's Cameron Herring who is gone, rather than Greg Holmes who has dropped or missed there. But Cameron Herring, who had got promoted in the order, but had got a bit bogged down, felt he needed to get on with it or get out, and unfortunately for him, he gives a first team wicket to Joe Cook, as Tom Cullen pouched what was a comfortable routine keeper's catch. And Wales are 145 for 5 after 38 overs. So it is 58 to win in 12, 4.8 runs an over. And they got the boundary in that over, and it was a case of what might have been for Glamorgan. Heading potentially now for a tense finish, but 1 player coming in and putting back to ball for even 3 overs or so could change this. But 5 off that over, and the wicket should have been 1 run and 2 wickets.
Yeah, so you just wonder where he lost it.
Well, the fielder Alex Horton, as we see a replay of the wicket on the video stream, just a routine drive outside off stump that Herring feathered through the keeper. But the frustrating thing for Glamorgan was that he didn't actually need to move from where he was. The ball was actually falling into his hands had he not lost it. Right, so batting to come, Sam Pearce will
That's a useful player again.
Glamorgan action over the last few weeks. The Wales captain from Bridgend Club has been captaining them for couple of years now, despite his relatively youthful 23 years old. We saw him in action with his leg breaks, took one for 27 off 6 overs, and played 4 first-class matches for the university in the days when those games were first-class.
What about Glamorgan? Let's have a look. For 5, they were 94 for 5.
Well, if you take the next little milestone, if you like, which was 40 overs, they were 152 for 7 after 40. So Wales are 145 for 5 after 38. So that'll be round about the same sort of score, albeit maybe with a couple of extra wickets in hand.
I think you'll agree that it's not easy to score, especially if you get accurate bowling at you, and where you've got to try and force the ball. It's just not coming on. And we've seen this Herring, I don't know how many balls, but he was in there a long time for just 5.
Faced 16 balls for his 5.
And Holmes has been there. He should have been out at 6. And,
yeah, he's 11 not out off 17. But that's slightly misleading because he got the bonus boundary, really.
As Nick was saying, the Cook is bowled out. There's no Smith. And Roman Walker's done. So it will be the experience. Well, not the experience, it'll be the spin bowlers, Taylor, the experience, Andrew Salter. And you've got to get your length, got to get your line. Your fielders have got to be there exactly where you want them. And you've got to bowl to your field, because as we look round, there are singles everywhere. So it's got to be some accurate bowling now from Callum Taylor.
Here is Callum Taylor then to bowl his off spin around the wicket from the River Taff end. He's bowling to Greg Holmes on 11 not out, and it goes for a paddle sweep and will get a run down to fine leg off the pad, I believe, will be the umpire's signal. Yes, it is. So Holmes remains on 11. More importantly, the score moves on to 146 for 5. Wales needing 57 runs off their final 5 wickets. The batsman to come, Andrew Gorvin, who's a bowling all-rounder, I suppose you'd say, at this level. Lukas Carey,
we know all about.
Likewise, can hit it hard. Tegid, Phillips and Richard Edwards bringing up the tail, probably. Taylor bowls. Oh, that's a shocker, and it gets away with it. It's hit down on the first bounce to Nick Selman.
Got away with that.
It's backwards square as a half-tracker. And Sam Pearce was close, almost to holing out, really.
He was.
A bit more bat on it. Should have hit it for 4. 147 for 5. Action here as Holmes tries to cut and misses. Well, it's all getting a little bit jittery for Wales.
It is. It's the young batsmen, and they want to perform. They want to try and win this game.
Young bowler as well. Callum Taylor floats it up, and Holmes plays defensively. The ball tricked into Joe Cook. As Taylor's trying to get the ball back in his hands quickly and put some pressure on the batsman, who steps back and slaps it into the offside Holmes, but it's fielded at cover, and there's no run. And
Waterford.
Just late in the day, Glamorgan are remembering, really, that they're meant to be the full-time professionals against the second teamers and the former university guys. Taylor bowls, and Holmes looks to work it on the leg side. Very tight over.
Very good over
from Callum Taylor. 7 overs, 1 for 27 now.
Spring in the step of the captain at the moment after that 1 run coming off. And thing is now, how many overs has Hogan bowled?
Hogan's got 3 left. But they're going to have to bowl spin, and of course, they've Walker's bowled out. Cook has got 1 left, and Carlson is consulting Michael Hogan. When do you think you ought to bowl, mate?
I don't know, you're the captain.
Rutherford has occasionally bowled a little bit of left arm spin.
Hang on.
But Cook's going to bowl his final over. Joe Cook.
And how well he has bowled. And he's going to bowl to Sam Pearce. Bowls the first ball, and Pearce tucks that away for a single down to the poor man at fine leg. I say that. because he dropped an absolute dolly in the last over.
Well, yes, missed rather than dropped because he couldn't see the ball.
I watched the game last night, under 15s, and my grandson dropped a skier, but hit him on the throat, straight on.
Oh dear.
So I know all about this. In comes the Cook, shortish, down it goes again for a single. Singles are all right, but you want the odd boundary. And they're probably keeping Lukas Carey back for that.
Run rate 5.1 now.
You
It's
get
the
above
first time it's gone over
sixes.
5, I think.
Yeah, you get over the sixes and you start to think,
It's all a bit sedate compared to the T20, isn't it?
yes, thankfully. Here's the next ball, and it's jabbed away, springing the step of the fielders now. As who was that? It does Taylor or Billy Root coming?
Taylor bouncing in there.
Bouncing, as you correctly describe, Mr. Webb. Bouncing in. Here's Cook over the wicket, bowls, well pitched up, and he tries to cut and doesn't make any contact, does Pearce. Just imagine if that catch had been taken.
Yeah.
I don't need
Been 145 for 6, and Glamorgan might have been back to favourites.
I don't want to dwell on it because the young man, nobody wants to drop a catch, but he must have completely missed it. At least he didn't get hit in the head. Here's the next ball, and it's clipped away down towards fine leg. Horton will come in quickly and negate the chance of any second.
I think we have to remember that he did take a stunning catch to get rid of Connor Brown.
Absolutely.
Diving catch at square leg in front of the umpire. So he's got something to positive to hold on to from his day in the field.
Cook has done his job admirably for Glamorgan. He's about to bowl his last ball. He's bowling at Greg Holmes. He's on 12 and bowls it. And is that caught at the wicket? No, says the umpire. It's a swing and a miss. And that is the end of Cook's excellent spell, because he has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 30. I think there's a maiden in there somewhere, wasn't there?
There was indeed, Edward. I just wonder whether that appeal for the catch at the wicket off the last ball was to distract the umpire from giving a wide. And if it was, it might afflict obviously some other part on the way through of the batsman. As
Suspicious character you are.
40 overs gone, 10 remaining, 53 required to win, 5 wickets in hand.
Mustn't forget the language of heaven in 10 minutes.
All right, who's set up to broadcast?
The broadcast into the nation of
All right.
Welsh speakers and
You're
listeners.
doing it from the end box, are you?
Yeah, not from this line,
Okay.
because people are thinking, what's going on there?
Here comes Callum Taylor then. Bowled a very tight last over, and that's driven back past him by Pearce, and Taylor diving but failing to get a hand on it in the dirt. Oh, it's not pleasant diving around on those bare patches of the wicket. Single to Sam Pearce. The captain moves to 4 not out. Holmes is on 12 as that's flighted up and driven by Holmes up to long off. Taylor's giving it a little bit of air, isn't he? He's inviting the batsman, but they're quite happy to milk singles, which will do for Wales.
Absolutely.
5.3. Glamorgan need dot balls. They need wickets if they're not to be embarrassed by the Wales national county side. That's dragged down a little bit and
Well played.
played away comfortably enough by Pearce, despite the oohs and the ahs from the infield, down to Selman at square leg.
After this over, there will be 9 overs left. We keep on. Hogan's got, 3? Do you bowl him now to try and put them further behind the clock? It's no good when they're just about there to bowl him.
As forward comes Holmes, defending. There's a dot ball.
Salter got left, eh?
Salter's got 4 left.
That'll depend on his shoulders.
Callum Taylor bowls slightly quicker, hit up to mid-off. There'll be a throw at the wickets, but it's bounced over the top. And I think that Greg Holmes had scampered home anyway at the non-striker's end, but Wales having to take some risks. 49 to win and 5 wickets in hand. A very competitive game of cricket, whoever wins now.
We thought it would be easy for Wales, but
that century stand was by miles the biggest of the day, as Taylor bowls a bit too full length. Pearce turns it into a full toss, drives it comfortably to long on. They go through for the single. 155 for 5, Wales needing 48 runs off 9 overs. 5 wickets left. A required run rate, 5.3. Andrew Salter now has to bring all his experience to the party for Glamorgan and try and bamboozle these Wales batsmen battling away for a historic victory.
48 from 9 looks comfortable, but these are not first-class players. A couple of them have played, but for instance, Sam Pearce has only played a couple of games, Holmes hasn't, so they'll have to use their wit, they'll have to use their small experience that they've got against what probably will be a useful attack of Salt. Now then, let's work this out. Nick, 9 overs. I mean,
Salter's got 4 to bowl potentially,
and
Hogan 3 and Taylor
7.
2.
Oh yeah.
So they don't have, if they do the maths right, they don't have to use an extra bowler. But it's a bit of a test of Kiran Carlson's.
He's got a 2-1 mechanical engineering. Clever boy.
No, it was something else he ended up in. Business management.
All right.
So he's got he's got a 2-1 degree that he
Very posh.
got a few weeks. Was it last week or the week before? Modestly didn't mention it in his post-match interview.
I think we had a message from his mum, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Here we go then. Here's first ball, which is tapped up to his captain Carlson at mid-on. Long on, deep mid-wicket, long off, deep cover and a fine leg. And Salter comes in and bowls, and this time it's driven for a single. I don't like the position where fine leg is. He's 10 yards in, because if he whacks it down there and it go over his head, it'll be 4 or 6. But if he stays on the fence, there's a chance of a catch.
Yep, agree.
It's not the best. And you're only going to single anyhow, because it's a short boundary. Holmes is on 14 as in comes Salter and bowls to him, and it's driven nicely down towards long off. Michael Hogan feels you don't want to yield a boundary if you can help it, Glamorgan.
Well, if Glamorgan are defeated, they won't be the only first-class county, as Lawrence points out. Cornwall have beaten Somerset by 5 wickets. Single the fine leg.
Sorry about that. Yes, I was looking at my watch because I'll try and finish this over, and then my the sister company says, "Will you be all right for 10 to 6?" But as you know well, Nick, in broadcasting circles, it could be 5 to. This is pushed into space as the return. Oh dear me!
That was a dodgy single as well.
It was a dodgy single and an overthrow, but luckily it was covered up here.
Roman Walker with the shot wicket from the point region, and some good backing up from Hamish Rutherford.
Last ball then, coming up, and that's played out to Carlson. Not a bad over. And the equation is 159 for 5, 44 still needed, 8 remaining. And I leave you probably in for the next 7 or 8 minutes in the capable hands of Nick Webb.
There you are, Edward. Tell Radio Cymru I'll be furious if they don't return you to duty promptly. 159 for 5. Which game is this going in the final 8 overs? 44 to win. 5.5 runs an over. Still shouldn't be demanding. But it's just a question of the experience at this level. Who will show the guts, the nerve? in these closing overs. Callum Taylor in bowls, floats it out outside off stump, and Holmes drives but doesn't risk throwing everything at it, and they'll take a single out towards the cover boundary. 160 for 5, 43 to win. Taylor bowls, and that's slapped straight at short extra cover by Sam Pearce. Hit it well, but didn't place it well. Taylor to Pearce, who drives again out into the offside. Single taken. Joe Cook, the fielder, in front of the grandstand, away to our right. Of course, these two, Taylor and Pearce, have been battling for Glamorgan places in recent weeks in the T20 Blast. 161 for 5 Wales. Greg Holmes is on strike. A patient 17. And he goes for the sweep slog out towards mid-wicket. Just a single taken. Holmes now 81 off 18 rather, off 31 balls. Star of the innings, Connor Brown, 67 off 99 deliveries, as a cheeky little lap shot comes out from Pearce. Deflects it down to Selman at fine leg. Single taken. Turn that one into a full toss. And Callum Taylor, 1 for 36. This is the last ball of his 9th over. So he's gone at 4 and over, which is pretty much what Wales needed from the start. As that's hoiked towards mid-wicket, and Holmes gets a single. Shipped that one up in the air, but no one nearby. Pitched halfway back to the boundary. 164 for 5, so they're 5 singles off that over. Wales require 39 off 7 overs, or 42 balls. 5.6 runs per over. It's fascinating stuff in the sunshine here at Sophia Gardens, as these mainly Welsh players do battle, with majority of the Wales national county side very much homegrown products. You've got Rheingold, born in Cape Town, and Colk, born in England, but the rest are Welsh born. As Andrew Salter comes in and bowls, and Holmes defends that one. Pearce is on 10, Holmes is on 19. So these two have given themselves a little bit of time. They may just have to try the occasional big blow to keep up with this or get ahead of the rate. There is the big blow, as an appeal for LBW, not out. Holmes going for the sweep shot and missed. The Cardiff captain. Plenty of chat in the infield for once, as he goes for the big shot here and is caught. Joe Cook takes it on the mid-wicket boundary, as Greg Holmes has gone for 19, and this game just tilting back towards the full-time pros, despite this brave bid by Wales. I said that Wales might need to try the odd big shot. Greg Holmes did try it and hold out towards the mid-wicket boundary, with Joe Cook, who's a good fielder, was perfectly placed to hang on to that one. So Joe Cook takes his second catch of the innings. Andrew Salter has his first wicket, 1 for 31, and Holmes has gone for 19, and it is 164 for 6 in the 44th over. 39 runs needed to win, and we wait to see if these lower order batsmen can help their captain Sam Pearce to achieve a shock result such as that achieved by Cornwall against an inexperienced Somerset side. And to be fair to Somerset, although they had Jack Leach playing, there was an awful lot of inexperience in that side, and they've lost most of their team to the 100 competition. As video viewers see a replay of Holmes's attempted hoik out over the square leg boundary, but in the end Joe Cook took it good 10-15 metres inside the rope. On the move, but still under control. Here we go then. Lukas Carey to face his professional teammates. As Salter bowls wide of off stump and Carey chops it down to short third man, and there's no run. Lukas Carey in at 8. He's can bat in the top half dozen at second 11 level, as he's beaten by a bit of twirl from Salter there, but the appeal was quickly faded away. 164 for 6. Pearce is 10. Lukas Carey on strike, the new batsman. Andrew Salter bowls. Carey back on his stumps. Plays to Carlson at short mid-wicket. So 3 dot balls to end Andrew Salter's over. He's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 31. And it's so tantalising for the national county side. Wales, they're 164 for 6. They need 39 to win. There are 6 overs remaining. So for the first time, it's over a run a ball. 6.5 runs per over required for the men in red. And now, with 6 overs left, we will see Michael Hogan coming back into the action to see if he can use his vast experience against 2 players who have both played for Glamorgan this season. Pearce in the T20 and Carey in 1 championship game. Hogan has bowled 7 overs, 0 for 26. And, well, he doesn't need anything dramatic, just to find that nagging line and length of his, as Hogan is in to bowl to Pearce, who pushes defensively down into the gully. No chance of a single, running straight to Andrew Salter. Heading potentially for a last ball or last over finish here, maybe even a last over. Who knows? Hogan turns, familiar loping run, bowls, and there's a single. I thought for a moment it was going to find the boundary. Fine leg, but Nick Salmon doing the fielding away to our left in front of the cricket school kept them down to a single. So this game still very much in the balance. Hogan into bowl, and Carey plays that straight to Salter at backward point, and there's no run. Well, we thought this game might well be over before now. It's cut off time of 6:42, so there's no particular problems with timing. Of course, it has taken longer in the scorching sun this afternoon, with temperatures late 20s, maybe even nudging 30 degrees. It'll certainly feel like out there. Hogan into bowl to Carey, who cuts hard and will get off the mark with a single to Joe Cook, who was bowled and fielded well today for Glamorgan. Batted surprisingly down at number 7, didn't really get going. Made 11 before he swept Tegid Phillips to deep mid-wicket. 166 for 6. 2 balls left of this 45th over. 37 runs needed to win. by Wales National County. Certainly made the most of their showcase here today, as Hogan bowls and niddled away on the leg side by Pearce. They'll run the first one reasonably quickly, but there's never any chance of a second, as the fleet-footed Callum Taylor was the man coming in off the boundary. 167 for 6. 36 of 5.1 is the equation. There have been 3 singles of the first 5 balls of Michael Hogan's over. As this one is a faster delivery from Hogan that Carey tried to pull away, didn't time at all, and Hogan was quickly back down the wicket in case they tried to dash a cheeky single. 167 for 6, 5 overs left, 36 runs needed for Wales to win at 7.2 runs per over, as Carey and Pearce meet for a little mid-wicket chat to decide how they're going to go about it. And the way the bowling has fallen for Glamorgan, Andrew Salter is got 2 left. Michael Hogan has got 2 left. So will Glamorgan have to find an extra bowler from somewhere? As that's a reverse sweep, no runs. Sorry, Hogan. Where are we? Callum Taylor's got 1 left. So there's going to be a bit of work for the spinners to do. It's not ideal for Glamorgan to have these spinners bowling in the last 5 overs, but they have had to deal with Rory Smith being off the field, bowled just 1 ball before pulling up with injury. As Salter bowls, Pearce down the wicket, hits it out towards mid-wicket, and Cook can't cling on to the catch this time, and they'll come back for 2 runs. And Joe Cook, who's fielded so well today, had a chance to take a decisive catch there, but he couldn't quite get set underneath it. He was always diving forward, and it really would have been a stunner had he held onto it. 2 runs to Pearce, who tries for another big hit. He's hit this one straight up in the air. Who wants it? Salter does, and Andrew Salter takes a return catch. Sam Pearce has gone for 14, and Wales lose a 7th wicket with a total on 169. And maybe just now, for the first time in this innings, and for the first time in a long time in this game, Glamorgan are favourites. Wales need a further 34 to win, and now they have just 3 wickets left. Pearce caught and bowled Salter. The ball going up and seemed almost to the height of the floodlights, but he has gone for 14, and Wales 169 for 7 with 4.3 overs left. That wicket falling in the 46th over. Indeed, yes, 46th over, checking my maths. Well, it's agonising stuff here at Sophia Gardens, and Pearce tried his luck once more. And Tom Cullen said, "Do you want me to get after it?" Andrew Salter just jogging back down the wicket and taking the simple catch. I say simple, but it gone up a long way, so I presume it was coming down quite hard as well. So there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to come in a few minutes' time. I didn't think I'd be giving them a live update at the 6 o'clock. It didn't seem that way. As Salter will bowl, Lukas Carey has got himself on strike. As I say, Andrew Gorvin knows how to bat as well. He's in at 9. And Carey goes for a big hit, and he's got it. He's nailed it. 6 runs for Lukas Carey over mid-wicket. And Lukas Carey looks to try to snatch this game back for Wales in the closing overs. He took 3 for 39, And now a couple more of those will turn it back to Wales. 175 for 7. Salter in again. Bowls and Carey on the back foot. Defends out to cover. He's got his runs for this over. 8 runs and 1 wicket so far off the Salter over. And a magnificent full-blooded blow from Lukas Carey. Salter is in again. Bowls it shorter and outside off stump. And Carey flat bats it away down to point. They take a single. Plenty of drama in that over. 9 runs and a wicket. 4 overs remain. 27 runs are needed and 3 wickets remain. Edward Bevan, this game hurrying to a close one way or another.
Yes, it is. And having come back from Radio Cymru and their little exercise, the line wouldn't work, Nick. We were 5 minutes late starting, and then they lost the telephone line. Other than that, it was all right.
Very successful.
Yeah, good game, yes. 176 for 7. Carey, as you said, now we know what he can do. And he is facing Michael Hogan. Michael Hogan with 2 overs to bowl. It's going to be either very quickly if Carey gets those 6s that he used to be flaying. He's waiting as Hogan. Oh, that's another 6. That's a terrific shot over mid-wicket. And what did Glamorgan be missing in the 20-over competition, you might ask? He took 3 for 30 now, and if he goes on like this, he's going to win the game for Wales.
Well, yes, they're in a position where Wales had been crawling along, pushing 1s and 2s, and Carey comes in and says, well, no, I should be playing for Glamorgan. I want to be playing for Glamorgan, and I'm going to hit some 6s to prove it.
In comes Hogan, bowls to him again, and this time it's right up in the block hole. Push it away on the offside. And this time there's no run. 21 to win. 3 overs and 4 balls. Picked that up well, and he's just shown a replay now.
Dramatic stuff.
Where do you bowl at him, because he's a dangerous hitter. Seen him get 50s in county cricket, coming in at 9, 10 and an even 11. In comes Hogan and bowls, and that's in the block hole as well. They'll go for a quick single because mid-off is rather deep. That 6 could be crucial. And that 6 in the last over. And they didn't just clear the boundary. They were scudding away well into the far corners.
Yeah, I suppose at least Glamorgan, if Carey does win the game, have got the consolation of saying, well, we can pick you on Thursday.
Absolutely. Corvin is facing now, as in comes Hogan. Hogan bowls and is dabbed away by Corvin. A shrill call of no.
Yeah, a few club captains in this side. Greg Holmes, Andrew Gorvin, the St Fagans captain. It's done well against Wales, against Glamorgan in the past, and at the top level of national counties, but this is another test of Gorvin's nerves.
I think he can leave it to Carey, really. As in comes Michael Hogan, pushes it away to Gully. So crucially, no runs, still 7 runs off it.
Yeah, 3.1 overs left as a update for BBC Radio Wales to follow very shortly. 183 for 7. Hogan is in to bowl to Gorvin, who drives but can't get a run. Salter does the fielding. So 3 dot balls from Hogan to end the over. But a couple more blows from Lukas Carey could decide this match. He's on 15. Wales are 183 for 7. They need 20 more runs off the remaining 3 overs.
Yeah, it's Carey's going to win it if they do, because I can't see Corvin hitting 6s, especially off.
Here we go, update for BBC Radio Wales very shortly. Salter to bowl. In the final couple of overs of a dramatic 50 overs game here at Sophia Gardens. Wales look as though they could snatch a remarkable victory over Glamorgan. The second team players and part-timers of the Welsh side are within 15 runs of victory at 188 for 7. Connor Brown, former Glamorgan player, led the way with 67, and though they've stumbled, a couple of sixes from Lukas, Carey, who's on the Glamorgan staff, have taken them to the brink of victory. Wales 188 for 7, need 15 runs in 3 overs. And while we were updating BBC Radio Wales listeners, there was a shocking start to the over from Andrew Salter, 5 wides down the leg side.
That is unforgivable. Dear me.
As it went away from Tom Cullen, as Salter needs something dramatic to pull it back now, as Carey takes a single out to Joe Cook at mid-wicket. Joe Cook having
We've got to go tight here.
failed to hang on to a difficult catch. Alex Horton having missed a chance where he lost a high swirling ball.
I thought they'd get their mid off and their mid on, and if he wants to have a crack at Salter, he can, but surely you've got to try and keep him there.
Next delivery, hammered back by Gorvin, past Salter, up to Callum Taylor at long on. Single taken, 13 to win for Wales.
Advantage Wales.
Advantage Wales with those Carey blows. Salter needs a wicket. Needs the wicket of his Glamorgan teammate Lukas Carey playing for Wales, who goes for a big swing. There's a vague appeal for LBW, probably pitched outside leg. It was
more than
hope. Speculative. A vague punt from Salter, maybe just to distract the batsman from running. 13 to win for Wales off 15 balls. Stocky figure of Lukas Carey, powerfully built on strike. Looks for another 6. He might have 4 though, as he's hit that one away down towards backward square. It's eluded the man up in the circle, and Alex Horton could do nothing about that one, as it was well wide of him. Ran away for 4 to backward square, and Wales within touching side of victory now at 194 for 7.
You know, for a first-class bowler, you bowled 5 wides in this, and now you throw it a yard outside the leg stump.
Salter bowls up in the block hole. Carey hits it back to him, and there's no run. So, can Wales get over the line? Lukas Carey won't have any nerves, as that's up in the block hole, but comfortably played up to long on for a single, and that's all Wales need now. 8 off 2 overs, and it is very much advantage Wales, as they cashed in on that errant over from Andrew Salter with 5 wides and a boundary over or down to Ford's fine leg, beating the man up in the circle. 8 off 2, Edward.
Yeah, it's Wales' match, surely. You don't have to hit 6s, you've just got to get the odd single here, single there, the odd boundary. And Lukas Carey is experienced enough, and as you rightly say, certainly should be in the squad, I think, for the next game, because he's out bowled and doing a great job here as a tail ender who can hit 6s for his side. Anyway, it's Hogan, 190 for 7, comes in bowls, and that's his driven and fielded at mid-off by Carlson, cover rather, and there's no run. Salter has gone, he's bowled out, so there's going to be another over up here by somebody.
Taylor. He's the only one with one left, isn't he, as the bowlers used.
Michael Hogan comes in and bowls, and this time it's driven back down the pitch. Carey taking his time, but you see that over cost how many runs from Salter? 5, 9, probably 10 runs. Michael Hogan then in his last over, and he has only gone for 36 off his 9.2, and he's bowling to Carey. In he comes, bowls, and that's 4 more runs past the bowler. He does hit it so hard as Carey, and he is making a point here. And well done, because he's not been included in the Glamorgan side this year. And I think of far lesser players who have. .25 to Carey off 20 balls. Another blow will do it for an excellent win for Wales. And Glamorgan really only have to blame themselves for this lacklustre performance. Let's hope things will improve when the proper cricket starts.
Well, Connor Brown has been hugely influential, but Lukas Carey doing well with bat and ball.
If there was a man in the match, I'd give it to Carey. If he doesn't get out. Here's the next ball down the leg side, and it will be a wide. 3 to win.
Yeah.
Probably get them now the next 2 balls.
Even the malaise affecting the experienced Michael Hogan. Long and tiring match for both sets of players in the heat.
Here's the next ball, and he's driven it on the half volley to cover. There's no run, but why should he worry too much? 3 runs to win. If he takes a single here, I would suspect it probably will be all over.
3 runs off 8 balls, and Lukas Carey, at least it's a Glamorgan staff member who's finally condemning the county to defeat.
Ironic, isn't it? In comes Hogan, and Hogan bowls a good delivery up on the block hole. It's driven a bit on. Now then, there's still 1 ball left. What he'll probably do is 3 runs needed is to just push it for a single.
Yeah. Conversely, Michael Hogan will probably try and bowl it maybe a little bit wide or up in the block hole again.
In the block hole, but I would like to see 1 or 2 of these coming in.
Try and get the less experienced Gorvin on strike for the final over.
Here's the last ball for Hogan, and he's driven it up to mid-on, and that's an excellent over from Hogan. 3 runs to win off the last over. Corvin is on strike. Now, surely you've got to come in tight for this last over.
Yes, and shows the folly of Glamorgan not being able to bat out their 50 overs. They were dismissed in 48.4, in other words, with 8 deliveries to spare, and had they managed to bat those overs out and get an extra 6 or 7 runs, it might have proved the difference. But it's going to be, it seems, a historic result for Wales, and 1 or 2 players proving a point against their current employers in the case of Carey, or the recent former employers in the case of top scorer Connor Brown.
They are on the 1, which is pleasing to see. There's a backward point, and all these I name are on the 1. 2 saving a single at cover, and 1 at mid-off. I'd like to see mid-off a little bit further close. Still 3 runs needed. As
here we go then.
Leave it to Nick.
Callum Taylor around the wicket, bowls to Gorvin, who drives straight to cover. Selman fields, no run, dot ball. 3 to win off 5. Taylor, a little skip, and he comes again. Played back to him, dot ball. 3 to win off 4.
Why don't they attack?
I think Gorvin's going to have to try and hit over the top. Callum Taylor into Gorvin, back on his stumps. He'll take an easy single out to deep mid wickets. Placed nicely. Joe Cook does the fielding.
There we go.
2 to win off 3, and the more experienced Carey is on strike. Lukas Carey looks as though with 2 to win off 3 balls, the game is potentially in his hands.
I don't know why you're pushing your long off or long on back.
That's strange.
Very odd.
Strange from Carlson, because Carey might be quite happy to take a single.
Of course he will. At least they'd tie the game.
Long on.
No, he's putting him back.
It's coming back now. Carlson having second thoughts. New job for him, of course, as captain. And Callum Taylor is in to Lukas
Oi,
Carey. Oh, that's
that's it.
dropped short. It's hoisted away over square legs. Celebrations for the Wales side. Lukas Carey wins it. Wales are victorious over Glamorgan as Wales reach 205 for 7. Lukas Carey is 29 not out, and Wales have won with 2 balls to spare. Edward, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that Glamorgan did not deserve to win that game. They were very pedantic in their approach in the batting. They got out to some not very good shots, and if it wasn't for some of the batsmen, Tom Cullen, who hung about and got 41, they would have been bowled for under 200. We had an excellent partnership then. It really was of the highest order between Connor Brown, the former Glamorgan batsman, and Ollie Cole. And although both were dismissed, they had a little stutter towards the end of the innings. In came Lukas Carey. He struck 29 and he eventually won the game. But no excuses for Glamorgan. They have to improve, because it isn't Wales they're going to play until it's one of the top sides in the First Division, Warwickshire. So well done to them.
So, starring performances from the former Glamorgan man Connor Brown, who may well come back into the reckoning at some point in the next month or so. Lukas Carey will definitely come in to the Glamorgan record, but it'll go down in Wales national county history. A victory over Glamorgan by 3 wickets with 8 balls to spare. Lukas Carey finished on 29 not out, and their other batting main men, Connor Brown with 67, Steve Reingold with 44, and 3 wickets apiece for Lukas Carey and Richard Edwards with the ball. A fine fighting performance from the young Wales side, and they have earned victory over Glamorgan here at Sophia Gardens by 3 wickets. Edward and myself will be back with Clive Eakin of BBC Radio Coventry on Thursday, 11 o'clock, Wales, Glamorgan. Maybe they'll put out a couple of the Wales players in Glamorgan colours. Glamorgan will take on Warwickshire in the first one-day cup game. We look forward to your company on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. From Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, thanks very much indeed for listening and watching. Diolch yn fawr, nos da.